got the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
We live from the boxing section, you dusty ass niggas. What's going on? We live from the boxing section. God damn it. Another one like the other one, same superheated. We back again. You know what I'm saying? Doing what we do. Two live streams for the day, man. Shout out to everybody I know is gonna come through and chop it up with us. Vegas Vic, salute to my brother for being the first one to come through here and show us some love, man. Yes, indeed. So, man, we got the verdict for Conor Ben versus Chris Eubank Jr. The fight is postponed, so we have no fight this weekend coming out of the UK. The UK is notorious for fucking us over. They fucked us up with the Claresa Shield shit. They fucked us up with this shit. Just leave it in America, man. You know what I'm saying? Whenever I put my trust in the UK, they fuck me over. But yeah, man. But salute to everybody. We are here in the mix, ready to talk about this boxing, man. Now, we got Fundora this weekend. You, my fucking guy, man. Birdman. What's going on, Birdman? So it's Kyle. You don't forget tomorrow I'm sending. Bro, let me know, man. Let me know. Hey, hit me on the gram first, because, you know what I'm saying? So I know how to maneuver my money around. You know what I mean? Appreciate you, big dog. So appreciate you for all your support, bro. You've been supporting the channel since day one, man. And I appreciate you, bro. And once I get this merch, I got you. You know what I'm saying? Certain people are going to get the merch. You know what I'm saying? Certain people, I'm going to just send it off, bro. But, hey, I'm looking forward to this weekend, man. I got me and the homies is heading to L.A. We're going to eat some great food. We're going to enjoy some great company with one another, man, and enjoy the fellowship. So it's exciting, man. Like, I no longer go to fights for the fight. You know what I'm saying? I go to the fight for the camaraderie and the brotherhood, and that is what we got going on. So I'm excited about that, bro. Like, we needed that. We needed this. You know what I'm saying? We really need this. You know what I mean? To be honest, this is the best thing we got going on. It's the brotherhood. And I'm super excited about that, bro. Super excited. All right. Waiting on Mexico right now. Waiting for all the fellas to come through. Because, I mean, other than that, we really don't have any boxing talk, dog. That's the craziest part, bro. We really don't have any boxing talk. We got a few updates, though. We got the Shaqy Foster. That's a good one. I mean, he's been trying to get a big fight for a while, so it's all good. Oh my God, my bad, Max Mexico. My bad, Mexico. Damn, probably everybody was trying to join. You know what I mean? I don't even know, cause the link wasn't in the chat. Here it go. Don't judge me, nigga. I ain't no trial. Goddamn it, I ain't no trial. Don't judge me. Shit. Yeah, but we had a great live stream today, bro. It was packed to the fucking max. was fantastic. Without further ado, y'all know what it do. You know what I'm saying? Let me give my boy the realest of welcomes. You know what I'm saying? You already know what it is.
Yeah, we gonna run that train again. Alright, man, enough's enough. This is my girl now, alright? Ain't gonna be none of that fucking sucking, none of that. I love her. I just proposed to her. What? We all just did our thing, like. Nigga, I was then, now it's now. I was 10 minutes, whenever. She good now, man. I love you. You gonna marry me? ¡Viva la México! Hey, that motherfucker don't even drink. That's 100%.
Mexico!
What's up, dog?
What's up with it?
Shit.
So, what's up with it, Picasso?
Hey, what a show.
Hey, man, we had a great time on
Hey,
Pressure.
Killer Cow from the O came out tonight. You feel me?
Yeah, man, talking dumb to a pimp.
Damn, bitch.
Nigga, man. Talking dumb to a motherfucking player. Hey, I'm like, he kept trying to attack my character. I'm like, did you even know me, bro? Like, how are you trying to say this and that? You don't even know who I am. You don't know nothing about me, bro. And hey,
What the?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. My bad. I'm in the middle of a Madden game, but it was good.
Yeah. The worst part is he kept saying you people, like y'all. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Fuck out of here.
Yeah, he didn't know.
My bad, Santos. I meant to give you I'm sorry, I didn't give you your intro, man. My apologies. My apologies, sir.
Uh-huh.
Santos, what's up with it, baby?
Hey, let me get this last pallet on the truck, and I'll be back.
Y'all niggas go. Y'all join the damn show, doing other shit.
Hey, at least we fucking joined the show. I gotta get this next dub in real quick. You know what I'm saying? Oh, there it is. Pick. Oh, nice. They better quit, bro. But hey, I wanted to jump in so bad, but you was handling your own. I didn't want him to feel like because I know how it feels to be ganged up on. So I was like, look, there's two men that can handle their own shit. But I heard the little digs he was throwing. I'm like, yeah, that's.
Yeah, but it's like, nigga, you don't even know me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just and what he don't know is me and him was gonna agree on some shit.
Yeah, a lot of shit probably actually.
Yeah, but he kept doing the little like. And it's like, nigga, if my great granddaddy sold my granddaddy into slavery, I don't give a fuck when it happened or who it happened to. I'm a direct descendant from a fucking slave, nigga. I can trace my roots back to slavery. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Fucker gonna tell me they ain't got nothing to do with you. Fuck is you talking about, bro? I could fuck my cousin today and wouldn't even know it.
Then Kevin Gates or what?
That's what I'm saying. DJ.
Oh,
Here, this motherfucker, man. The goddamn eagle, man. The eagle has fucking landed out this bitch.
Yeah, that shit was I was like, my thing was like when he called you when he said sus, I was like, hold on, we can't just be. Yeah, we saw a sus dude last night. You know what I'm saying? That was the real sus.
Yeah.
Sus,
And I was mad. I got mad at Fred because I'm like, I wanted to go right away. I wanted to, you know what I'm saying? I wanted to get my shit back right away. You know what I'm saying?
See, but that was smart of Fred because it gave y'all a minute to calm down.
Nah. That no, it didn't, nigga. I was. It actually helped me get more ammo towards the nigga.
More ammo. You start writing down talking points.
Yeah, I told that motherfucker, fuck your point. Nigga, fuck your point, nigga. Hey, I said fuck you in your point, nigga.
That shit's funny.
Down to a fucking pimp. Fuck wrong with you, nigga. I gotta see if I can find that shit. That shit was hilarious, man. Yeah, man. Hey, nigga Max is like, I wanted to join in, man, but he said everything you said about Kyle was false. He said, I know this man personally, and everything you said about this man was false. Oh, shit.
Hey, you know, that's why I said I want to jump in and pack them out. I was like, you know, just get that one-on-one. That's what you guys.
Now you deserve that pack out, mark ass nigga. What's up? What up?
Hey, he made a lot of good points though.
What up, Bass?
What up, gentlemen?
What up, Stash?
What up, man?
Oh,
what's up, Sento?
What's happening, man?
The realest nigga in it. You already know. He got mustache of the year 5 times in a row.
Already.
No. And what they give you?
A lifetime of mustache applies.
Mustache flex and clientele.
Let me ask y'all something. Have y'all ever seen someone like me with a mustache?
No.
My brother got the handlebars and shit. Philip, that's good. What's up with the big dog?
Other than Black Gallagher.
That's what's up.
Hey, shout out to my boy A Sneed. Shout out to the Villa 66. Appreciate you, big dog.
Yeah, thanks for coming. I was gonna say thanks for coming back on.
He had the whole game fucked up though, bro. Like y'all don't take care of y'all kids. What? Hold up, what, nigga? What?
Yeah, that was.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? And the thing was, y'all don't talk to the youth. I'm like, bro, you nigga, you don't know anything. Like, nigga, I worked at Job Corps for 5 years, nigga, to struggle to get back to my community, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dang, man, someone call you a bad parent?
Nah, this nigga, he was just talking shit. Motherfucker gonna try.
He was talking a lot of generalities, and including Kyle in the group of he was talking about. And but then he said some specific little barbs here and there about Kyle not being educated and not being smart and being sus and all kinds of shit. Just throwing them here and there.
All type of weird shit. And I told him, listen, hey, Steph, you know, you haven't seen this side of me yet, because nobody has pissed me off on my platform just yet. But I told that motherfucker, I said, fuck you in your point, nigga.
Yeah, but the crazy part was, like, dude was making good points, though. It's just like he started saying extra shit that didn't need to be said.
No. I told y'all ain't gonna goddamn blood pressure up tonight.
Hey, DJ. DJ.
Yeah, talk that shit on the other side of that door. Bye. Yeah.
You want to give me a tip later?
No, but listen, no.
He might get fired tonight.
He tried to get but dude was black. So
what's up?
I got 1 minute left in this game, Kyle. I'll be right back.
What's up, DJ? Hold on, damn, DJ, you just popped in. Golly. Slow down, Cowboys.
Hey, DJ said he got the keys, man. Got the keys to the city, man.
I ain't got the keys.
I ain't got the guys, man, that need their intro though, man. He know that. I'm telling you right now. Hide your grandma, hide your aunt, hide your mama, hide your cousin. Hey. You know what I'm saying? Your stepmama's favorite.
No, come on, him. Ooh, I like him. I don't have any panties on.
Straight up. Hey, DJ, man, I got a new drop. Man, you gonna love it. You gonna love that drop too.
Got a new drop.
Hey, Philip H. He forced it to come out though, bro. I was trying to hold it back, and he forced it out of me, man. He took me to that point, and Fred was like, "Father, nah. This is pimp player right now, nigga. I reverted back to my old ways.
Man, what the fuck happened tonight, man? What I missed?
Nah, man, this black dude, man, he came on there talking about black folks don't need reparations. I said, what the fuck? Speak for yourself,
Man,
asshole.
Kyle had to show him he might be light skinned, but he's still a dark nigga tonight.
Come on, man. Y'all know how I get in.
You know, he gets rowdy.
Oh,
DJ.
hey, Becky with the good hair had to cuss somebody out tonight.
He's trying to talk to the manager.
Hey, I'm writing a letter, goddammit.
I swear, boy. I swear. Ever since Matt Barnes jumped on Derek Fisher, you light skinned niggas been out of control.
Hey, Derek Barnes. Matt Barnes is the real one, ain't he?
Nah, Matt Barnes was tender dick for that, man.
He might have been, but
no.
No, his son told him what went down.
Yeah, that's the X Factor. Oh, fuck him, man.
Hey, his son let him know he wasn't being treated like he wanted to be treated, but then at the same time, being that he didn't like the fact that Derek, who was a former friend, was sticking his lady anyway, his former lady, added extra sauce to it. So he said, "This is a golden opportunity." Son's pleading out to me. I got to go ahead and prove my love for my son, even though I'm mad at him.
Man, that didn't have nothing to do with his son. So Matt Barnes was tender dick. That's all it was.
Nah, nigga, but you in my house though, bro. You in my house.
Man, so right. you lost that house. You lost that house in the divorce, bro. That ain't your house no more.
Nah, nigga, you ain't finna.
But they were boys. They were boys though, man. That's a he violated bro code.
They were coach and player.
He violated though. Hey, but listen up. Everybody on the panel.
I get all of that.
Hold on, real quick there, DJ. You ain't gonna be. I'm gonna smoke me a black too.
Hey, everybody on the panel. Would you rather a college education or 1.5 million? Which one you want?
Say it again.
Give it a 1.5, and I'm gonna holler at Fred. See what I gotta do after that.
Yeah, I'll take the.
Would you rather take an education?
Give me the money. Give me the money. Give me the money.
Hold on.
I do want the money.
Hey, 90% of people go to college to make a better living. So give me 1.5.
There you go.
Give me a head start, and then I'll go out there and make
give me the money.
So this dude kept talking about education. I said, man, fuck your education. I need that bread. And he like, man, y'all lazy. I said, nigga, fuck is you talking about, bro? I said, if anybody on this panel already know, I'm Mr. Get Up Your Ass and Go Get It. So what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I said, you don't even know. He said he was a fan of the show, like he been on the show, like he heard the show before. And I'm like, ain't no fucking way you heard this show before and said some dumb shit like that. Like, oh, I want the white. I always say, man, the white man ain't gonna save you. Get off your ass and go get it.
Facts.
Some college degreed people are still broke.
Hey,
bro, listen. My brother got a master's degree. And I make more money than him.
Hey, I brought it back. Hey, I brought it back pretty nice at the end, though, right there, Kyle. Right? I kind of meshed it together. You know, what I mean, we're supposed to be brothers. You know what I'm saying?
That shit was funny. That shit was
hey, but I mean, like I said, it's both.
You know, I always say that though. We're supposed to be brothers. That nigga said, I said with cheese, nigga.
You need both, the money, man, but I definitely want the college education because I'm a college dropout, so I want the education.
Kanye.
I believe in education, but I believe in education for I can't even get the word out.
Perseverance.
No, not perseverance. Anyway, for self-reassurance, basically.
In Street Fighter, where the hell you been at?
But as far as like trying to prove something to the world, no, I don't believe in education for that reason.
What's going on?
I have some college hours myself, haven't completed, but at the same time, I make a decent living. You know what I'm saying?
I'd like to use.
I don't think I will be any greater financially with or without the degree at this point because of the fact
But bro,
what I'm doing
but
now is gonna, as long as I keep taking it to the, levels that it needs to be go to, I'll get my 7 figures out of it. So I'm not even sweating that.
dog, that 1.5, that 500,000, me and Max, we about to be neighbors.
Bro, buy an apartment complex, bro, and there it is. We're gonna run the PJs, man. Brown.
Welcome to the boxing section. Hey, I'm gonna give me an apartment building that's gonna say the boxing section. Now listen, y'all everybody, y'all know, I do want a restaurant just so I can boxing section, just so I can like have it look like a barbershop / like you
put a barbershop in there.
Now you can't do the barbershop because then people are gonna think you're on Fred's dick, bro.
No. I'm asking you, pal, because I always see the barber chair.
Well, this is if you ever, I'll show y'all later one of these days. But so what it is I'm a franchisee though.
See, entrepreneur.
See what I'm saying? I'm a franchisee of the barbershop conversation. See, I'm a franchisee. See, he's how I started my channel.
All right, I'm with you.
So you paying homage.
I'm a franchisee.
So you're gonna be like the beauty salon.
You're more like a disciple of the barbershop, man. Not a franchisee.
What'd you say?
You're more like a disciple, not a franchisee.
Nah, nigga. This super cuts, nigga.
No, don't sell yourself short now. You're not a franchisee.
Now we
franchisee, you gotta abide by bylaws of the mother.
Ain't no bylaws, man.
Hey,
no fucking bylaws.
This is what Connor Ben was taking right here.
I thought it was Eubanks that was taking a fertility.
No, it was Connor Ben.
Connor Ben.
Hey.
Okay. I heard Connor Ben first, and then I started hearing Chris Eubanks. So it's Connor Ben. Okay.
Nah, he was taking what he got caught with was like whatever fertility, but that was covering up the HGH, the steroids. That's how they caught him.
Hey, pull it up again. Pull it. Steph,
He's trying to knock Chris Eubanks out, what? For sure.
Yeah.
You need to leave that dope alone.
You haven't. So
He need to leave that dope alone.
Now they were saying that whatever he took encourages testosterone production in males when taken by males daily. That same drug, so it's not really even a masking agent. It does supposed to help produce testosterone in men.
Yeah, for sure. But like, hey man, he got busted. He got caught.
Yeah, no, for sure he did. Fuck him. I was going for him at first. Now I'm not. Now I hope he gets knocked out.
Man, whatever. But like, he should just be suspended for a year, and that's it. Can't participate in boxing for a whole year. From the time he got caught, for a whole year.
Nigga, the bread.
And they did righteous by canceling the fight. But I only think they did that because the British boxing board control, whatever, like they have it's a historical fact. Like almost historically, they let this stuff kind of slide. So I think a lot of people
slide historically, yeah.
And the queen dead now. It's a whole new regime, baby.
Yeah, but I think there was a lot of poignant bias towards that. So that's where they're like, all right, we gotta do this one right this time. So they canceled that shit.
Well, they had.
I mean,
if this had been a lower, if it had been a less promoted fight, we wouldn't have heard anything about it. They would have kept moving with. But this was a high-profile fight, especially for the country. They promoted it greatly, so extra eyes were on it. That's what happened there.
Should have known too, though. Like this stupid ass dude, like walking around with what do you call it? But he wasn't that big yet. But like wearing the tank tops all the time, like roided out, like shit. Fucking know. Like, This guy, man. Straight up got caught doing steroids. That sucks. It sucks, man.
I mean, hey, so what happens in situations where only one of the samples is dirty?
Nah, man. Like that's all it takes, though, Max. you do one sample and they're like, what is this and all of this, and then once something comes up or whatever else comes up, they're gonna be like, well, dude, you're trying to hide something or you're doing something, and then they can go take that to another lab or
But I'm saying
nearby
usually when
lab.
you take piss, you have to give them multiple samples, right, from the same piss or from the same
But
day or some
again,
shit.
though, what I'm
A
saying is,
sample, B sample.
yeah, but what I'm saying is though, once that take the A sample, right? Once that comes up with any insignificant thing, they're gonna be like, they're gonna be like, oh, you're doing something. So
Yeah,
they'll
what
either
else
ask you
going
what's
on?
good. Yeah. So and then they start testing it again after that. So it's just like, dog, come on, man. Has anyone ever been caught and been like, yeah, I got caught and I did
Yeah,
steroids?
TJ Dillashaw did a whole interview about it.
Thanks, Max.
Yeah.
You said, yeah. TJ Dillashaw.
Fuck that fool, fucking bitch. I was just like, yeah, just I was under the pressure of the fight and I need to cut weight because he took an EPO.
He was doing it to cut weight.
Yeah, he was taking EPOs to help him cut weight and keep his stamina shit because he was going down a weight class to try to get another belt. And he got caught and he did a whole interview about why he did it and everything.
Essentially you take steroids to lose weight?
No, see, that's the thing. There's steroids, but steroids are under the umbrella of PEDs, where there's other PEDs.
Right.
Some are just for stamina. So EPOs are more for that than building muscle or doing anything like that.
Gotcha.
Being able to recover between training, weight cuts, all that other shit. So, but fuck them all, man. But at the same time, everyone's on something, bro. Like no one's just eating good old food and training. Like everyone's taking some type of creatine, protein, some GNC shit, fat burns, whatever they can get, diuretics, whatever the fuck. Motherfuckers said that fucking sour gummy lifesavers from China gave you a little boost. Motherfuckers are ordering them by the pack. You know what I'm saying? Like everyone's trying to get an edge, especially in professional sports, man. Like you know what they say, man. Hey, my stepdad is one of the most infamous cheaters, bro. Anytime we play spades, we do any game, he cheats, bro. And his motto is win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat. That's his fucking motto to sports, for any game. So some people have that mentality, man. If I don't, it ain't cheating if you don't get caught type shit.
Yeah. It's like it's like when you see a lock, right? You see a picket lock or something like that. Probably like 2 out of 10 people are gonna try to pick that lock and try to break the lock.
That's right. Yeah. I don't care in broad daylight. But I mean, I think that when it comes to any combat sports, whether it's UFC or boxing or anything else like that, or MMA, I just feel like it should be mandated by the U.S. fucking government that you have to be a clean athlete if you're gonna be punching people in the fucking face. Because the way that the government got involved in baseball with their witch hunt of steroids in baseball, but they can't do that for combat sports. The fuck? That's crazy. So I think that should be mandated. That it should be. I think it should be included. The commission should pay for it themselves. All that shit. Like it should just be, hey, if you are a professional athlete, you need to be clean, or have 2 separate leagues for everything. Have a league where steroids are widely known to be used. It's all right. Everyone agrees to it, and then have the league that everyone knows is clean. I bet the steroid league will be more exciting, but people will have more respect for the champions of the clean league. Because I'll still watch that shit.
No, I think the PED users ratings wouldn't be as maximum as they could be because some people have morals and wouldn't want to support stuff like that. But they'll probably have some ratings, but it won't be the best ratings that they possibly could have if they were mixed in with the fighters that didn't necessarily cheat as well. If they were all mixed together. But you still got people that have moral compasses about themselves that refuse to support anything that they don't believe in. So I'm not saying it wouldn't have ratings, but I don't think the ratings would be to the best possibilities if they were competing in a mix of athletes like people are competing now. You never know who's using, who's not, type of thing.
Right. Right. Yeah, gentlemen, real real lull in boxing, man. You know, tough times. We would have had 2 fights, but someone decided to cheat.
At least we still got a decent fight, I guess. I'm not really hyped on no Fundora or Campo, but I guess it's something to fucking watch.
Fundora probably gonna stop him. He might beat him up bad.
There's no UFC this week. I don't know if there's any. I don't think there's any back up. Huh?
Shout out to the intellectual bully himself, Mr. In-Shape Street Fighter.
Where's he been at, man? I ain't talked to him in a minute.
What's up,
He's Hollywood now, man.
Oh, he made it big time on us, man. All right, Shave. I see how it is, dog. Used to be my dog. You was in my left titty. Scream out of die. I thought you died.
Boy, y'all some nonsense. So what y'all got going on, man?
What's up, dog? How you been?
Just chopping it up, bro. How you been doing, man?
Hey.
What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going, Mr. Reeves? Yeah, I like that name, man. I'm currently residing in Oklahoma, so when I first popped in and I saw that, I was like, okay, yeah, shout out to Muskogee.
Yes, sir. Where you at? I'm from North Texas. I used to spend a lot of time up there in Oklahoma sometimes.
Oh no, I'm from South. Yeah, I'm from South Texas. I'm just out there like working and stuff like that. But yeah, around Tulsa and Oklahoma City, a few other spots.
Yep,
but yeah,
there you go.
When I saw that, I was like, yeah, but no, I'm a Texas man. I just move around. Yeah, I'm just checking in. I hear y'all talking about all this stuff going on with Connor Ben and Eubanks. Just wanted to jump in and be like, man, that Clomid is so old, bro. It's funny that they really pretending like they don't know what that is, man. To keep saying it's just some female this and female that. Like, I mean, that's so old school as far as like they say post-psychotherapy. I think y'all was talking about some screening and all that. Like I said, I'm not a professional. I'm not going to even claim to be. Let me throw a disclaimer up there. But some of that basic stuff about being on cycles, getting off cycles, the post-cycle stuff, yeah, that's one of the oldest ones, man. That Arimidex, what's the other one that the guys take? And you can take it as a standalone, like they say, but it's not really a masking agent. What it does is just help you get your natural production back up. And you know, one thing that happens with men whenever they start taking those the performance enhancing drugs is that it just swings your body so far in one direction that, you know, once you start to come off of it, man, you just, you know, slingshot the other direction. You'll be high testosterone, then all of a sudden your body's high estrogen. Like somebody was saying, listening before somewhere else, they were talking about, you know, the gynecomastia, where you start having the breast and all that. Yeah, because the body is just trying to find some kind of regulation going on. So what they do with that Clomid is just, whenever they start to get to the end of the cycle, they start to add that to get that natural production back up. But when I say it's so old, bro, even people that really don't even know a lot about steroids know that Clomid is just a name you hear all the time. And anytime it comes up, if you don't have anything going on, like maybe taking hormones, like you say with a woman, or if a man has certain stuff going on with them, because you know the world is a different place, you know, transitioning and all this other stuff. But in his case, you know, more than likely, man, you didn't use something else, and now you're just trying to get your natural production back up, and it doesn't stay in the blood long, like they say. So yeah, whenever they came and they actually did that random on you, you know, the real folks came through, and that's what happened. You just kind of got caught slipping. Yeah, but this it's a female, this and that. Now I wasn't gonna come on because, you know, I've been like listening in the background. You know, I tell y'all I be in the cheap seats, I still be looking. But I was like, man, come on, bro. I don't know if it's just covering from him or people just don't want to say what it is, but yeah, because it's been, I hear some people saying this or that, and like I said, I'm not a professional, but that's one of the basic ones that people use whenever they come off of any kind of cycle. And when they were talking about the different steroids, man, they got a steroid for everything, like to lean, to bulk, for your bones and joints. You know, when you get into that, I heard who was that old school talking earlier? What's the brother name? But yeah, he knew what the hell he was talking about. He got his own site too, guys. What is it with the marijuana and it's the old cat, the older brother.
Smoke? Get the smoke?
Yeah, with the smoke. What's
the
OG that got
get the smoke? Yeah.
Yeah, but he be talking about weightlifting and stuff like that. Yeah, he was one of the few people that, like, when I bounced around listening, that was kind of sounding like he knew what he was talking about. I'm just like, dang, man, I'm talking about before the 90s and everything like that. When steroids first started really getting, bigger, people knew that, you would take these female quote unquote drugs to help you get your natural testosterone back up, because what they're doing is suppressing estrogen. All of a sudden your body wants to kick back and start to produce estrogen. So you got to take something to try, to keep that down. And while you're keeping that down, your natural production comes back up. Your testicles start to make testosterone again. But if you don't give them time, then of course you all of a sudden see somebody who look chiseled and what do they say, hard and all this other stuff. And now he's crying at commercials because he's having mood swings. When they were talking about Tyson Fury, that's one of the reasons why I was saying that too. I wasn't trying to say the man was dirty, but it was a lot of stuff that if you just speculate and know from past and seeing other people, it was like, yeah, he got a lot of the signs of somebody that's using in some kind of way. And, they start having the mental side of it. It ain't just roid rage. It's just making your body go up and down like that. You be extremely, aggressive. And then all of a sudden when you come off of it, you be a little more passive. And, after a while, that stuff just catches up with you. But I ain't mean to be long-winded, y'all. I was just popping on because I heard them talking about that before. And I heard y'all was arguing about some other stuff, man. I must have missed something as usual, because I was going to ask that too. It seemed like it was getting a little heated.
Hey, you missed a whole lot of shit since you've been gone, man.
Well, I've been jumping in and out listening to y'all, but I like I say, just taking a break, man. But yeah, I've been coming in lately, but anytime race come up, I was like, uh-oh. That's why
that's why I'm surprised they ain't been on here, because it's been coming up.
Yeah, it's me. I say the same stuff about intention and what you're really trying to talk about. Where we gonna start the conversation at? Why exactly are you here? It's always the basic stuff with me. Like everybody know my disclaimer. I'm not trying to beat you, and I hate to be all with that old soft stuff, but yeah, because I don't have the energy for that, man. But to behave like within 100 years, we just gonna fast forward from slavery. Last 40 years, we've just been able to vote. A friend of mine I just talked to was talking about how his sister had to move from Oakland, where the mama had to have the baby in Missouri because it was illegal. I told him it's called miscegenation, to where you can't even have a child of a mixed, race or whatever you want to call it, mulatto, in certain states. And that's the state I'm in right now. So that's a real thing. It's just funny. But I know everybody might get tired of hearing black folks talk about stuff, and white folks feel like, everything's so much better. But I'm like, man, come on. You can do statistics. You know what I say? And tell me how much Coca-Cola you sold in some country across the world at a certain time frame, but you're going to sit here and tell me that you can't sit down and really look at the overall effect of what slavery has done. And of course, the studies have been done by people smarter than me, but what is the word people like to use now? It's just disingenuous, man. But because you normally got an agenda, or you got a personal feeling, or some black guy bullied you, or black people didn't accept you, I'm not going to say it's always something that's like that, but it seems like it's just a lot of psychology behind it, because the conversations are good. I spoke with I don't even know what to call a young man, but his father's black and his mother's white, and he's involved with a woman now who's Mexican. So we had a good conversation the other day because he was talking about some stuff, and he's somewhat of a Trump supporter. He was surprised that I didn't get upset with him when he brought it up. I'm like, nah, man, to each his own. I don't expect for you to be some kind of monolithic. And I said, I know they want you to pick a side. And we were talking, and that lit his eyes up. He's like, yeah. I said, yeah, I know most of the discussions, man. But all in all, like I say, at the end of the day, you see, I like to throw that in there like people do now, because it's the end of the day. That folks just, if you really want to talk to me, what are we coming into? You want to talk about reparations? You want to tell me that you're tired of hearing black folks? Or, what are we really talking about? Because a few times I've come on talking to people and they were like, oh, so we should just cry to white people. And later on, I thought about it. I was like, okay, I did kind of sound like I was saying, like, we're going to exist better if another group of people see us a certain way and this and that. And it's like, no, like Granny and I'm always told us, the honest side is that we know that a lot of times we're just like every other race, quote unquote. I say ethnic group, which is what it really is. But, like they say, race. We try to improve ourselves. We have education. We have certain stereotypical stuff, blah, blah, blah. But the main thing is that it's been a number of times that we've tried to, better our station. And it's been proven that they were outside forces. Of course, that's how the world works. Even Mex has made comments saying, well, you were just a loser. True. It doesn't really hurt my feelings when you say certain things like that. But it's also, in order to be in war, you need to understand everything that's going on, too. So a lot of people's opinion is the ignorant one, because they just, like I say, inherently telling me I'm less than. they don't realize that that's their argument because they were just raised in a world where the melanated people were always of blame. So to kind of even try to start to argue your point, sometimes people, they just start you behind a certain point and they don't realize it. It's just a subconscious thing. So like I said, I ain't mean to ramble and go off and all that, but I think I did kind of catch a little bit of what people were saying. And, you know, they always, oh, you don't do this and you're late.
Oh, yeah, we done had some crazy conversations in the past, 2 weeks in particular. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, that's why I fucks with you. I've been wondering where you been, man, because I know, I know my boy Step don't know too much, but me and Shake kind of started off on a different foot, and we had a couple conversations throughout the nights. You know what I'm saying? Where we come to an understanding of who each other are. We're not he's not my enemy. We just don't agree on shit. That's it. But sometimes people take that shit.
I never really had any problem with you, Max. That's what I was saying.
No, I'm saying we just don't agree.
What happened is that I came behind, I think, one night, and y'all were heated the night before, and people are so conniving and extra on this social media to where I had to make sure that people understood that I don't give that much thought and energy to it. You're gonna really get the authentic me. I'm not gonna waste my time trying to be malicious and vindictive, and you know what I'm saying. I'm really just rapping with you. So I remember you said a line. You said something like, "Well, we already talked about this," and I think, it was misunderstood because I said, "Well, you haven't talked to me," and now I realize people like, "Ooh," because even on Fred's channel, a couple of times I've said stuff and people just take it out of context because I know what they're looking for, but I'm not, and I know that comes across sometimes. Some people say you soft, or you're trying to be fake, or you self-righteous, or you naive because the real world, and it's like, nah, excuse my French, motherfucker, I'm just me. You're going to know what I'm talking about, and you're going to never have to figure out anything with me. I don't know if it's my tone, because I've been told, like before, a boy said that I'm condescending. I'm like, nah, you insulted people's intelligence. You're trying to pretend it's something else. And I said, if we're in the fight, we're in the fight, man. I'm not holier than thou. I'm not trying to be self-righteous, but when I said I understood Mex after a while, it was an admiration thing, because I'm always asking, like, it's easy. It could be tribalism or whatever you want to say, but if you don't look like me, why the fuck are you over here? And with the history of the country and how everything is, we can sit here and always psychoanalyze each other and break everything down, but we weren't the ones that separated shit.
Right.
Like we don't have any actual authority. And at times, like I was saying,
Free Fighter, where was you at the other day when your homie was on the panel and we needed to get some straightening?
Yeah, homie.
My bad. What you mean, DJ?
Your homie Troy was on the panel the other day, and you wasn't here to get no straightening.
Who you talking about, though? What y'all talking about? I don't be wanting to be in no fights, though, DJ.
Man, come on, man. You the intellectual bully around here.
Man, see, that right there with Kyle. Kyle's so crazy. Kyle, you just dropped the back, and what you're doing is setting traps. And I'm like, no, not really.
That was my favorite nickname. That's probably one of my favorite nicknames that I've ever given anyone.
Whatever, man. When I started putting my ego to the side and you really sit down and watch, like you really know yourself, when I was hateful and lustful and afraid and really vindictive and wanted to win, and I really was getting like that. I had to think about why am I really doing this? And most of the time, like I told you, it's just some insecurity or fear. So when you're able to just kind of clear yourself a little bit, you just see stuff. And people, if they so on an agenda, it's not like even an argument or nothing or winning. You just kind of know where you at and begin, and you just kind of get quiet, man. That's what I start doing, because
I ain't ever seen nobody calmly cuss nobody out before until you cuss Troy out calmly that one. It was like, nah, because I'm not even about to fucking argue with you, because you're a clown. I see what you are, and I'm just not gonna do it with you. Troy went on his whole little rant. Well, if I can control your emotions. You don't control anything over here, Troy. Like I said, you're a fucking clown.
That's why. Now I know what we're talking about.
Your intelligence is so low. There's no sense in even talking to you. I was like, God damn.
What I meant. Y'all know what I meant, though. Like if you really going at it and we jabbing and doing whatever, but then after a while, if you feel like you quote unquote are starting to lose, and then you just go into I'm finna get off the gas with you. I was hoping that I would learn something from you. You learned something from me, You know, we shake hands at the end of the match or whatever, and it is what it is. But nah, when you start just dropping it down like that, that ain't even nothing to really be getting into.
Yeah,
That's just gonna add to my
I have a new adversary. I have a new adversary on these on these here panels now too, and Kyle knows who it is, and I didn't like the way he came at my boy Steph the other day. Kyle knows, and I think Max knows who it is too.
And Steph know who you talking about.
Ooh.
But hey, Con can bake a pound cake and make pig feet. Facts.
Damn.
That's Max's buddy too.
My bad. Somebody said something.
That's Max's buddy too, Michael Fuller. I hope he listening. I hope he listening.
I got no problem with OG Mike, man. We just don't see like the same at all.
I got a lot of problems with him.
I think he's no problems with him.
And who y'all talking about?
I think he's a jackass, but you know that's just me though.
OG Michael Fuller. We just don't see the world the same way. That's it.
Oh yeah.
We'll always be on opposite sides of the coin on that shit. I don't think that we really come to agree on anything.
That's one thing to have different world views than somebody else. Is one thing.
We live in different worlds on different planets.
He'd be like, Max. He'd be like,
that's cool. Like, all of that is cool, but to always believe. To always see, and I'm the type of person I'll let you believe that. Like to always believe that you're the smartest person in the room is not an endearing quality to me.
Yeah, just because you took a lot of tests.
Don't make I think I told him this once before. There is a such thing as an educated fool. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so y'all talking about somebody that was trying to come in there and put the alphabet soup behind their name on you?
Oh, every time. The whole portfolio, every time.
Yeah, and then just the way he come in sometime, with his thong in his ass, how he came at Steph yesterday. I ain't like that shit. And I started to say something, but I was like,
what, that man
can take up for himself.
Yeah,
he's like, no, I ain't like this. It's like that.
Wait, what did I miss?
Wait, yeah, I remember that because like he was like,
I was like, you could have kept that. I was like, man, I would have told him, man, fuck you then, punk.
Hey, Steph, what y'all get into it about?
No, we didn't know. No, he was just being a soft bitch. Like he came in and then like at first I thought they were joking because Kyle was kind of in on it and he was like, no, you really offended me, and I was like, you serious? I was like, I just welcomed you and said, hey, welcome to the panel. I was like, man, and then like DJ under my breath, I was like, man, get your bitch ass on.
Bro, you saw when I came on to say hi to everybody and they just jumped me.
Like that's why I didn't say anything.
He was like, nah, that wasn't a real intro or that wasn't a real hello, so you could have kept it. But like, well, fuck, I'd have been like, well, fuck you too, then, bro.
See, but
but I didn't say anything after that, and then like he just, and then what do you know? He kind of came in and wanted to say what he wanted to say, and I was like, yeah, bro,
that's cool.
Yeah,
that's why I fuck with In Shape.
I hope that some of a bitch listening. I hope
like that's why I fuck with In Shape. I fuck with Brandon Washington because even though we don't agree, they don't try to make it seem like they a better human being on this earth than me or any of that type of shit. You feel me? Like. So it's like we don't have to agree. We don't even live in the same environments to have to agree with each other. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. We live in different places. The way that people live.
Max. I never want you to think like I gotta know you. I know that people always say these different lines in America. This don't bother me. I gotta know. But like I do. I have to know you. Like from an intelligence standpoint, I can't just sit here like you some superstar on TV like people do and be like, oh man, I heard Max was doing such and such, but isn't he married? Man, I don't like that guy. I don't. That ain't my thing. I save my sins, like I tell folks, because I'm not perfect. So if I can, like some stuff that's easy, I'm not gonna get off and all that. I just wanted to understand, and I kept saying, "Well, damn, Max, I want to understand," because I know it's love there. And then when you told me about the lady that helped you, and around the holidays when you walked out, and you said you cried with her, I was like, "Oh yeah, see, I knew that in some kind of way besides." Your family, because you were talking about your brothers and everything, but it was some other stuff that went on that like I said, I just been through stuff. So when you get around folks, like I said, I'm pretty empathetic. Like they say, I can kind of feel out, and I just knew it was an admiration thing. That's why you come back. That's why you talk. That's why you're married. Because I got to tell people a lot of times the Black experience is a mental thing. It ain't always about our color. You know, I'm not trying to say like Miss Dolezal type Rachel stuff. I'm just saying I just understand, especially people who have been raised around, you know, and just had to be. And you see us from a different way too. So sometimes that disrespect really is more of a you disappointed. You know, like you just disappointed because you've seen the strength of this ethnic group. And it's like, why you motherfuckers still just, you know what I'm saying? So I admire that too. So that's what I was saying when I first was rapping with you. I don't need to find nobody else to be pissed off, man. And I've dipped in sometimes. Boy, y'all was so fired up. 5 minutes, I'm washing the dishes. I hear y'all going off. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to back up out of here. So I'll let y'all know I do it time, but y'all be in here, boy. It'd be like a battle royale. So
but see, in Street Fighter, the difference between you and a lot of other guys, like you're very good at articulating your points and explaining your views on things and how you look at it, and you want to know, why do you see it that way? Is that just how you was raised? Do you really believe that? Like, have you educated yourself on this? Like, that's the way you'll put it out there. And even Brandon Washington is good at that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Michael Fuller will approach shit like, if you don't see it his way, you're just stupid. You don't know shit. Like, no, motherfucker, you just, that holier than thou type attitude, like you condescending asshole.
Yeah, that's what
I know a condescending tone when I hear it. And I don't give a fuck how many pieces of paper you got your name on that say bachelor's or master's or what. Motherfucker, I know dudes who didn't spend one day in a classroom outside of high school that are smarter than you. And it's just understanding people. Read the fucking room sometimes. And if you're always the smartest guy in the room, you're in the wrong fucking room.
Yes, sir.
But
I'm in the
like
wrong
you said,
room,
though, you know, what do you want?
I think he's a condescending asshole. But it's okay. I understand that too. And I don't fuck with him. And once again, I hope he's listening. Kyle, please clip it. Because I would love to have this conversation with said condescending asshole. Because you're not the only one with a college degree out here, sir. And I thank you.
I'm just saying that the night, that chaotic truth night, I just lost respect for a lot of his viewpoints and a lot of his handlings, because he did not press him hard enough for calling middle school black children the hard R's as a teacher in a class. And he just let it pass and said it was cool as long as there was a lesson behind it and all this other shit. And I was like, wow, bro. Just after dealing with so many weeks.
Man, that chaotic truth, dude, I haven't made my mind up yet whether he truly hates himself. I want to know, like, who taught you to hate you, or if he's just a shock jock. I'm really hoping he's just a shock jock, right? And I really hope he's not that self-deprecating.
Yeah, y'all say that prostitution on here a lot. People do stuff for clicks and all that. I tend to forget that. I talked to Picasso recently too, and I said I be forgetting sometimes people be under the influence of something too, and the need to just win. That's why I always say that over and over, like it's a disclaimer when I come on here, because I understand that's just a human thing. People tend to think that I'm just.
Go push my box, man.
It is what it is, you know.
Hey, I hope, shout out to Picasso. That's my boy. That's my man.
Yeah, Picasso, wild dude, man.
Like I told Kyle, I speak Picasso. So.
Yeah, that shit was funny. But, I remember that night, like he wasn't trying to be funny, but since you were in a chat full of assholes, like we all laughed about the shit. It was like, Picasso, are you on the spectrum? Like, he wasn't trying to be funny, but the way you said the shit, like, and we were all assholes in here, so we all laughed.
Man,
like, no, man, I really want to know how to mean it like that. I really want to know.
It was that dude though, huh? Wasn't the dude? He was like, I don't know if he was drinking. Was that Picasso?
I think it was Brother Boxing Talk. Brother Boxing Talk.
Yeah,
I think it was.
Kyle kept asking him to stop cutting off, and he just was like, and set, bam, 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 bam. Every time somebody was talking, he was just just cutting them off. So I was like, man, he kind of coming across like he might have Asperger's or something. Just in my mind, I'm thinking that. So when I said it, you know how the moment you say something, you realize, damn, I could have said that up better. You know, I could have. But when I said it, boy, them boys started giggling. I was like, oh Lord.
Hey, hey, listen, that shit was hilarious. And you know, I always put 2 on the 10, so I made it extra funny.
Yeah, that's why you got me with that intellectual bully
that
name.
Funny as hell.
Whatever, because when I come on here, like y'all say, I just be really wanting to rap with folks, and I try to be self-aware. You know, it's the highest, you know, level of intelligence. I learned that from anybody that I've been around, people who I admire, to just try to keep their emotions under wrap. Like I lose my cool. I tell people that all the time. I'm not perfect, but the individuals who made the most, you know, impressions on me and the stuff that you really take with you as you get older were the ones I knew that even in the worst of situations, they were able to keep that composure. Not saying that they didn't lose their cool when they needed to or whatever, but, you know, just to be able to not, what we say, yeah, I don't have a switch in my back. Sometimes you just on 10 and say, be aware of yourself when you're tired, when you're hungry, you know, when you're cold, when you're hot, all those little things, because those things will set you off. So, you know, people that just be aware, like when y'all were talking about old boy talking about his intelligence, that kills me with folks. You do know that I have a degree from, and I also have studied with, you know, those people. I get to be like, are you serious, bro? Because you
damn,
really,
you must know that guy.
you feel like, you know, you starting to understand what you're doing. Like so you're telling me that so that I respect you more, or do you want me to feel less than around you? Like, which way are we going to make you feel better? Evidently, you know, because that still seems like you might need some counseling, because the education and all that didn't help you feel any better. You know, evidently you went after it because hopefully you wanted to have it for whatever, you know, better your life, make more money, or was it just to have something like shiny to put over people? Because once it gets to be like that, it's like you just take away your intelligence level. You know, I don't want to keep, you know, dominating the conversation, but whoever y'all talking about, that's another thing. Because when I was younger, you know, you learn that you can speak and you do this and you do that, but you don't want to get too caught up with your damn self, man. And I hear a lot of that on here. Some people do it for money. Some people do it to catch bodies, like you say. You know what I'm saying? So normally when I come in the room, I just really want to rap with a bunch of cats. And it was really the brothers and the sisters at first, not to make it a race thing, but it just was, you know.
Man, fuck that.
I mean, no, it's no problem with you, sir. I do know that your people are from the Yucatan Peninsula, I believe.
Hey, if the first woman on earth was black, then I got 1.001% somewhere in there. So,
hey, Max, I already told you what you look like. Like, real talk, man.
I mean, now that we done got all this bonding out the way. Now that we done got all this bonding out the way and shit, I hope Chris Eubanks sued the draws off Conor Ben. I hope he sued the draws off his ass.
They fight or not? So for a fight or is it not a fight?
No, the fight is over with. The fight been canceled. They tried to backdoor their way into that fight, still happening, but it fell apart because apparently Conor Ben was on some shit. An estrogen blocker, which I was trying to put that out there yesterday, that what I've known and what I've seen estrogen blockers be used for is a masking agent for steroids. People take estrogen blockers when they're coming off of a cycle of steroids, trying to conceal shit in their blood. From my understanding, it was very prevalent in baseball 10, 15 years ago. Very prevalent. Manny Ramirez comes to mind. I remember when Manny Ramirez got 60 games or something like that because he got popped with an estrogen blocker. And I remember all the jokes that came up with that. I think somebody else in the UFC tested positive for an estrogen blocker. I think it was Chael Sonnen. I think Chael Sonnen is the one who tested positive for that, if I'm not mistaken.
And I know what you mean when you say masking, because the thing is you get spikes too. So they know that if something is out of balance, like when they say they start going down to your blood type. I told you we PP test a lot of folks to mess with other stuff, you know, the gravity and all that. That's why I was telling you, when they say masking, before people started getting more intelligent about what you were doing. So you can just say, hey, I was on this and doing this, like you say, as far as masking, because maybe your test levels either spiked up or they noticed that your estrogen was out of place considering you a male, you know? So you are right when they say that. Now, as people started being, you know, a little more savvy because they started understanding what people were doing, the moment you started having any clomid in your system without having a prescription, they know what it is. So that's when I meant like it was no longer masking, but you are right, yeah, because they would do that to be able to say, hey, well, this is what I had going on. So I know you normally see these kind of numbers whenever people take testosterone replace or they take this and that, but mine is because of this. And also, like I said, it does help you get your keep that estrogen down so you don't have, like I said, that seesaw slingshotting back and forth on you. But yeah, especially in baseball, that was one of the ones.
Yeah,
that really
baseball and bodybuilding. Bodybuilding, they take bodybuilding as well. It's found in that world as well. They take a lot of estrogen blockers in bodybuilding as well.
SARMs too. They take the selective androgen receptors. I heard he was talking about the pro hormones. That was some of the throwback stuff that he was talking about earlier. That's Bruce. Yeah, Bruce Gas. Yeah, Bruce was talking about it. The older guy, because I know Bruce said he was around a lot of bodybuilders and stuff like that. And I've been around guys who power lift. And the reason why I found out is because people were being cheated. And so you start to study and start to learn about this stuff because you're like, oh, okay. Because you do think, yeah, ain't like, man, this guy's a beast. Then you come to find out 5-6 years later, nah, he was just on this or he was on that. And one of the things that they were always trying to get around when steroids became illegal, that's why he started having all these androgens and pro hormones. And then the SARMs is the latest. And I know it's going to be something else besides that now. You know, your osterins and all that other stuff like that. You know, but those are like the mildest of all of everything that they're taking. But they normally use those too post-cycle now when they're coming off something harder. I've been on these construction sites and a lot of these guys be on it. They talk to you about it. You know, they'll let you know they're on some testosterone replacement. They tell you how much they take a week and, you know, how the DECA is good for their joints and all that. You know what I'm saying? They're not in competition or nothing like that. But yeah, there's a lot of folks that just take it a lot, you know, especially the police officers in Texas at one time in Houston. There was a problem with that a lot of them were, you know, just jacked up on testosterone and steroids because of incidents that were going on out in the streets. So they started just bulking up, but, you know, it started having another kind of side effect because guys are too aggressive. You know, they were out here roid rage and hurting people in the streets. But yeah, there's been a lot of different cases besides just the gym or in sports that I've seen people, you know, take testosterone replacement or have some type of steroid that they on. My bad, I didn't mean to go again, yeah.
Yes, you did. I hate when you do that, man. You did mean to go that long.
Nah, you know I don't be on there often, and I don't talk to
very many people. And 7 years ago.
My bad, man. I'm gonna duck off, y'all.
Nah, you ain't going no goddamn place.
I mean,
I'll run away, dog.
Picking on that man, dog.
Hey, man, I'm trying to see who he going. He ain't nobody here for him to intellectually beat their ass today. So
yeah, whatever.
I come here for Detroit when you need it. Where's Cinco cousin when you need
it? Hey, in shape gonna come and drop 400 bars on us and try to drop the mic and dick. Come on, man.
Man, whatever, man. You can
tell. Dirty money. What's going on, brother? What's going on?
My little brother in there. Hey, my little brother was ready to talk to Michael Fuller, man.
Hey, hold on real quick. Hey, tell that nigga to join the panel, man. Did I pin it?
Hey, they said join the panel, nigga.
Yeah, man. Tell him to join the panel, man.
You said what? No, you don't have to be on video.
Tell him he don't gotta show his face, man.
Is that a lab? Is that a lab? That a lab you got there, Steph?
No.
Man, I seen somebody dog in the street today, man. Somebody gonna be mad when buttons come up missing. Oh, okay. Yeah, somebody gonna be mad when that little
drop the link, Kyle.
Link is in the chat.
Oh, the link. Let's see.
DJ pointers.
Yeah, yes, the link.
Short hair.
Oh. You have to scroll all the way down. Oh no, it's right there. Click that shit and then just turn your camera off before you come in, so no one see your ugly ass face, nigga.
And who made you come out of character, DJ? This individual you was talking about, not just a sturdy pot, because I don't see.
I mean, it's not that I necessarily come out of character. It's just once I get an understanding for who people are, I don't hate people for being who they are. It's just I understand who you are now, and either I'm gonna fuck with you or I'm not. And I think he comes off as a condescending asshole. I get it. I'm not angry that he's a condescending asshole. I just see it for who he is. So, I'm not necessarily coming out of character. Oh no.
I didn't mean it like that. I just know I'm gonna be cool. You don't let cats really bother you too much. That's why I was like, somebody actually got you to where you want to put your hand around their throat. That's why I said.
No, there's only one guy out here in these YouTube streets that I'd like to run into. But other than that, man, this is all good fun.
Yeah.
Bro, you don't want these problems, DJ.
It ain't gonna go the way you think. Like
facts. I done told me they're gonna catch his ass slipping and put him in his own trunk one day.
Already. Hey, what make you come up with the Bass Reeves, man? Bass Reeves is a bad man.
Yeah, sir. Well, I just want to be.
We was on his head one night, and we figured out who he looked like. Cause Kyle was calling his ass Black Gallagher at first.
Hey, that's a good name, but I mean, he does favor him. I didn't want to be no butthole. But I'm like, but hey, that man was a bad man. Like,
for sure.
Oh, you actually, wow, look at this dude.
Actually, brother Fanon.
There you go, Mr. Reeves. Yeah, he showed the picture. My bad. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, brother Fanon actually coined this name for me. Like he just typed it up on the stream right there. He changed it, and then of course, like I'm from Texas, man. I'm from Dallas, and all I wanted, growing up, I'm just into cowboy shit. I had an uncle who always rode horses, things like that, and you fast forward almost 30 plus years later, I'm a laborer, I'm a welder. I just fucking cowboy, man. I want to be dirty. Want to build shit. So and then I usually have a beard, and then I just like shaved it one day and just kept the mustache. And then I looked around one day and I was like, everyone who I work with has a mustache. So I was like, it works out. Yeah, man. And then of course these guys, they love it. It's not every day you like see a young black man with a mustache, just a mustache. So
a mustache like that in particular.
Oh, not I was raised around a lot of men with mustaches like that. So. But no,
but you know what we say? Yeah, that's one of the Kyle-isms, right? You can't trust a man with a beard and no mustache.
Yeah, you can't do that.
That's one of them Kyle-isms.
Niggas with no glasses on in the building either, by the way.
Yeah, for real.
Can't trust a man with two first names.
You know me.
Hey,
Yeah, man, we've been having fun over here though. We've had a lot of controversial topics you've been missing out on, man.
Oh man, and y'all know Mex is the bully on here. I don't know why y'all act like y'all don't realize that.
He's not intellectual though.
Hey, fuck you, man. All right, man.
Mex has an interesting outlook on the world.
Yeah,
and it's aggravating at sometimes, but me and Kyle, and I think Cento and a lot of other people who have gotten to know him in person. We understand. Oh, okay. You really like that. You ain't just trying to aggravate people. And so once you understand that about Mex, he just sees things differently. He just has a different opinion on things. He'll grow on you like a wart. Yeah,
but I also want to tell. Hey, but I also like to tell Mex this.
Can you shut the fuck up?
Mex just ain't afraid to ask questions. I admire that. I like that.
Nah,
I like that.
I'm never afraid of conversations, man. It's the only way you're gonna get anything accomplished. I just don't like all, and I don't know. I made a promise this year of 2022, and I'm not gonna lie, it has been a little stressful. But I'm pushing a hard line on all fuckery, like no matter where it comes from. So when I hear some wild ass shit or like a point of view that just seems super off, I just gotta question it. Like, yo, what are we talking about? It don't matter who it is. I've had a lot of trouble at work recently. A lot of people have my name in their mouth, and I just have to confront everything. Like, I just made a promise to not let nothing slide this year. But it is stressful.
Max is the first chauvinist simp I've ever met in my life.
Nah, you won. Like I said, man. Hey, like I said, I love women, but I hate bitches. Like, that's the difference.
I mean, but you're a chauvinist, man. It's how you don't like women's sports, man.
Because they're less than. You know that. They're third class athletes.
I rest my case.
That has nothing to do with the women as women. That's the women as athletes.
I got a drop so cold. I can't wait to post, boy. I got a drop so cold. I can't wait to drop it on your ass.
I know it's fucked up because it's not their fault. This is just the way they were made. They just weren't made. They just weren't made to be top premier athletes. They weren't made to be out here really getting it.
I couldn't even stay on mute.
You see what I'm saying, man? And he ain't just saying that just to be an asshole. No, he really believe that shit, man.
You gotta really stop though, bro. Like you gotta pump the brakes a little bit. It's okay to share and to let people know that you really do mean it. Because I know it's authentic, Max, but come on.
No, wait. In shape. But it's true, though. It's not an opinion. See, some things are opinions. We have opinions about things out here.
I didn't
that
say
is a fucking
I just
fact.
say that you believe what you said. See, don't you start.
That's not true, though, man.
Hey, I challenge you. Okay, I will offer this challenge one more time, and no one has accepted it. Name me one female athlete that's at the top of her sport and tell me if she could beat the same male athlete in the same sport at the top of his. It's not happening.
Hey, look here. You know what I do know?
That doesn't mean they're less than, though, man.
I mean, I believe if you can't beat someone, you are less than the person you can't beat.
But that ain't what I'm talking about. I'm just saying biology. I know that's not a big thing people like to talk about because biology goes against what people
exactly
feel. So that's why I say I don't even get to that conversation because it's like, yeah, it's a difference, you know. But just the way you be handling it, Max, it's like, God, oh, Max, okay.
I mean, let's just get straight to the point. But like I said,
on sometime, man.
And like I said, don't no one have to agree with me because I'm not trying to fuck up no one's pussy. I know that y'all can't openly be out here like, yeah, they are, because your girl gonna be like, that's how you feel. Oh, I'm not trying to fuck it up for y'all. You know what I'm saying? But it's true. It just is what it is. Just like men can't have kids. I know there's a big movement going right now that men can get pregnant. They can't. So let's just stop with the shit. Women. Yeah, there's this thing right now. But women, like, they just can't. It's not their fault. They don't run faster, jump higher, they're not as strong. Like, it's not their fault. And because of that, sports usually are built around physicality and physical, gifts for the most part. There's also, fundamentals and technique. But at the pinnacle, you're talking about the top of the top. People always want you start using this other shit. Well, I bet my immortal school you. Of course she will. I'm not a fucking trained basketball player. But I bet she ain't fucking with nobody in the NBA that's at the top of her shit. There's not one female athlete. In Serena was probably the best example anyone can get close to. And she said out of her own mouth she knows she can't fuck with men. So there's that argument. That's the best argument anyone would have. It's Serena and tennis.
I'm saying, but you trying to get them This is where I believe. I ain't talking about that. I mean, once you see men do anything, you know that they bigger, faster, stronger.
Yeah. So what's wrong with admitting it?
I'm not playing against the women, but to say that they don't have a high level of, female athletes, and it's, that's the other side. I'm like, come on.
No, what I'm saying is they're like third class, right? They're probably they're on par with maybe between high school, college men, maybe. Because I think the best college men team can still be a professional women's team.
But see, sure. I don't want to compare them to men at all. This is what I'm saying. I just was saying.
Me either. I don't even want them in the conversation. They can go over there.
Yeah, because there's a lot of men that can't, that's grown men that can't beat guys in middle school, bro. But I mean, that's another argument too. So
yeah, but Jim, I was gonna say, sorry, sir.
Hey, I got a phone, go ahead, brother. I'll let y'all later.
I was just gonna say that, like, that's just the battle of the sexes.
Oh, DJ, before you go, DJ, hold on, before you go, bro. Before you go, DJ, before you leave.
Damn.
Dude, I hear crazy, man.
Is that drink? Oh, I do. Yo, from afar, I thought that was purple drink. I was like, no shit.
I want that purple stuff.
If y'all was in Vegas, y'all understand.
For sure. Is that the Venetian? I think that was the Venetian.
No, that's Rick Ross.
Oh, damn, side
Nah.
nigga.
But see that
Oh,
I
my
don't want
bad,
to. I
my
don't want
bad.
it to get misconstrued. I'm
Got
not
an
trying to
idiot
put
out
nobody down. I'm just saying I prefer to watch the best of the best when I watch sports. That's it.
How many dumbasses where you live talking about they can get pregnant?
I live in California.
Damn. I mean, I'm here too. Like, I haven't heard that movement yet.
Bro,
Hey, this is just for you,
that
Max.
shit.
Max, anytime you say something that I just don't like.
Shut your stupid ass up. Say that, folks. What is your dumb ass say it?
That's pretty good, that Cal. That's a pretty good drop there.
Would you rather be born with one leg?
Man, shut the fuck up.
I
Oh,
used to see Steve Harvey all the time. He used to live in my
What makes
hometown.
that?
Look like Steve Harvey gave you his mustache.
Hey, Mix.
No, I like mine better. He's got a nice one too, but I like mine.
Hey, Mix. I remember we were talking the other day about teams beating other teams that are less than teams beating other teams.
Yeah.
You said something about there's no college team that's ever in the history beat a NBA championship team. No championship college team beat an NBA championship team or whatever.
Dream team practice.
There you go. I meant to bring it up the other day, but I let it slide. Chuck Daly, he brought him in and he put he waxed him.
Hey, Santos.
Two guys came back and won later.
Santos.
But yeah.
Practice? We gonna talk about practice, not the game. Not the game.
It was real. No. Hold on. Chuck Daly, they made it a real game. They made it like it was a real game. It wasn't like about practice.
No, they didn't.
It was like a real game because he wanted. Now he had a bunch of superstars on one team that he wanted to wake up. They had egos, and when they lost to that college team, that's when they started gelling together. He made them play just like a regular professional game. One about the practice.
Yeah, they didn't take it that way. Now, with everything on the line, that's not happening.
Right.
Have y'all seen that footage of
with it actually with the big game on the line? That's not happening. Maybe in a little practice where some of the players fuck around like, these kids ain't coming here. Woo. But I'm saying if there's national television, there's a trophy up there, the commissioner's there, the world is looking. They're not losing.
It's historically documented. It happened
in practice.
Told by the coach.
Okay, Santos, I will accept that as being a fact because it absolutely is a fact. But now you're talking about one out of how many situations. So once again, this is what I'm talking about. This happens all the time when we get in conversations. People want to talk about the one exception that they know about and think that somehow that creates the rule. The exception is not the rule. The one person the one girl in my neighborhood that knocked the dude out does not mean that that's going to happen on average.
The rule was just saying it did happen. Said it never happened in history, but it did happen. The best playing against the best. On both levels, it happened.
Have y'all seen that footage of Michael Jordan's brother jaying him up? Yeah,
that's why you put fear in Michael Jordan when he was younger.
I used to. That's what I was thinking about as I was listening to you.
What made him better?
Yeah.
Huh?
I said that's what I was thinking about as I was listening to you speak just right then.
Yeah. If you notice how he shoots, you can see how Michael Jordan. The way he shoots and way he fades away and all that, you can see a lot of that in his brother.
Yeah.
What's the brother? His brother Larry. His name is Larry, or what is his brother?
Larry. Yeah, Larry.
Larry.
Lawrence.
Lawrence, like they said, yeah.
Larry. Yep.
Yeah, wasn't there Lawrence?
That's the one Michael Jordan he had to get past before he felt like he was decent. He couldn't beat him for a long time, and then he got to the point where he was able to beat him.
Let me ask you something, Cinto.
Yeah.
when Michael Jordan like hit the league, you know, about 5 years, 6 years in, something like that, you know, because he couldn't get past the Celtics and the Pistons for almost a 10-year period. But when you first saw him, what did you think? Were you like, wow, this guy immediately like jumps off the screen, or were you like, that boy bad, he gonna be good one day?
What did I see in Michael Jordan when I first saw him?
Yeah.
Well, I started paying attention to him when he was at North Carolina. So
okay.
I knew he was the real deal. He played two 2 years or 3 years? Yeah.
2.
But I knew he was the real deal. He see, Worthy and all them left before he did. He still had a great season. So I knew he was the real deal at that point, man.
Yeah, college basketball is a little bit different.
I forget who else.
Hey Santos, what did you think the first time you saw Jesus play basketball with the disciples?
I didn't see him play basketball with the disciples. I know Prince. Prince was never a ball player though. With I saw him play, blouses against your boy them Skins.
It's a game, blouses. Shoot
hey,
the
you know what?
Revolution beat your boy Charlie Murphy and his team.
Max, you're gonna like this. I've seen Prince live, man.
I don't like that, dog.
That was a badass concert. It was like 2006, 2007.
Oh, live.
Were his ass cheeks in his pants or out his pants?
They were in his pants.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yo, no shit.
Let me tell you something.
Real fast.
That's one of the greatest experiences you can have in a concert. That guy right there, Prince.
Yeah. Cinto, no shit.
Yeah.
I was gonna say no shit. This dude, at one point, he was going around playing all the different instruments, right? He's singing, he's dancing, he's doing his thing, and then he comes, he's going east to west on the stage, and he comes back to the piano. No shit. He's playing, and he's doing his song, and he goes, man, I got so many fucking singles, I don't know which one to do, and he just starts screaming, bro. And the crowd erupts. He straight up said that, and that's when I knew. I was like, yo. I think this is crazy.
Damn.
I was with my brother and my then girlfriend, and I remember looking at them, and they were having a ball, and everyone in our section was having a ball, man. It was a good concert, a good time.
Hey, Prince is cool, but I don't understand why he was ever in the conversation with Mike. I think Mike's very clear above and beyond. And this is unpopular opinion. This might hurt some feelings, but me personally, this is only personal. I'm not old. I'm not as old as y'all. I wasn't lived through the era, but me personally, I got Rick James over Prince, bro. I think Rick James is probably one of the most underrated musicians.
I know why
he was nowhere near underrated. Rick James was never underrated. Rick James was the man. But what happened? Prince was on the same show with him, the same tour for a while. And Rick James got pissed at Prince because Prince was emulating a lot of the way he was dressing and stuff like that. He was emulating a lot of that stuff he got from Rick James. Rick James didn't like that stuff. But then Prince started becoming a crowd pleaser. And they separated that tour, man. They stopped touring together. And then
I didn't even know that.
I also want to add, man, the music industry is such a big industry. Like Prince, if I may, first off, he's got 1 million singles, man, 1 million hit singles, and then just his work.
There's still songs of his we haven't heard yet.
Yeah, and then his work, and then his underwriting, the bandwidth that he's fucking with, and how he helped other people taking samples from him writing stuff, it goes beyond, man. And then of course, he's an artisan, a real artist. So like I said, at that concert alone, I saw him play all the instruments, every instrument. He's a real artist.
Hey, Prince come on the scene playing somewhere along the lines of about 44 instruments when he first come. He plays everything. Let me give you a little known fact. He has an album that no one played an instrument on but himself. An entire album. That's how cold he is.
A lot of people do that though, Cinto.
But but not as many instruments as him.
I
mean, this dude played
I want you to go
40,
real fast.
40
I want you to listen to Tame Impala. He plays all the instruments in his music. Tame Impala. It's a guy, but he also has a band. But
On
he
the
does
borderline, caught between the that shit's hard. Take the ball back.
He does all his instruments. I've seen him in concert many times. Same thing with my boy Ryan Leslie.
Oh, I fuck with Ryan Leslie too.
Yeah, Ryan Leslie plays all. I've seen him make a beat, a song, write it, everything from scratch.
Yeah, he was doing those YouTube videos for a minute.
Is he? See, I
No,
don't know what era does it come to? Because here, a lot of these artists now. I'm not taking anything from them. You still got to have abilities to do this. But a lot of people are using a lot of electronics to put all these instruments and music together, and they're playing. Like you can take a synthesizer back in the day and make it sound like a guitar, you know. Well, you know, when I talk about what Prince did, he was actually playing the instruments, not use the enhancement of those electronics to make them do what they do and put them together. I mean, now he might have used some electronics to merge them, but he actually played the instruments, not substitution of the instrument. Because see, a lot of times you can use some of these electronics nowadays and make it seem like you're playing an instrument where you're actually playing a substitute for it, electronic substitute for it. But
actually,
I mean,
I
don't know if that guy. I don't know if your guy did that or not. I don't know the guy you guys are speaking of. I'm just saying. I figure if he coming through this age group now, he may not be actually playing every particular instrument. A raw instrument is what I'm getting at.
Who's that though? Who are we talking about at this point in time?
Whoever this guy is, you guys mentioned.
Ryan Leslie?
I know Prince plays those instruments, those actual
Yeah,
raw instruments.
No, Cinto. Everyone I just mentioned, they play all raw instruments.
Yeah, and that's a lot of music. You're right. There are a lot of musicians that have that capability. They really do.
Yeah. What's up, Picasso? Welcome, brother. Shout out to that 214, that 972.
Picasso.
That 469.
I'm about to get cut off in a minute, guys. I'm running through my rough patch. But yeah, man. Prince was one of those. So one of the differences between Prince and Michael Jackson. Michael was great. He's been doing this since he was a kid. Mike can emulate with his voice those instruments and the sounds, but he wasn't capable of playing so many instruments. You know, he could play some, but not many. That wasn't his specialty. His specialty was letting the artists of those instruments know what he's looking for, and putting it all together. You know, he produced that way.
Yeah,
he was cold. But Prince actually play these instruments, write the music. Not only that, he wrote for other people music as well as lyrics. He was what R. Kelly did. Prince did that years ago and continued that throughout his career before he passed. R. Kelly was another person that could do some stuff like that.
Yeah, Robert Kelly.
R. Kelly's king R&B, man.
Yo, Robert Kelly is like
the difference between him and Prince is Prince was smarter about his business than R. Kelly. See, old school, we know him as R. Kelly. I don't know nothing about that.
I call him Robert Kelly. I go, yo, Robert Kelly.
Hey, Santos, I was going to tell you that I think, in my opinion, and it might be a fact, but acoustic, you know, they have the acoustic, which goes off the hollow sound in the guitar. Yeah. They have that one particular guitar, right? I got an electric guitar, and that's another sound that you can get.
Yeah, it's a different sound. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can also play with it too. You got that little tail on it. I just wanted to say that those are two separate sounds. So when people are making music, you know, they can't put it on a computer. It might sound like it sound from a regular instrument, and it might not. You can probably tell if you got a good ear. But I think, because I play music, I play all the instruments like clarinet and piano and that little all that little stuff that they do in church. You know, the tambourine, and I played all that stuff coming up through school. I just left it alone after a while. You know, everybody got to fighting all in school all the time. So you know, in that area where I was. So some people turn out to be musicians and or fighter or musician. You know, so. Um, but when it comes down to that music part, I think it's something that separates the that when you get into the detail part about it, like I'm talking about, that type of sound that you're gonna get. I think certain musicians kind of build their characteristics. You know how like Prince is, and he has certain type of music that he used, certain sounds that's catered to the way his voice is. That's what I had to say.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, I still play the drums, and I used to be able to read a lot of music coming up. I was in band, um, so yeah, man. That's why I kind of still like. I think I was telling this the other day. That's why I love R&B, gospel, things like that, rhythm and blues, jazz. You know, at one point in time, I used to be able to read music pretty good. So
Same
I need to
here.
get back into that.
I was reading and writing the music and playing it. You
Nice.
know, like right after you put it together, so you could try to come up with your own. But I didn't know how to put it. You know, back then I was so little, so young. I didn't even know how to make a full sentence. You know, so
What
um,
school?
I
What school did you go to, by the way, Picasso?
in South Oak Cliff. I
Yeah,
mean,
you,
South Oak Cliff was one of the high schools, but you know,
yeah. You went to
uh,
SOC. Huh? You went to SOC
yeah.
for
Uh,
sure.
but the thing was that when I came out of Bible Story, they shipped us over to they split everybody up and shipped us over to A Maceo Smith.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I'm familiar.
That's like prison, right? so
Shoot, yeah, basically, kind of.
so I
Well, not when we were coming up. Sure, it is
they made
now.
you do right. They made you do 2 years there, and you couldn't leave. And you know it was out. I think I came out here and told you all before that they was trying. People always try to burn down the school like every day. That you'll see the doors on fire in the basement, or it'll be fights. The principal, Dr. Breelove, that lady, she was outside. Somebody was still on her. Bam! They get to fighting out there. It was a lot of stuff like that going on. So,
You know what's
uh,
crazy? Like
mhm,
all the DISD schools,
yeah.
like they have like the original. They still have like shop class. They still have like mechanic class. Still have all those stuff like at those old high schools, man. Like the high school I went to, like we didn't have that. We didn't have a
Uh-huh.
full on car garage where you could be working on cars and things like that, teach carpentry and things like that. Like one of the last times, like in my youthful years, I was with my dad on a job when he was doing some type of maintenance repair, and we were we went to a few high schools, and then we went to soccer course too, where my dad went and graduated, and he was showing me all the old like setups and stuff that they used to have, and like it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Remember? Good.
I was telling you last time that I went to William Brown Miller and Heron Stone before I moved to Plano.
Okay.
That's where
Where is that at?
Heron Stone is right there off Lancaster. Or no, that's Ledbetter. No, yeah, that's Lancaster, which is Loop 12. And then you make a left right when you pass. You make a left onto that street, right next to Zoom Walk. You know Sarah Zoom
Oh,
Walk. Yeah.
down the
Heron,
street from Deer
Heron
Path.
Stone is the Brown School. Is the Brown School like behind it, kind of. And then where's
Okay.
William Brown Miller? William Brown Miller's over there by that Catholic school. I forget. When I
Hmm.
say Catholic school too, it's like K through like eighth grade or something like that, because it's a church. My brother
Uh-huh.
went to.
I already know. They got a few of them around there, though, and they try to bring in the charter schools too.
Yeah.
What's up, Champion Heart? And what's up again, Picasso? Yeah, I was on
What's
mute.
happening? Is that in shape Street Fighter?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What you got going on, old man?
Hey, you took over the conversation. What's going on, man?
Man, I
You
didn't
want
try
my
to
lunch
take over no
money?
conversation, man. There you go
You
with
want my
that.
lunch money?
I want, milk money, ice cream money, your snack money. Since you go,
he about to stick his intellectual foot in somebody's ass tonight, but didn't nobody.
Man, Kyle always ducked off. Look at him like an assassin. Well, yeah, what's up, champion? Look, champion, you're right. A beat machine is not the same. And I do feel y'all, but that's two different things, man. A lot of times people do that with Mike and they do that with Prince. But Prince is like you said, he's a musician. He's a performer too, but Mike is an actual, like you say, performer. He's an entertainer. And he knows how to make music. He knows how to make a wonderful song. You know, he's always a hit maker. But as far as like when y'all say composing and playing, because I played too. I played the trombone. Most of my stuff was in the symphonic band. You know, everybody wanted to play the drums. You know, of course, when you were the cool people played the drums and the different stuff, the guitars and all that. But whenever
step team, baby.
So what actually happened in my little travels is that I did try to go in with percussion. You know, you drum guys, percussion. They had already filled all that, so I wound up in the symphonic where you playing the brass, and so I did get a chance to play the sousaphone, you know, the tuba, the French horn, the trombone. You know, they move you around and see what you're comfortable with. But I finally was real comfortable with the trombone, and what do they say? You get first chair, Picasso. I wound up getting first chair. You learn how to read music, and that's in middle school. And like you say, Picasso, too, after a while, I just kind of stopped as I got older. You know, you live a different lifestyle. And I already told y'all before, I used to be in pharmaceutical distribution. So, you know, you didn't have an opportunity to keep playing your instruments and stuff like that. But Prince was just that. And that's like Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder is another one, like y'all said, who plays those instruments. You know, like we use the word, look, see, champion here. I was just going to say that like a musical genius. That's the same. Mike is more like James Brown and Jackie Wilson and all them. They can sing and dance. And they know how to, you know, to get the women and stuff like that. But as far as like putting the songs together and like you say, and being able to play everything, yeah, that's more of the realm of, like you say, some of the guys that he mentioned earlier. And Stevie is always the one I think about that composes music. He'll play the harmonica, get on the piano, then pick up a guitar and all that type stuff. And of course, you know, he can't even see. So, but those are like two different things. Both of them are like world-class athletes, you know what I'm saying? But they both are good at two different things. Like he said, MJ couldn't read music. He denied. He did, yeah. A beatbox to let you know what he wanted the beat to sound like, yeah. You know, that's why I was talking about reading music, and they were talking about reading music and being able to, yeah, understand.
That's where Quincy Jones comes into place. Quincy knew how to read music and help guide the way, of course.
Yeah. And at first I hated it. You know, you kind of had to go through it. Then I realized I liked it. And then it makes you appreciate when you hear certain stuff, because they made us go to these symphonies and stuff like that. And at first you're thinking like, man, what the? But after you get there, you're like, man, and then you got to think about all these people working together to make it sound like that. So, you know, yeah, that was moving. And then actually sitting there and feeling the music, as they say, the acoustics in the building, yeah, that was different than seeing it on TV. Yeah, so it did leave an impression, and you do understand people's craft. So when y'all said Prince and Mike, I was like, oh, here go that argument. I said, that's two different things, but they both, like they say, were geniuses. I hate to say were, because now Prince gone too, huh?
I know.
I was gonna say, was there a lot of Prince jackets out there, or a lot of Michael Jackson jackets out there?
But Prince was with the ladies more too, though. You know, you got your music right. When you with Prince, you know you on some, you know,
baby making.
Yeah,
baby
you know what I mean. Mike would do that too, but Mike was a party maker, and get you up out your chair, you know, stuff like that. And he had ballads too. And he also had the conscious music too. But, you know, at times Prince would make you, you done got in trouble messing with Prince, boy.
Hey, Prince, you like this one right here? When Prince goes, what do you say? That sexy motherfucker. You know that song?
Oh, I know what you're saying, because you know the mood gets set. You put on Mike, people start having a good time. But if you with a woman and you put on Prince, you know, she gonna start understanding kind of where you trying to take the mood, you know. That's why I was saying it to her. And of course, he had his rock, because you know he's a rock and roll guy. So people don't they tend to not understand that. Yeah, Prince was really And I can hear Mr. Bass Reeves is to stuff that I'm into. Sometimes people see you being, what's the word, eclectic, and they might be like, "What? You listen to that?" Yeah, you know, because of your ethnic group. They don't think you listen to that kind of music.
But what they don't know, Street Fighter, is ain't none but black folks helping making that type of music.
Yes, sir. Everything. When you try to really have a rock and roll conversation with them and all that, they get uncomfortable. But I'm like, man, nobody's just always trying to like, we did everything. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff that we just don't get credit for. So when I tell them, you acting like we're trying to say we did everything, but a lot of stuff. And recently, I seen a lady talking about the Latin Heritage Month, and they were talking and asked her. I think she was Cuban, and one of the first things she said that made me proud was that. And of course, she looks like a Spanish type woman, not the Afro Latino, but you know. And she said the music is the first thing out of her mouth was African roots. I was like, what? She's like, yeah, this is an Afro Latino thing. This is why the music is this and this and that. But to just actually hear her say that, it made me have a little pride. Because, you know, a lot of times, you know, they'll say it, but, you know, they mix it all in there. But she wanted to make sure that was the first thing she said. So I was like, okay, a little more recognition of stuff that's going on. Because, yeah, a lot of the stuff was taken and, what did they say, mayonnaised up too. You know, it's still to this day you see it. We always did run the culture too, though. Well, we still do run the culture.
And like, you know what really sucks, Street Fighter? That like this is why I know I'm getting old, man. Like when I think these young girls can't sing, man. They can't sing, man. It's because they ain't in the gospel choir no more. They're not in the choir. They just, like you said there, or I think that was Cinto talking about the synthesizers and all that stuff. They trying to sound like Tony Braxton, something like that, or a little Shaka Khan-ish, or even what's my girl, Anita Baker, but they can't hit those notes.
They're not singing this. What is it, man? The falsettos. Everybody just try to use a falsetto all the time. They're not really singing. Falsetto. Then they add a little something to it. Yeah, because my brother could sing. He passed on now, but I'm talking about like top level. We used to jokingly call him Pavarotti. A lot of folks in my family sing, so that's one reason why I'm not gonna act like I'm a expert.
Where did he come from? He came from the choir. I bet you he came from the choir.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course he did. Yeah, almost everybody came from the choir. Well, when you said that with the church, even if you didn't want to be there, that's the only thing they liked a lot of times was to go there just to sing in the choir, you know. But all of them would sing like that, and he would tell me that too. You have singers and you have vocalists. I wish I could talk to him now. He would always try to explain those two differences from me. So a lot of people now, I guess he would consider them.
Talk to me about that vocalists. A little bit. A singer and a vocalist. Talk to me about that.
You know, he said vocalists, of course, can carry a tune and their voice is nice and you can teach them to sing certain songs. But they were like a singer, they make everything sound good. You know, like they have a beautiful voice like Minnie Riperton, that loving you, and Niecy, those light. And then they can also be gravelly and emotional, but they just had that range on their voice because he had range. He, of course, was a baritone, but he can really actually sing a soprano. And that's because when he was younger, of course, his voice was lighter. He was able to still go there, but it was funny to hear him. That's why we called him Pavarotti too, because he loved R&B, but he could sing like opera. And he's a taller guy, about 6'4". You know what I'm saying? He wound up getting to almost 260 pounds. So that's another reason why that was a pet name, but he can sing. And eventually, of course, they would put him in the bracket with like the Luther Vandross and all that stuff. But and the big thing about singers is that they can always sing a cappella.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's no problem. You ask them to sing something and they normally put their own little swing on it. A vocalist will sometimes follow the original song without realizing, to make it, because your ear is used to hearing it. It's used to the tempo. It's used to
I would say like Beyonce is like a vocalist.
Yep. That's a good one. Yeah.
Hey, when
And
I
she
hear that
practiced with her. She ran in Houston to make her voice strong. So that's another reason. And then your girl, like you said. But I'm gonna go ahead and let you finish that because I know you're gonna say the other one is the singer who was in the movie with her.
Right. But what I was gonna say was that like because she can sing, but like she can't hit that high. She can't hit that high, man. Even if she tried. But like you said, you went there, you beat me to it. Like she was in Houston, also in the choir as well with the girls, her sisters. But her sister probably can hit that high, Solange.
Yeah. I'm more of a Solange fan. I'm glad you said I am. I'm more of a, and it's always been like that. It's nothing like against Beyonce, but yeah. What's up,
Because she's
Chappie?
more
Oh, yeah, I hit you
traditional.
up earlier, man. Look, he said, yeah. Oh, my bad. I saw Chappie saying something in the chat.
I didn't
She's
say
more
Beyonce.
traditional, like R&B. That's why Solange. I appreciate her too, like that.
Yeah, she
I
really
take that
wants to
back.
let you know that she loves her people. That's the thing that I like about it, like straight out. Like she.
Oh yeah.
People think that since we stand on it, it's not like that. It's just sometimes you do realize that people, not to be rude, they want you to shy away a little bit from it. That's another, not to swerve over to Deontay Wilder right quick. As far as everything else you do, even if he didn't knock out everybody he did, when I came back into boxing, I was still just because of who he is, his character. That's another reason why I like Solange. Same reason why. Sometimes people want to say you just always want to put your blackness in their face. It's not like that. Just for that,
No,
and that's what I like about her.
she's just proud. No, she's just proud.
Just proud.
She's just proud. And when I say that, she never wants to be anything else. That's why I say that about myself, Street Fighter, where like, man, when people start kind of ganging up and clowning on me or anything, like I use that for fuel and motivation, because like, look, man, I want to be me. I don't want to be you. Even on my worst day, I want to be me, because I know what it's like to be me, and I know what it's like to motivate oneself. So yeah, man, I'm proud of that. Like her, like you said, she just proud, man. And then if you want to make it personal or go there, yeah, man. Historically, traditionally, generally, our adversaries would like us to forget that or don't bring that up. Nah, brother, nah, sister, nah. I'm black and I'm proud. That's what my folks taught me. I know who I am. I know where I come from. And steadily continue to learn about that and slowly become the man I need to become.
Yeah, because one of the times that I was most unhappy is when I was, you think back when you were younger, is at times that you weren't yourself. You didn't say certain things. You didn't stand up for yourself. You went along and did the wrong thing with people. So those are the moments that get me. Because sometimes I may have been alone. Sometimes when I wind up making the right decision, you were by yourself and it felt weird and everybody, but then you get older, some of the guys come back and tell you they wish they would have been strong enough to do it at that moment. But pretty much sometimes up until that day they told you that, you still kind of thought it was the wrong thing to do. But that's the thing that makes me happy now. I say sometimes if you're gonna still be by yourself, man, you just still do what you want to do, and that's what it is about. And you deal with the consequences if it has whatever consequences. That's the other side of it, because I know a lot of times people say, well, I just did what I wanted to do. It's like, yeah, but I really thought through. Like, hey man, they right, this might not work out for me and they're gonna talk about me, but am I going to really do it for the other reason because they say so, or do I really just stand on what I'm standing on and just, okay, well, I'm just going to take it on the chin, whatever comes. And eventually people will respect you for that. And you grow strength from that too. Like, and as far as like when we're talking about I always say ethnic group now, because people play so much with words, man, melanated and what they consider is not black or, all that type of stuff.
That's new to me, Street Fighter. All that, like, I guess I'm gonna say it, colorism and like you said, they use all these fancy words to detract, deflect, and then kind of point towards what they want rather than just saying it. That stuff is really, really new to me, man, because I've been thinking about this for the better part of the pandemic. Like, I'm from Texas, man, and where I come from, like, we rarely really about that hospitality and being nice to one another and welcoming people, no matter who, what, where you come from, and a little tribalism to that is like, like throw your hood up in their face, always throw your hood up wherever you at. So like when people try to dissect that or break that apart and put that in different places or say that's not good enough for it, like that stuff confuses me, man. That stuff confuses me. But I like to destroy it all and do away with it all because, my parents, my father, my mother, that I said this before, they taught me at a very young age who God is, who the Father is. So I grew up in the church, and that's everything. for me, because I always tell my best friends all the time, like, look, man, like, we're not perfect. And I use myself for the example, like, I'm not perfect. I'm not trying to, I'm not going to get it right every day. I'm going to miss the mark every day. But with the Father, I'm able to just, or before I say that, just, yeah, I'm not perfect, brother. Like, I got depression, anxieties, stresses, things that tug at me at all different angles, at all times, at all, every day. But when I, do an application with him, man, nothing competes with that. Nothing. And again, it's my application. I have to do my part, and in that, I will be able to stand tall while having basic integrity. Hold my head up like the clergy, like my mom used to tell me, and my brothers growing up. So, in which in due part, you should be trying to do the right thing, whatever that is, whatever that brings you, but you should be trying to do the right thing, which is, I always say, very hard, because life is hard. Life is not linear, and generally we're always going to do what we want to do when we think we can do it. And I'll use myself for the example. It's like, man, I'd be praying sometimes for the same stuff, for the same type of answers to what I'm asking for. But realistically, I'm being arrogant as you don't know what, because, like I said, I'm using myself for the example. So really, I'm telling God, I'm telling my Father, like, I got it. I asked you to, I trust you originally, but like right now, I don't trust you to get it done for me. So I'm being very arrogant, and I need to just let that go, let him handle it, and I do my part. And that's just what it is, good, bad, and ugly. So I try to practice those things.
Oh, that's good, man. I thought you were gonna say maybe you were complaining or something like that, but sometimes
No,
just to be
I
that.
do. I do, Street Fighter. I complain a lot, man. But I ain't gonna lie to you too. And I'm glad I'm. See, this is why I said what I said earlier. Where like I'm glad I'm me, man. I'd rather be me. Very reflective, and I think about the good, the bad, and the ugly. Decisions that I made, and really try to learn from those. And get over the complaining, because boy, I like my personality just by itself. I like to come up with a solution and be helpful, and almost use my vocation to help myself and help men and help my community. Again, it's that Texas thing in me, to where like it's the hospitality, man. Where like we just want to help folks, man, at all times, almost to the point where I don't even help myself. And I had to go through my 20s doing that, in my later 20s.
I made those mistakes too, because you find like they say, you do find worth in service and stuff like that, and you want it so bad to be given back to you. Sometimes you give up a lot, and then you don't get it back.
Right.
Some people even tell you like, well, I ain't really asked you to do it, Bass. People have actually said that. You're like, wow, okay. But you do learn in that moment, like, okay, well, they were right. It hurts. I kind of feel like you owe me something, but in the same sense, why did I do it if I feel like you owe me something? Because it felt good to do it. It felt good to see you smile, to know that I had enough for myself and for you too, But yeah, you're right. That's one reason why I try to make sure that I understand what people value. And like I said, I can tell you value certain things. And I tell folks that too when I talk to them on here about intentions, and because I know it's hard when you're in a war zone on here all the time, and somebody like myself come on here. I know I'm a little more aware now over these few times I've been on the panel that you do come across as a little bit pretentious, because I complain too. That's a big thing with me, is that I do complain also. Yeah.
Oh, I do, Street Fighter?
No, people with me. Like, that's the reason why they jokingly call me that and say stuff, because I've stopped, and when I got off, I've had thoughts of stuff, the people that I talk to. And if you do come in a certain context, I understood why it's saying like that. I almost seem like, well, I'm okay, and that's not what I was telling them, because I wasn't okay. I was actually somewhat trying to be vulnerable, because vulnerability is, for me, is to even get on this platform. You know, I don't really do social
Hey,
media.
give me like 20 minutes. I'll be right back. Y'all can hold it down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So yeah, you know, but I mean, they don't know that. So, you know, you got to go through the actual sit down and have a conversation with people. Yeah. But then I realized a lot of folks were on here to fight and to come across, to feel some kind of self-worth. And, you know, it just depends on what room I was in. And after I started learning the rooms, some rooms you don't go back to, but with Kyle, I told him I always came back here. And sometimes I know it's a lot of foolishness and stuff going on too, but like I said, I don't just have to take part in stuff no more. And being young and, like you say, from Texas, and sometimes you have the group thing going on. That's why I was saying earlier, not really with the gang stuff and all the other stuff going on, but you just made decisions because of other folks, or you let people push you into a situation that you wouldn't have done it. And now I have to live with that regret. And I tell my kids that, I say, that's one thing I learned as I got older, is that the regret is what that you don't want to deal with. That you don't want that taste in your mouth. You know?
I always try to tell my social media friends, you know, when we do these things and hop on, I always tell them, look, man, like, all we owe each other is honesty. It's all we owe each other. Like, I don't owe you anything. You don't owe me anything. The least we could do is be honest with one another. And, you know, Street Fighter, Picasso, like, that's hard.
Yeah.
It's into that. That's freaking hard, man. And what is the main root and problems of most conflict is miscommunication. And, you know, I said earlier, we're talking about college and money and all that kind of stuff. And I said I was a college dropout. But something I learned at higher levels of education was, dude, you got to listen rather than talk. You really got to listen, whether someone's talking or teaching. That's how you're going to learn. So I always try to come into these situations, shutting up, trying to listen to folks, and then I'll start, you know, questioning whether I'm going to be a pest about it or not. But then I'll question after I've listened. And we've said many things thus far in this conversation, and I fall victim to this because I always tell people, and this is where like I kind of throw in the towel with people, and I know I always don't do it this way, but I always will be like, you know what, man, or sister, you remind me of me, selfish, wicked, and just wanting to be right. You don't want to get it right. You just want to be right. And that's, to me, that's basically what it is, man. When folks are, or when we're not getting along, you know, I'll put it that way. You're just wanting to be right, man. You don't want to get it.
I often come in here and I know I change the tone, and I try not to, but you know, like I'm an adult. I do, you know, because I can hear stuff come on, and some other the platforms, like I told you, you know, you get ready to go on and you can see people's response, and some people wouldn't even, they'll like kind of delay you, don't put you on. And it hadn't happened a lot, but with me, since I'm not on here a whole lot, I can see the little stuff. It's new to me, and everybody else knows what it is. Like I learned about shadow banning and all these other, you know, just stuff that you learn when you on it. I'm not saying I've been shadow banned or nothing like that, but just stuff like that. Are people not reading your super chat and you kind of new to that? It was just little weird stuff that I see but then I understood, like, okay, yeah. Because now when and I've said that before, you see your little thumbnail come up, well, you known for this, you know. So let me get on here, and you know, so who I am and what I was even trying to accomplish was taken away from me. You know, people want you to be whatever they want you to be. So that's when I really had to learn to calm down too, because sometimes, you know, like I said, you're tired, or you know, you may feel like you need to talk to somebody, so you get on here, but your normal temperament is one thing, but since you've probably going through something, you're not as patient as you normally be. That's why when I was saying earlier, you were talking about, you said, God, I got that. You know, I tend to be like that too, because I felt like I was being lazy at times. And sometimes you're actually working hard, but just that self-esteem thing makes you just keep doing something, and that's unhealthy. You should be appreciative. Like I would complain too, while you're sitting in an air-conditioned house, you know, just finishing a steak, but you want something else, you know, but you're not realizing like there's people who are hungry sitting outside somewhere. So I always try to remind myself of stuff like that. So when you brought in the Most High like you did, I'm like, yeah, my biggest thing, I regret being angry a lot of times with people, like either losing my composure, you know what I'm saying, and not being myself. So if I can kind of handle those two things, and my daughter reminded me that. She said, Dad, what's the two things you told me if I could control, I'll probably be all right most of the time. I say, what's between your two ears and your two hips? And she fell out laughing because she, I told her that when she was real young. I was surprised that she remembered it, but she made me think about it. And I was like, yep, that's another one I need to remember at times. As long as I can control my thoughts and my little manly parts, everything else can, keep you out of trouble too, man. Just right quick.
That's what men do, man. We love fucking shit, man.
That's what I say.
Love fucking shit, man. Love fucking shit, man. And then as soon as you get done, you just like, you come back to earth. You're like, man, what did I just do? Oh, Jesus, help me.
And this my daughter reminded me, not even my son. I was like, okay, mama, okay. I was like, that's what's up. All right, as they say. Yeah, but I didn't even want to come in there like this. I was coming in and talking about the clothing because I started hearing about that. And I hear, like I told him, I come in and I listen for a little while, but I just go ahead and move around, stuff like that. Because some stuff just don't need to be talked about, not with me. And I know a lot of it was the loop. And when that Bud and Bud and Arrow, that little window started, I was really done. I was like, all right, I'm just gonna take it.
Oh man, I knew
the world just blew
up. Street Fighter, man.
Bruh.
I was just thinking about this. Was it last night or yesterday sometime where because I who was it? Kyle. First off, Kyle never. Now what am I trying to say? Nowadays on the platform here that we're on, I'm kind of known as the guy who always sneaks that subject in, and Kyle is like, it's forbidden. He never wants to talk about it. But anywho, we got to a little bit. What do you know, Cinto? Yeah, me and Cinto were talking about it, and Kyle were going about it, and I just, anywho, erupted. But then I was thinking about it yesterday, and I remember I was texting Cinto, going back and forth with him, and I apologized to him because I, just started yelling and things like that. Man, it was just, I guess it was just another case of wanting to be right rather than get it right. But
see, I didn't know that. I didn't even mean to bring it up. I tried not to.
No, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that like I've been lately, and when I say lately, I would say for the better part of 2 months. I've been trying to just get away from that shit, man. But it just like Godfather just keep bringing me back in. Just try to get away. And just keep bringing me back. I'm just like, oh my gosh.
This was something I was supposed to be taking a break with, what they call it a catharsis. Yeah, you taking a break, trying to relieve something else, and then this become a problem in itself. Because I was enjoying so much of the content, especially around the time that all the Wilder fights were going on. We were getting the different stuff, even all here recently up to the Undisputed. But this is really starting to go back and maybe to like 2017 or 18, because I remember one of the first things when I came back is when I bought the Mayweather pay-per-view. I tell him that all the time with him and Pacquiao.
The problem is Street Fighter. The problem is like it's really only been going on for like 2, maybe 3 years. Not. It has everyone. I've been hearing that for quite a while, but like when I hear it now, I just disagree with it. It's only been going for like 2 years, 2 maybe 3 years, and I say
the
that
level it is now, yeah. It's PBC. PBC 15, 14. When did they come into play?
Yeah, they came in like 14, 13, 14.
Yeah,
but
they
really hit their stride in like 15. But man, and the reason why I said what I said moments ago is just because, man, in this world, actions speak louder than words, and I tried to account for the most actions coming from Terrence, man, and his actions just say he's never really pressed for this fight. He just kind of attached his name to it, and look, man, like it's not a problem for anybody to be trying to get the most money, especially in such a prize fighting sport like that. It's a brutal way. I always say it's a brutal way of making money. But the type of excuses and the actions he's taken, man, like has let me know that, like, man, you don't want to fight this man. You don't want to fight it. And before I even I'm new to the YouTube community, so
yeah, same man.
Before I even started hopping on all this stuff like that, I was telling my close friends in boxing circles, I was like, nah, he don't want to fight this guy, man. And then really, if you go back early in the year, like he wasn't even set up to do it. Like, he's in a bad spot, brother. Like you just got off like a crazy contract, and then you turn around and sue your promoter. How that's going to go down, and then frankly, this is a business where you need backing. So he doesn't have that right now, and then one of my friends who's a lawyer always tells me this. He always tells me this. He's like, look, man, this black dude actually. He's like, look, man, you got to listen to the words, how people be talking to you and how they describe you or describe something. You got to listen to the words. And I always been kind of a little more, maybe I've been a little too poignant or
no, I say this. It's funny you bringing this up, man, and not to cut you off, just right quick. How it was told to me and how I explain it to people and how I've heard it before, and it's I don't know if it's some science or something, but I've heard it in more than one place. But it's the adjectives that you use say a lot about your character. The adjective that you use to describe certain things and that you do. So when you just said that, when you listen to people, I always say to my wife, because sometimes she's like, well, how do you know he was full of crap? I say, well, I've been the person full of crap. I've been the person burned by the person who was full of crap. You know what I'm saying? And I've had the option of getting something by work or by crap. So, once you go through all that and you learn and you see it, you remember what you did, what you said. And the easiest way, and everybody knows the con artists, the only way they can con you is when they know what you want. Because that's what gets everybody. Every confidence person knows that the best con artist just knows what everybody wants. Because that's when you lower your guard. So however you describe stuff and stuff like that, that's why I tell them where we start the conversation at, or when people just try to start off with an agenda or just give you two options and act like that's really freedom, but it's not. You just gave me two different options. You didn't really say what's my opinion, or you tried to lead me when you asked the question. I just wanted to say that because I certain things I'm with myself personally, and you just struck a nerve whenever you brought that up, because I've been saying that lately when people ask me why I do certain things. I'm like, because bro, you just the way you describe stuff, I just kind of got the vibe like you're not on the up and up. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna leave it at that. Yeah, you just made me think about that again. I just needed to hear that.
For sure. And like, look, man, like that's no beef, no shade, and no disrespect to Terrence, but he just, like I said, and then also the timing of everything. Like, it's a bad time, bro. It's a really, really bad time, and he's almost cornered.
Would you rather be born with one leg?
Man, shut the fuck up.
See?
Shut your stupid ass up.
Can you shut the fuck up?
See?
Hey, ain't nobody trying to hear that bullshit, man.
And
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't.
Yeah, that's Kyle.
Maybe I knew it, huh? Maybe I knew it.
Nah, Kyle, we different crowd. We got a different crowd.
My milk of magnesia. Oh, after the devil made you, he broke the mold. Well, maybe you and I could make a little jungle fever.
Some good-looking white girls out there. I ain't mad at them.
I wasn't trying to bring up the super fight, man. Like I said, I wasn't even really. I don't want no problems, Kyle.
Nah,
no
man.
problems.
No,
So, but
Steph has a way of bringing that goddamn fight up every damn day.
I didn't bring it up.
I just made mention because I haven't been here. I made mention, and he did say, but he was honest about it. He said that he's gotten very passionate at times behind the fight. So even when he was talking about, no, it wasn't too bad. But like I say, Kyle, I didn't mean nothing, man. I'm gonna go ahead, like I say, hit this mute button again.
You know, to conclude on it, man. Just
go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm gonna let y'all talk about it tonight, man. Go ahead.
For sure. But
I'm
gonna conclude on. I'm gonna conclude on it.
Fighter, man. He ain't been on in a while. Go ahead.
For sure. I just, to conclude on it, man. Just like I never thought it was gonna happen. Not to try to be malicious to the point where I don't think like it can happen. It's just like the timing on everything is all muffed up, man, and you need both parties to tango, and I believe just only one party wants to tango, man. That's just what I think, man. That's just what I think, and what really bothers me, I think, and just keep bringing me back in, is I don't know, man. Maybe we're just all, I don't know. I asked this question earlier. I said, has there been too much communication between the fans, the fighters, and all the ambience of it all? I don't know, man. Done trying to figure it out, but I think I'll get really, really excited. Like if y'all were just, if it just were to get announced, right? And they say, oh, it's happening. Oh my gosh, it's happening. And then I'll go from there, current status, but I'm not excited about it. It's just kind of, I don't know if that's because I got my mind made up or just like I'm tired of arguing with folks. I don't know, man. Just there's no fun right now. No one wins when the family feuds. No one wins, and right now just the family's feuding over this shit, and nothing adds up. Street Fighter, nothing adds up about it. And I'm trying so hard not to, frankly, like I always have. I'm trying to be as objective and unbiased as I can about it. I really am. I really, really am. But if you pick somebody, you labeled that way. So it is what it is. But I'm gonna shut up about it. And,
you know what I think? I don't think he wants to go out like that. And I think Errol, he wants to fight because when you're a fighter, you don't want to hear the talking so much. You want to use your hands. Your hands start itching, and because since all the talk is over, you now wants to put your hands on somebody. So he's probably in there sparring with people left and right, trying to get that that energy out because he ain't putting it nowhere. You know how a dog wants to that has a lot of energy and you got to go walk it, or it's going to eat up all the furniture in the house. So um, I think that's how Errol is. He's gonna eat up all the furniture in the house if he don't get that fight, and he's asking for it. That's uh, the people have been entertaining it. Now, Bud, I think the people felt uh, more confident than him, and wants him to, um, uh, further his career. They want to see. They saw him come up through those other divisions, um, fighting the people that he fought, and he did a real good job at it. So they want to see him fight who they think is the best. You see, when you know how people get to talking and they sound like they're angry at Spence. It's a group of people that are in the mix that are hating on Spence, and it's a group that's hating on Bud. But from I'm one of the people that like Spence for the simple fact that he knows how to put his punches together, and he's not wasting a lot of, and I see a lot of fights in different places, street, ring, wherever. Uh, you see people swinging for the fences, and I think it's a better way to do it. Because I seen, it was a guy he outboxed me on the street one time, and I couldn't even get to him, right? So he was keeping me at bay with a jab, okay, and it was more like bare knuckles. So I was like, dog, I can't let that happen no more. So I am what they say. Um, uh, um, Infatuated with the way a person can put their punches together and and not so much as dominate the other person, but control the other person in the middle of a full blown fight. You see what I'm saying? And I know you got to take on some kind of you're gonna get hit somewhere, but you're not gonna get hit like with the full impact to where you taking the full impact. I mean the energy off of that person's punch, and you're gonna be moving in there like Mayweather or Sweet Pea. You constantly moving and going with the punches or whatever the case may be, but you do it so you're in the middle of the fight and people can't tell. Like Mel, he was saying while he was fighting Castano, people thought that he was losing and he felt like he was winning. Well, he said, "Y'all didn't see me, you like blocking and punching and weaving and all this other stuff. Y'all didn't see that. If you didn't see that, then you're not a, you know." Um, so you got people that look at certain things with a certain eye, and and the ones that do, they can appreciate it. But back to what I was saying, people you got that like Bud and like Arrow, if they want Bud fans that want Bud to fight Arrow, they might say they might go hard for Bud to win, but the thing is that they feel like deep down in their heart, they feel like Spence is the better fighter. They just need their fighter to step up to the plate to beat him. In our case, like in my case, I speak for myself. Um, I like I said, I like the way Spence fight, and I think the way he fight, he can be like a pound for pound fighter. His style can go up to heavyweight and dominate. Just if Wilder had what Spence is doing right now, he would he probably wouldn't get the all the knockouts, but he would dominate the fight um, uh, up until a point to where he if he want that knockout, he can go get it. That's what I got.
Right. And man, I do this every so stream or two, or every couple streams. Man, Jamel Charlo versus Brian Cassiano 2 rematch. That's the best fight of the year. I don't think any fight comes close to that performance that both of those men put on, especially Jamel, man, because he put it together. And I always say this, man. Man, he finally listened to his corner, a full fight, man, and had a good training camp for it. But you said something there that why I'm even talking about him now, which is like you said, when he started backing up and stuff, and people said, they couldn't see the sweet science right there. Well, yeah, man. What I've noticed from there, from probably like his last 3 fights, from when he beat Tony Harrison and on, he started backing up because, man, he got smart. He realized that it was like, man, someone's beating on my ass. I better back up. I better back up and get out of the way of them beating on my ass. So that's one adjustment I saw him make. He started moving and getting out of the way, and then everything he throws, man, is a bomb. That guy is trying to kill you. Jamel is trying to kill you in there, man. So Brian Cassiano's body just failed him in the end, but he boxed nicely off the back foot. He came forward. He did everything right. I thought, like how boxing match is judged, which is effective punching, effective aggression, defense, and ring general ring IQ. And for that to become undisputed, I think he should be number 1 on everybody's list. And, he that dude went through a lot. to become undisputed. I mean, he took the belt off all the champions as well, and you know, I know Undisputed's kind of used as a marketing tool these days, but he did it. He did it how, I don't know, man. He did it like you're supposed to do it. So I think he should be number one for that, man. Like, no doubt, no doubt. I'm really interested to see what's gonna happen with him this year. You know, one would expect him to move up quickly, or even after that last fight. You know, especially with Errol Spence Jr. in the shadows lingering, coming up in weight. So really interested to see what's going to happen with him. Really interested to see what's going to happen, because he that performance, man, damn. I mean, you could even see it in Errol. Like, Errol jumped up, he's screaming at Derek, and he's telling Derek, man, tell that boy to go get him. It's time to go get him. He said, tell him, man, tell him it's time to go get him. Like, he already got that boy hurt, but he was patient and boxed beautifully, man. I mean, people think that
Tim Tszyu want that work, huh? Isn't Tim Tszyu supposed to be saying he want that work?
Yeah, but Street Fighter, he's he's not ready, and then B, I don't think he's even all that in a bag of chips. He's just Burrow. He's just
don't misunderstand me. He going to sleep. Like, I know he's going to sleep if he fight him. That's why I said. But I'm like, didn't they say? You know, I don't know if he was supposed to be, because he sure was, you know, making a lot of noise trying to get the fight. That's all I'm asking.
Well, the fight's for sure. It's going to be in January of next year, because of Tim Tszyu. You know, he had hand surgery on both his hands, so whatever that means. But you know, I see him slow footwork.
He going to sleep. That's gonna be bad. That's gonna make Jamel look good. I want to see the fight because I want to see the fight, but I'm whoever's really handling Tim, man, I don't really see, because like you said, I don't never like try to be unimpressed when I see certain fights. You know, I just feel like you need to just trying to work at your craft, or somebody moving you too quick. But when I really saw him fight, I was like, man, this dude should not be in the ring with the Iron Man, bro. He should not be in the ring with him. Like, seriously, like this fight, I don't know if it's just to make money or for names or whatnot, but yeah, this dude should not be in the ring with this dude, man. He's not. Yeah. He's not even on that. And who was that he just fought? Was the French brother, or is it
Terrell Goucher?
Yeah,
who's
Goucher,
not.
yeah.
Who's not all.
Goucher is on the back end of his too. You know, he's on the back end of what he got going on. So it's not like he's on the up or in the middle. Not to say what a man's at, but I'm just telling you, like, from his performance, that he was giving him problems. Like, nah, bro, you're not gonna really be able to do nothing with Jamel. And when I saw that your chin is kind of sus from what I saw too, so that's really not a good look for you. Because between that body work and that left hook, yeah, it's gonna be a short night for him. Yeah. He's not like what his pop was. His pop had a little something with him. Koskazu could do a little something, but yeah, he don't look nothing like his father was.
And he's just barrel-chested, tough, and like just slow. Like you say, he's not on that level, man. Not on that level. Again, Street Fighter, like, I'm just interested to see what's gonna happen with Jamel this coming 12 months. I want to see where he goes, what he does. I mean, this might be rude, but like, I don't think he has anything to prove.
He's a legitimate boxer, puncher now, baby. That's what I like about it. He's like, since he's been with Derek, and like you said, people say, I mean, it is stepping back, like you said, but it was more of a reset. You know, of course, he was learning that he was getting in the heat of getting hit, because, you know, when you start getting hit, you want to get that back. But that's when you make those mistakes. And he started learning to calm down. That's what I like, because he's one of the guys that I really follow. You know, I try not to say too much about being a fan and guys you like, because, man, everything starts a war on the channels. But yeah, he's somebody I really follow. Certain people, like, for the last few years, most definitely. Watching Devin, the little Mason guy, of course, Claresa. I've been really watching Claresa since like 2013, 12 or 13, real strong. When people were calling her ugly and ratchet and everything, you know, everybody's she's beautiful and everything. Now it's funny to see that swing, but just wanted to put that out.
You know what, Street Fighter? This is why I keep challenging people on every time we talk about Claresa Shields. The only thing I hope for her after she wins next weekend is I hope more people rock with her, because she rocks with everyone else. She's been to fight after fight after fight. She's been in fight hype videos talking about other fighters, giving even her own respective females due respect, but she doesn't get the love reciprocated enough. So every time people talk about her and choosing her to win, I just like, man, I just hope y'all rock with her after she whoops this girl's ass. That's all I hope. Because like you said, like it's funny how everyone's got her winning and talking good and stuff. And I'm like, well, that's it's funny, you know, she talking down now and people won't even back her now. So I'm just like, I hope y'all rock with her, man. But I know you're a real one because, like you said, you've been watching her for 10 plus years. So.
Well, she was trying to struggle to pay bills and everything because you know some stuff is unfair. You don't always want to be the one as if she was blonde haired and blue eyed, but if she was, because she's 2-time gold medalist and this and that. But I understand. I know what you think when you see her, when you look at her. That's why when I've heard certain people talk about it like they did, I keep saying, you don't realize you're sitting there having a conversation with somebody and you condescending. You know, it's up my group, and when you tell me what this and this and that, but she still made the best with whatever tools she have. And as she gets older and gets a little more involved, she's gonna be more polished. But right now, let's not pretend like you don't know and why she is what you are complaining about. You know, and through all that, she was still able to come out and be an elite athlete, and she changed her circumstances. So it is good to see some people rocking, but like I do have that. You can hear a little bitterness in my voice because I do remember all that. But I mean, that's all water under the bridge. She is getting a little more, but it's still like you say, it's nowhere near what like. Oh, I'm gonna say because I don't say what I feel she should be getting.
It's not reciprocated, Street Fighter, because like she can make a comment, man, and just even our own will be talking shit. So
my bad. I'm not reading the chat. My bad. Hold on, Bass. They saying something too. I didn't even see that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, my bad, y'all. Javon, he said I think both parties want to fight. Oh, he talking about what you calling them. Yeah. And then he went to Jamel. I think the loser retires, especially if it's a KO. Yeah. Then the winner faces Jamel. That's when you were talking about Bud and the Truth. And then Pound for Pound came since Honduras the only other challenge besides Zoo for Jamel. Yeah, a lot of folks were. That's another one I was following that people were kind of making fun of initially because of his stature, but I saw just the way he fought that he was going to be able to do something. So once he got in there with what's the cat he just clipped and knocked him out, they had a war. The one that Jamel, we talking about Jamel knocked him out first round. Mr. Hammer and Sledge and Hammer, what's his name? Man, I keep drawing the blank on this boy's name. Jamel knocked him out first round.
He's talking about Lubin.
Yeah, Lubin. Yeah. I wasn't too surprised with that. It was a good fight. Lubin even impressed me because he wanted to make sure he showed he had a chin. But I knew Fundora was something. I just know it. I know wiry cats like that can take punishment and can, stand in there. But yeah, because he was saying Fundora is something else for Jamel to be dealing with. Yeah, and you're right, Jay. They're going to still hate her. He said she might get all of her flowers after she leaves. That's how it is. I was going to say that earlier, but I didn't want to just keep saying the stereotypical stuff. But yeah, Jay, you're right. That's how it normally goes. And then they're going to pretend like they were always fans like the Muhammad Ali. Everybody loves Ali. I'm old enough to remember that everybody didn't love Ali, though.
Hey, Street Fighter.
Yes, sir.
I'm thinking that I saw a TikTok thing with Tupac, and it was saying, Tupac was saying when he was in the club this one year, wasn't no girls coming after him. They wasn't even looking at him. We wasn't even nowhere on the radar. But then when somebody mentioned who he was, then like 5 years later, he said he was in the same club. Somebody mentioned who he was to a girl, and then all the girls started coming at him, even if they didn't like him, how he looked, or whatever. But when they found out, this is the guy that that's real popular on the music and videos and all of that, and they just forced themselves on him. You see, I think that's what's going on with Claresa. Not to say that I don't want to say that it's Well, we know about the complexion thing. That's a black and white. You know, that's in black and white right there. Um, the um, the beauty and stuff like that. They got models out here that don't even look like somebody that you would marry or whatever. They just sometimes they look like arm candy, but sometimes model to me look unique. They have certain unique features on them that make them stand out, and they just kind of make the clothing that they wear stand out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like what was I saying about Claresa before we kind of got there? Just like, when she was, on the come up, just timing as well. Women's boxing wasn't what it is today then. So, Showtime and I'll throw Fox in there, but really Showtime and PBC or even NBC at the time, they don't show women's fights. She didn't get any airtime. I think I've only seen her fight on Showtime like twice, if that. But here we are today, October 7th, 2022. Women's boxing is becoming a thing. It's becoming a thing. Even though I'm not a fan of it, but it's becoming a thing.
But no sponsorship in the beginning. That's what got me. I think she only got, what was it, a Power Aid, and she finally got that like a lot later. That's the side of the stuff that was getting me, is that it was no sponsorship. She could have just gotten just a little something that would have helped her.
Yeah.
It would have been that. Yeah.
Yeah, but she thought, like I'm saying, like it's just, when she was coming up, it's just, think about it. Like PBC, they don't show women's fights.
Mm-hmm.
They don't support that stuff. That's not their jam. It's not even, it's just purely business. They're not opposed to it. That's just business, man. Like they're not. Am I lying? No, I'm not lying, because I was about to try to give Fendora's sister some love, but that was over on his own. So, yeah. That's why she signed that deal with Sky Sports. She did a Canelo. She signed up to be beaten up on white girls now. So we shall see. We shall see.
I remember the Christy Martins.
Didn't Fandora got a brother boxing? You say he got a sister boxing as well?
Yeah, he's got a family of boxers. I believe I haven't seen much of the brother, but I know he does have a brother.
Yeah, the sister's normally there with him too. They've shown her sitting there with him a few times, even at the fights. If he's not fighting, they've shown her. You can tell they're related, of course, because she's wiry too, long.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to that fight coming up now. I really am. Her, Baumgarten. I'm looking forward to the whole card. I try not to always like make a big fuss now that I'm older about gender stuff. And like you said, your experience is why, because I was raised by strong women. So I've strained, like the women in my family have some of stature, some of them, not really tall women, but they're just strong women. So I see women in a different way. I would never say like an army of women is going to do this to army men, but I'm just saying, I don't really have so much of a problem with it if she puts the work in and does whatever. Yes, people say that they're more likely to have this happen and this and that. I've heard all of that, but a lot of the stuff I know basically is still just an old way of thinking. It's just a cultural thing, because it's too many other cases of women just fighting around the world, period. Way before they even made this movie that they're making now, and I just know that myself. Yeah. Because it's almost ridiculous to think that on this planet that women have never fought on, nothing like that. And I do see skilled women, because Claresa is skilled. It ain't just because she's a sister too, but that does. I really do like it even more. I'm not gonna lie about it that she is a sister, but yeah, she really is skilled. The only thing I ever say about that I can critique with her is that when she gets emotional and gets to throwing her combinations, because people talk about the lack of power, but I don't always think it's that. Her shot placement is pretty good too. If she can really just, like I say, calm down when she gets a person hurt, yeah, she gonna get you out of there. I know she don't have a lot of knockouts, but I've just seen it, you know. Just like with to jump back on Jamel, you know, you started seeing he started hurting guys a lot more. He always had the power. He was always, you know, sharp, this and that. But Derek was able to get him, as you say, sometimes just back up and reset and then go back in because, you know, you said he made old boy wilt. It was just he was consistent and his defense is good. Yeah, he does parry. You know, he sees shots coming. He rolls with shots and he'll stay in position, him and his brother, but he does this a little bit better than his brother. Even though his brother had that nice knockout with the block and uppercut, he does that like straight off of the, you know, catch and shoot. He does that a lot more than people realize, and he was doing that to Castano. You know, your guy was kind of dependent on his toughness, which he showed that he was real tough, but that's the reason why he just folded, you know, like a lawn chair right at the end. When he caught that last, you know, biology is going to catch up. But he is a boxer puncher. And I feel like if she was able to do that, she would have a lot more stoppages, at least on her record. Because she's dominant, man. She always has been. And I've seen her hurt a few times that I've, you know, because I bought her pay-per-views. I've seen her hurt, you know, like make their head snap back. And of course they do like they do with Devin, because that's somebody else like I say, I follow. They start to, you know, try to stay out of range because they can't handle what's coming at them. And Picasso was saying earlier, controlling somebody with a jab, that's a big thing. And that's why you appreciate a certain kind of fight now too, Picasso. And people tend not to see the sweet science, as Baz said earlier. They don't see the parrying and the blocking. They don't understand that there's a reason why this person is not walking up on Devin. He's just jabbing. It's like, well, when you say that, you are admitting that the guy that you like can't get past the jab, but you're making it like it's something wrong with him. So you're taking something that's positive, making it negative. So when we start getting into those kind of arguments and all that, I tend to try to just back off, because I know the guys either just like the girl or like the guy, and they're just good because they're from their country or they're from their group or whatever. But nah, when it comes down to that, and it just so happens that most of, let me say, of some of the best fighters you've ever seen are people of color. You know, it just is what it is. And I know that's hard for some people to deal with, because I do forget that boxing is big about race. It really is still race. And it's a business. It's not so much a sport. The UFC did spoil me, because, you know, you're going to fight who you're going to fight in the UFC. You can have losses. You know, it's going to be halfway fair. They've been having some wild cards here. You know, it's not as it used to be. You know, it's a lot of bureaucracy. MMA now, but it's not like boxing. My bad. Go ahead. I didn't hear you.
Oh, I was saying real quick, Street Fighter. Man, I don't know, man. We're talking about the race thing again. And I said this a couple streams ago. Look, man, I like your approach, Street Fighter. How you said, like, you, yeah, that's ridiculous right there. I saw that. You gotta be careful with those, man, because what it is those are people who are coming in here who are actually reporting that your channel is showing, you know, pornography and that type of shit. So we gotta be careful. Forget all the block those fuckers if we got some moderators in the chat. But I like what you said, Street Fighter, coming to the chat. You know, when people try to come in and not necessarily pussyfoot around a say race subject, you'd be like, well, what are we talking about? Are we talking about you being offended, or, you know, your opinion on what this is, or what do I think? And I say all the time, I'm like, man, well, you know what? Let's just not talk about it, because you and I can't handle the situation. We just can't. We can, but we can't. Yeah. And then I'll fast forward a little bit, you know, my own personal take. I'm just like, man, I just, you know, because I think you said something earlier, made me think about what I'm about to say now. Just the black experience is more mental, and it's a real mind boggle, right? It's a real mind fuck. But thank God for God, man, and thank God that I'm not God, because none of you guys would make it in my perfect world. But sometimes I tell myself, I'm like, man, I just wish these niggas would die and just let black folks take over. Straight up. Nigga, die and let this black man take over. I get so sick of, you know, people going at each other over stuff. Happened to me on this very platform. Like when I came in, just because who I am and I sound the way I sound, I guess I can't be good enough to be black.
Well, I told you that before. You know, I knew that you probably had to deal with that because that's just such a regular thing in the midst.
Yeah, and I'm just like, but like I said, nigga die and just let black people take over, because only niggas be talking shit like that, man.
So whoever your ears just heard something in the beginning. That's another reason why I said that. That is a genuine thing, you know. You can just tell. I told people stuff like that as I got on, like, yeah, I'm not even worried about it, because I would have missed out on a lot if I would have just worried about how somebody sounded instead of just getting to know them, you know, just because they're from a part of a country or a part of the planet to where, you know, they pronounce their words a little different. So you must be this. And I'm just, so that shows that whatever kind of equipment I'm using to analyze you is pretty rudimentary. It's basic, because that's a kind of short-sighted way of seeing something. Like, so you're not going to really just keep talking to them. You just going to know. And I know that some people associate that with people. Like when I told them to come to the hood to be insurance people, police officers, you know, and they normally sound like that. They hit their R's. They're going to have a certain turn. Yeah, I know. And we all make fun of it when we hear it. So I knew that because my people sound like that. I'm from Texas too. We just down by the water, so we sound a little more Louisiana. We don't use the R's and all that. But I have family members.
Texarkana, baby.
Yeah. I'm down. I'm down by the water. We's a little more bayou where I was from. Like I tell people, you know, because even Houston, you know what I'm saying? We kind of draw out everything.
Already.
You know what I mean? But yeah, people tend to think that you're some kind of hoodlum, because when I started traveling as a youngster, I didn't, you know, you don't know what you sound like really until you get around people who don't, because they would always say, I like the way you say Texas, because they like, where you from? Oh, I'm from Texas. I like the way you say Texas. And I'm like, oh, I sound like that? And I don't say ask, we say ask. I asked you something, you know, so you start hearing little stuff like that. But it was funny that most people, like you said, they just straight up assume that I didn't know anything. So when you first get up, and I told them this story too, you start reading out loud and stuff like that, and they quote unquote compliment you. Oh man, the way you sounded at first, I ain't think that you'd be able to. It's like, hey man, it's just how it sound where I'm from. So you ain't never got to worry about that with me, man. When I first heard you on there, I knew you were Texan. I know you probably from up north, because we say there, they say there. We say beer, they say burr. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. And Picasso kind of threw me off, but I come to find out Picasso he like my family, got to Louisiana and Texas. So you kind of got that going on. Because some of my cousins, they say a spoon and other ones say spoon, you know, so it just depends. And yeah, we all around each other. Yeah. Flow, door, dough. Yeah. Do you want more? Do you want more? It's just the same thing. And they all in the same house. You know, even my brother was a little more, he hit the R's a little harder, and we were all raised the same way. But, you know, it just depends on what do you pick up and how it sticks in your head. Yeah. But I knew that. I knew you were Texan. When you kept saying that, I'm like, oh, you don't have to explain that to me, sir. I definitely know
you dance to the Zydeco?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Man, of course I dance Zydeco, man. Yeah, you're wrong for that. Yeah, it's crawfish where I'm from, and fish fries and crab, all that, you know. And it's just because we're so close. But I mean, you know, Houston is the Bayou City. That's really what they call it. People just don't remember that.
You know what?
I'm 90 miles outside of there, so.
You know the Jones family?
Man, come on, stop clowning.
Yeah.
You know how many Jones families there are, Picasso? Are you trying to be funny or something? Is that a race joke? Yeah. Yeah, Jay, you're right. You're right. He said the hardcore fans acknowledge and respect the sweet science of boxing, but many people mostly want to see knockouts. Yeah, it's about the savagery. They don't want to hear about how he was able to use his lateral movement. No, they want to see who's going to go to sleep. I paid $300 for somebody to get knocked the fuck out tonight. That's you know. So you have your casuals, like you said, and you have the other ones. And I know, Jay, he says nothing wrong pronouncing your words that don't mean you don't. Yeah, because my biggest thing is that I learned so much more by mimicking. I've just always been a mimic since I was a kid. I toned it down because I don't want people to think that I'm being disrespectful. But that's one of the things that I learned that I enjoy. So when I learn different languages, I get around different people and I hear how they say stuff, whether they're from New York or from Boston, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, I always enjoy that when I started traveling. And then you can tell a guy where he's from and talk about where he's from just from hearing the way he speaks. And everybody likes that when you know something about, you know, their tribe, their culture and all that. So I took it like that. But, you know, there's some people who do try to hide behind an accent. You know what I'm saying, Bass? So they probably thought that you were trying to pretend to speak that way, to come across because you associate that way of speaking with intelligence. That's how a lot of black folks, man, you trying to sound white, man. You know, and that's what he said in the chat. Because I said it too when I was a kid until I got older and started understanding that everybody black is not going to sound like me. You know? But that just shows that you are isolated. People who are more worldly, they don't even have those conversations, you know. They just understand that everybody's not going to be the same. The more you talk, the more we know what you're about.
I like that. I like that what you said. People, you know, who are worldly aren't worried about things like that. And yeah, man, I didn't do a lot of traveling growing up. So when I hit 18 and went to college, man, I was gone. I was out the door. Gone. I'm very happy and blessed that my parents allowed me to do that because my mom did not want me to leave Texas. I went all the way to Southern California, man. So, and have been up and down the West Coast, man, from Washington State all the way to freaking almost middle of Mexico. And have been to most of the Southwest. Haven't been to like Idaho or like Montana or anything like that, but most of all those states, Nevada, Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, and then of course like the entire Western. So yeah, and then when you keep talking about traveling so much, yeah, man, when you travel, you see a lot about people and different cultural aspects, like you're saying, picking up on different things and collecting different things and your vocabulary expands, no doubt.
Yeah, you know what? With fall paper, I had to realize that I said fall paper until I was maybe 21 or 22. I was in North Carolina and I met a lady from New York and we were talking and she was joking and saying that because I asked her for some aluminum foil, as they say, but I said fall paper. That's some of the first times I was really, really paying attention to my accent. You know, you hear it in music and stuff like that, but to be with a person on the daily, yeah. So that started kind of going out of my head, concerning myself with the way people sounded. Because if you sound genuine, you just do. You know, it just is what it is. You know, you can't really necessarily control that all of the time. You know, accents are just that. It's just whatever area you in and who you around. So that's why some black guys sound white and some white guys sound black, as they say. You know, whatever that really means when you say it. But I know
whatever that means, right? Yeah. Whatever that means, because.
But I know you have to give it a name so people can kind of know what you're talking about. So I know what people talk about when they say it, but I always wonder if the person is just really being themselves or are they actually trying to sound what they believe another group of people sound like. Then that's a whole nother story. Like I say, you just got some. That's some confidence issues.
Yeah, but also too, more importantly, boy, the English language is tough. It's hard. It's a lot of prefix, suffix, everything going on, man. Or to be literate, and you got to know how to pronounce your vowel sounds, of course. English is freaking hard.
Yeah, I thought it was so beautiful as I started getting older, but it's very flowery. But the one thing I learned, like this language and a few other ones, that you can say something so many different ways. There's a lot of lying going on. Like in Thai, you know, they don't, you know, there's certain ways you can say stuff, you know. And like I said, I'm not some professional or nothing. That's just that, you know, I do enjoy certain stuff about language, but I do realize that in certain language, when you can say something a lot of different ways, it kind of make you look at your language like, it's kind of easy to be shady, you know. And other languages, kind of you say what you say, and it is what it is. So because it is, you know, it is difficult, and people do get confused. What is the other one? Chinese is another one that's up there. But yeah, there's just so many ways to say something in English. I don't even know how I wound up on this subject with y'all. My bad. I have y'all all over the place, man. You get to talking to me.
You mentioned North Carolina. Man, I always
say that, brother Code. Okay, yeah, he say, what up, gentlemen, and salute to the chat. Yeah, nah, we just in there vibing. I kind of made it take a turn when I brought up those two guys that's supposed to fight each other. And then, you know, kind of swerved from there on Claresa. I really want to see what these ladies gonna look like, because I want to see with Michaela how she's gonna deal with Baumgartner's movement. Because I know Alicia can take some licks. I mean, I know I've seen her get hit, and I know Michaela gets hit a lot. But I really want to see what she's gonna do with that movement. And I want to see if she's gonna still. I'm talking about Alicia, if she's gonna be slick behind her jab like she was before. The fight right after her knockout, I know she went 12 rounds and everything like that. And I'm still thinking that she was kind of getting used to the weight, because she was coming down. Yeah, she was up at 140 or something. But her and Michaela been having some heated back and forth. So that's another fight I'm really looking forward to seeing. You know, of course, Deontay and all that with his comeback.
I can't wait to watch them like hug it out. It's gonna be hilarious. It's gonna be hilarious when they hug it out.
Some stuff is bad blood for real, baby, and they got bad blood for real.
Yeah, but they gonna hug it out. Don't worry, they gonna hug it out.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what it is. It's just that intense. I never understood why guys do that after a fight until I started fighting like in more of a controlled, not the street fight, and even some street fights. I wound up being friends with guys, but and back to what Picasso had said earlier, you start appreciating and understanding. And the same thing when you was talking about music earlier, when you really start to see what it takes to do something, you start to appreciate it more. And it's kind of hard to explain to a casual, because, you know, to them, they feel like they can just get up on the TV and do it themselves. If they go do some push-ups, run, go train with this guy, you know what I'm saying? But no, it takes a lot to do these things. So yeah, that's the other side of that respect. Like I said, when you just see somebody doing that, just to be able to do it. Like you say, Alicia Bomb finna beat the brakes off this chick.
Man, I was talking about that in another stream not too long ago, and you know, I take a different approach. Like, people think Alicia's just gonna go up in there and knock out old girl. I took it back to Harper, you know, Terry Harper, when she fought her. She didn't just knock her out. You know, that girl was she was boxing her up. She had hit her probably 3, 4, 5, 6 times, like some good licks. So she knew she could hit her and do her thing. And she had already dazed her a few times, but she was setting Harper up, man. She was trapping her, leading it, like I said, fighting behind that jab. And then last one, man, she just rocked her. Just
I know we don't go against the Black Queen, but she might lose to Michaela Marabon.
Man, I want to see. I said I want to see how she deals with Alicia's movement, because Michaela is kind of a high guard, come forward, get hit. I do understand what you're saying, Kyle, because she's tough, bro. She's a tough woman.
Right.
But I really want to see what she's, because Alicia's slick.
She's not. No, that was one fight. She fought like that, like maybe 1 or 2 fights, bro.
Hang on, Kyle. Like, see, everyone thinks that, but like, what I'm saying is, like, that's not how she even got that knockout, brother.
I'm talking about Michaela. I'm not talking about Alicia.
Yeah, I know, but I guess I just want to finish.
Go ahead, my bad.
Like old girl was boxing, man. She was boxing, pivoting, going around, and it reminded me a lot of. I also gave this example. What that reminded me of the Harper situation, Alicia. It reminded me of the De Los Santos kid who pulled up on Rayo on short week's notice, because he had hit Rayo probably 5, 6, 7 times, some good licks, flush, and already had him dazed. And then it just was that last one that rocked his ass. You know, he knocked him down 2 or 3 times. And it was that last one to where, you know, he was already beat before it even happened. And thank goodness the ref was in there too, because I don't know if he liked Rayo or knew Rayo before, but like, he had seen enough to where he had to stop the fight, man, because this guy had already been beat. So kind of repetitive, going back to Alicia and Harper, when she knocked her out on her feet, she had boxed that girl up and already beat her before she got there. Now, I know easier said than done when she faces Michaela, but it's going to be that should be a good matchup, because Michaela's got the smarts and she does have the high guard. She can use her advantages, but they both gonna really have to be. They gonna both be boxing in there, and I don't expect her to just go in there and knock Michaela out. I don't expect that.
No, Michaela's gonna take her time with her. I know Michaela is. That's why I said
So is Alicia there too, man. So is
she
Alicia.
ain't gonna run over there with Alicia. She see it.
And if
see
Alicia
what I'm talking about too, because Alicia is when I don't want to say slick like the white folks say slick, but y'all know what I mean. She's evasive. When I saw her be able to move like she moved with Harper, like you said, she would not have been able to land the shot that Bass is telling y'all if her feet weren't where they needed to be at. And that's what I liked. And she got her distance down and everything. The one thing I've never liked about Michaela is that a lot of times she will use her head for defense. She's tough.
She stands there. She stands there.
I don't like that about her. That's the only thing that I can say bad about Michaela. That's it. And my bad. I'm gonna jump back on mute, y'all.
Yeah, she just stands there talking about Michaela. Yeah, I don't like that. But yeah, you said it. And once you said distance, for some reason I keep thinking of like those promos where I'd see, or even just her releasing footage, Tony Harrison working on distance with that girl, with that sister. So if she can put on a performance like she did with Harper, man, it should be a really good fight.
And I'm not saying she just gonna win, Bass. I was just saying
no.
I want to see what Michaela's gonna do with that movement. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, like she's got a good coach, so they're gonna be prepared. I know that. I will throw in that weak little female trait of them just being like high intense with their emotions, but I don't want to throw that too much in there. I think both women will be ready, prepared.
Yeah, because who has Michaela fought like that? Most of the ladies I've seen her fight were kind of the Russian, kind of the Eastern European type. Even one of the last ladies she fought, they kind of just stood in the middle of the ring and just did a rock 'em sock 'em,
Yeah.
And even my wife was kind of like, she didn't fight the fight before that wasn't even like that.
Yeah, it was that Asian chick.
I'm not going against her. Jake, look, brother Code and them saying that. Excuse me. He said, when Alicia win this fight, I'm gonna need y'all to put some respect on her name. Oh, I'm riding with Alicia now, but I'm just telling, like in the real world, once they start hitting each other, we're gonna see what it is. My bad, Bass. My bad.
Yeah, and or it could be one of those classic, just oh my goodness, I can't we're at the edge of our seat because both women are comfortable taking each other's power. But I do believe. And it's weird. It's only been this week that I thought about it because I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, I'm not a women's boxing fan, but I know I like styles. Styles make fights, man. The fighters don't make the fights. The styles make the fight. So these are two different styles that are gonna collide, and it should be a good one. I guess it should be a good one. I think Claresa is just she's not gonna run through Savannah. But I think she's gonna be able to handle Savannah Marshall a lot easier than what people kind of make it, because some people, we talk about Claresa and then they back it up with like,
she's gonna run through her. She's gonna run through her, man.
Yeah, I think
if you go back and look at that fight they stole from Claresa, and think about Claresa's abilities now. And now Marshall, she may be stronger physically nowadays than opposed to when they were younger, but the best of Claresa is going to keep her punches at bay, because she's not going to get those sledgehammers off on Claresa because she's going to be eating a lot of punches. I think at first I was like, a few months ago I was like, Marshall's going to give Claresa a good fight and it could be close, and but I was always pulling for Claresa. But now I think she's going to run through it. I don't think she can keep up with the boxing ability of Claresa. I don't think so.
Right. Yes, and that's what I was saying to really kind of conclude. Just like, man, to see
Claresa's stronger now than what she used to be.
Yeah, and to see how Claresa has grown throughout her career, like she's got to be that much better. So I think she's gonna be able to handle her. And one of my buddies was like, "Oh, she's gonna be emotional because she really wants to beat her up." I'm like, dog. I haven't seen her emotional in the ring. I've seen her emotional outside the ring, but I haven't seen her emotional inside the ring. Inside the ring, she's at peace because she's about to whoop your ass. So be careful.
I think it's going to be a one-sided fight. I truly believe that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and jump on with Santos. To be honest, I was gonna say that I think she gonna really outclass this woman, man. Like we gonna see something, and it's gonna be kind of like people gonna start hating on her like they do Devin and saying the fight was born, because once the young lady sees that she really can't do nothing with her, what we were saying earlier, her distance and just landing those shots, I think she's gonna kind of devolve and start, just standing in front of her like a Frankenstein, because she's not gonna have an answer. And, it's just going to be round after round if Claresa ain't got some pop in her now, because I know people like to bring it up but not bring it up. Yeah, she different since she started practicing at MMA, bro. It just is what it is. That
exactly.
Wrestling, kicking, and all that.
Her core strength is a lot different than what it was before.
Yeah, you see she keeps showing it off, She ain't going to hate on her love, and nobody wants to step on the toes of boxing, but even if you do certain kind of training, you still not wrestling, and you're not picking your feet up off the floor, constantly throwing kicks. That's two things that's going to build your core up. I kick a lot. So I'm telling you, like, that's the moment you do that, especially guys who come from kicking backgrounds, your cardio is going to be better. It just has to be, because some of your weapons that you're using are your damn legs. So I saw it, and I told my wife, I said, watch how Clarissa's body change. And she was even tripping. I said, she was always able to get down, but she always had like a little softness to her. That little bit of belly at the end. And I mean, it's nothing bad because she's a beautiful woman. I'm not talking bad, but you can just tell her body mass changed. Now she really, her legs are leaner. You can see her like around the lower part of her buttocks and stuff like that. She doesn't have that jiggle. She's more solid. She that solid fine. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know what I'm talking about? Like, yeah, she's a little more toned. And when she sits down on her shots now, I can see it in her legs. Yeah, my bad, y'all. I didn't mean to take it there.
Brazilian butt lift.
Real quick to switch subjects, JJ in the comments was like, he said Shakur's a real artist. And what did you say, actually, Jay? You said Shakur Stevens is an artist at distance, as well as the one reason he doesn't get hit a lot. Yeah, that's true. However, he's one of the best, right? Shakur. And then I think about, another good dude who's one of the best too, and Devin Haney. I think Devin Haney would be Shakur, man. For boxing reasons. Like his footwork tells me, talking about Devin now, lets me know that Shakur, he wouldn't have any problems with Shakur. I really mean that.
You saw him spar before, right?
Yeah. But like when I line them up, because those are two different styles, man, I don't think Dev's real smart in there, man. I don't think he would allow Shakur to be doing all that, what he's been doing, say, in his last 3 fights. Devin's footwork is really, really good, man. That's why he's only been hit by Linares 1 time in like 5 fights. He's and I'm not the biggest Dev guy, but he's pretty good. He's pretty damn good. He's one of the best in all of boxing.
Can I say something about that? Shakur, he jumped gym to gym and spars with different people. And at that time, he said he was sparring, getting ready for the Olympics. So I think he was trying to be careful in a way, but at the same time, he was trying to put in some work. He wasn't going to let Devin run up on him, with a lot of stuff. But at the same time, Devin did get touched. He touched him, right? And that at that point, I said, Devin was younger, and I believe he was younger, and that experience that he had in Mexico, and in the Floyd Mayweather gym, put him. I don't know.
Can I get some background, Picasso?
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm thinking
that
I'm in the truck.
For sure.
Yeah, I was switching from the ear iPod to the Blue Parrot,
Yeah, yeah.
Bluetooth, or however you want to call it. And the uh, I mean, sometimes it can get confusing, but if you walk with um, Shakir's career stuff that he does from before he got to that point of them sparring in the ring, and the same thing with Devin, uh, and his experience and stuff up to that point. I'm thinking, and what was going on at that time, Shakir getting ready for the Olympics, and Devin, he was probably getting ready for a fight as well, but they was giving each other some work, but they have to be careful, not to let the other one run up on the other one, because sometimes you can one person can hit the other person a little bit too hard, and then now the fight getting started, right? And now you're gonna get somebody's gonna get hurt, and they won't be able to go to the Olympics or go to that fight that they're waiting for that cash, that money. So th- sometimes you got to be careful in the sparring. But it was a time where I was sparring with a guy, and I was jumping gym to gym too, but I was doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And I went to, I think Street Fighter, I probably told you about it. I went to Rodrigo Pinedo gym out there with Pete Spratt from the UFC. Well, Rodrigo Pinedo was in the Bellator, or I think, well, I was out there training with them that day in San Antonio. And one of the guys that I was working with on the side, because I was going through everybody in the gym, but that particular guy, he wanted to make a statement, I guess, and he caught me in an armbar. But I know how to get out of a lot of these submissions that you see people getting caught in. I know how to get out of them. But at the same time, he caught me in the armbar, and when I went to go get out of it, I kind of he was trying to really break my arm, but basically me getting out of it, it just kind of hyperextended my arm, my elbow a little bit, and I was like, dang, you know. And then I go back to my gym, and now I'm kind of uh, kind of injured and trying to watch myself. So the thing is that you jump gym to gym, you can get caught somewhere and be nursing an injury. You just don't want anybody
Yeah,
to
because
know that.
egos. I know what you mean. That's what we call him Saibu now. But anyway, he would always tell us be careful. And I told you that too, Picasso. If you did go other places and train, because a lot of folks will use it as your measuring stick. Like me having a little bit of height, a lot of guys, they don't want to do it with somebody that they normally train with. But when you come over, they're like, well, let me see where I'm at with this person. But they don't really see you as a person that can be hurt. They just see you as an obstacle to overcome. So I do know what you mean. They'll mess around there and really hurt you because they won't see you again. You just coming in for a little while. Plus they feel like maybe if they can beat you, because when they see you as something intimidating. So let me see if I can take you out. Or if somebody else is like, "Ooh, man, Picasso got a knife, man. You see how he was rolling? He was able to do this, and oh, well, I think I can do that." And you don't know they feel that way, and then you go and roll with them, and now you're like, "Hey, bro, 50%, 50." You got to tell them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. What were we talking about though?
Shakir and
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like that's just how boxing goes. You see a boxing match, you see a boxing match outing, and then you go, oh man, I think this guy can beat this guy because of that. And then what do you know? That guy mentioned that guy's name. So I think with Shakur getting peer pressured into mentioning Devin's name has got all of our boxing juices going. And when I think about that matchup, I just think Dev would beat him, especially right now. But the reasons would be is that Shakur, like, he kind he kind of like Canelo was like 3 or 4 years ago, where like his upper body movement is just magical. But like, and then it really helps that he's southpaw and can come at
Devin and my bad. Yeah, I just came back in when I was here in Picasso, man. I didn't mean y'all talking about Devin and Shakur. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah,
Definitely talking about that matchup. And I was, where was I? Shakur. Yeah, he reminds me of Canelo like 3 years ago. And then it helps a lot that he's southpaw, so he can come at it with a different angle, and that does mess up a lot of orthodox fighters. But his, and people always say he gets, like, I'm looking at the comments now, and the homie's saying that he gets hit less. That's true. That's true, because his upper body movement is just on fire. He's mastered that part. But the footwork, is not there matching the upper body. He makes it seem like and when I keep saying footwork, like footwork allows you, it's like the old saying where it's like to hit and not get hit. Your footwork allows that. And when I watch Shakur, and lately he's been sitting down on his punches for whatever reason, working on something or trying to obviously get someone out of there, but he sticks and stays. And then he's got that Floyd Mayweather-esque check hooks that he does, but he never follows it up. But anywho, I just think his footwork, when he gets in there with someone like Devin's footwork, he gonna be gone. He gonna be Speedy Gonzalez. He ain't going to just sit there with them and trade or even allow him to get close like that. Devin's also a master at the gauging distance, keeping distance, because he's got a world-class jab, but he's also really, really smart in there, man. Like, his nuances are it's just levels above his age. I think I said earlier where, like, he'll jab and hit you with a 1-2, and if he feels any type of resistance, he's going to grab and clinch you and smother you so you can't get anything off. And when that happens, it's 2 against 1. The referee's got to come help separate, and then he's still got the advantage over you because that's all the judges saw. That's another thing about Devin. Devin's like really mastered a boxing match from beginning to end and how to win rounds. So I think that type of smartness, man, that type of level of fortitude, mental fortitude, can win you a lot of boxing matches and fuck with a lot of other boxers. But just when I think about those two, I just think Devin's footwork will allow him to get away with success, man. Other than that, they're pretty close in talent. I think Shakur's more skillful and more refined, polished. Devin's a little more raw, but Devin's very smart above the shoulders. That's what he has over some of his contemporaries who are compared to him. His above the shoulders, he's on 100, man. Like, it's hard to beat him. And an example would be the Linares fight. Everyone, when we talk about that, everyone just talks about how he's chinny and got checked, but they don't talk about how he just 12-0'd that guy, 11-1 that guy. It took him like half a round to recover, and then he went right back to beating that guy's ass and styling on him in fashion. No one ever says that. No one talks about it. They just talk about how he got hit.
I agree with everything you just said. And I got a bonus question for Street Fighter. Do you practice the question mark kick?
Again?
Do you practice the question mark kick?
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I told you I'm gonna start putting some stuff up. I just, it's still weird for me, and I never wanted to make it like I was prostituting myself or, take 1,000 pictures of yourself, look at yourself, because I don't have none of that. It's normally just for me, friends when we train and stuff like that. But I said I was gonna do it for posterity now because I got grandkids and stuff like that. Before your body too old and beat up to do it, but yeah. And one of the things that I wound up falling into later, like in my late 20s, I told you, is that it was Taekwondo. And I always made fun of it, cracked jokes about it. But I always had decent footwork anyway from just mimicking certain guys when you grow up, your Ali's and Hagler and Sugar Ray, certain people like that. But
Bruce
once I
Lee.
started practicing Taekwondo, my footwork went up a whole nother level. You know what I mean? But people don't even know that the peekaboo and a few other things are based and stuff like that too. So when you talk about Devin is like 360 degrees. What I started noticing about Shakur is that he is very good, but it's linear. It's almost like on some kung fu. He in and out. He really will come towards you, small steps. He's really, really good at knowing the small distance. Devin can cover distance so damn fast, and that's why he just blows people away with that jab, because he's so long with it. And of course, he's longer than most of the guys that he's going to be fighting. And I noticed that when they did spar, Devin was doing something I've never really seen him do too much, which is walking a guy down a lot. Like, I know he can. He got clipped, like you said, in the Linares fight, but he can walk people down. You can see that. And Shakur was always on the back foot. So they clearly know each other. Yeah, they say they ride together, they grew up together type stuff. But the one thing, like he said about Devin being so good, is because he did have so many fights with men down there. So he just developed a style to where no matter where he's at, he knows where he's at. I've never seen him like really that uncomfortable, and that's the reason why I think that he just wins so many rounds. And he understands that if he stays consistent, regardless of anything else, the guy can't do anything to him. So I know why people hate on him and they talk about him. And because when I first saw him, I was excited. Him and Shakur were the only two. They talk about Lomachenko and all that, but that ain't nothing, man. He ain't showing me nothing. And it's not just because he's a white guy. It's just because I know boxing. But when I saw these guys, I was excited because there's not a lot of guys that's coming along that's
Mute yourself, Sento.
My bad.
My bad.
No, go ahead, Street Fighter. I was just.
Oh, I thought you said you wanted to talk. I was going to say, you can go ahead, man. That's all I was going to say. Yeah, because that fight right there, of course, is what, when I thought about certain fighters and I started really liking Devin, that was the only person really in the back of my mind was Shakur, because that's how my mind goes. So even when we were talking earlier, and I don't want you to get in trouble, Bass, but when I was talking about Bud and Errol, it's because even when I started out being a fan of whoever I am, Bud knows that's danger. That's the respect of it. We can say whatever we want to do in the news, and you can try to be posturing and be strong for your fans. But the beautiful thing about fighting is that it's real. If nobody's cheating, if everything's evenly, we come to an agreement, me and you meet in the middle of the ring, and we swing at each other until somebody folds or whatever happens. But that's the thing that I like about it, is that it's really real. So you can say whatever you want. But when I thought about it, he knows that that's his competition. And I think eventually Shakur and Devin always knew, like when they rode together and practiced with each other, you know that eventually me and you, we going to have to meet. And out of most of the people that I know you and it might be a little more technical, and I'm going to have to give you the respect so I don't get my head knocked off too. It's nothing against Tank either, because everybody talk about Tank. Like, believe you me, Tank is a problem also. But when it just came down to it, I was like, it's going to be those two guys there, because on the mental side with Tank, I feel like 2 or 3 rounds in, he'll be so frustrated that what makes him Tank, he's not going to be able to use, and then he's not going to be Tank.
Careful.
Now, I'm not thinking that the first round that he couldn't catch somebody either, because like I said, a fight is real. But when you look at a bank account or you look at some company you go with, some company or something, you always looking at investments, you go with what you think is going to be. So you go with the company that's been in business 20 years, you know what I'm saying? You can set your watch to him. And I say that about Devin because he hasn't lost a lot of rounds. So I'm thinking he's not the only person that has had power that Devin, had to face. You know what I'm saying? That's the one equalizer too, because I'm a Deontay Wilder fan. So I'm not going to be a hypocrite. And I've said the same thing with Deontay. So he's going to have that to the last round. But I was just telling you, like, if I was a betting man, because I don't bet, I would go with Devin. It's just likelihoods, And as he gets older, because people keep forgetting, Devin's like, he's still a baby to me, bro. 23, 24, that ain't nothing. He already undisputed.
He's 23.
Here's what it is. That's why nobody wants to fight him. We keep having these same conversations, And when I started hearing all the stuff that they said about Devin, the fact that you were hating on him and trying to find rational reasons for people not to like him shows that he's talented. That's why you're talking about it. Just like the same thing with Deontay. He may be limited in certain ways, but he was able to knock out or knock down every doggone body that faces him. You know what I'm saying? You cannot, or you can't just push that to the side because he's doing it. He's standing in there, boom, bam, bam. It's not a video game, you know? So the consistency is why I say that. And I'm going to go back on mute. My bad, Joe. But I am a Shakur fan. Let me say that before I get off here. Don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, these two guys here are bringing it back. And I want to see, God willing, what they look like when they get into their late 30s and what the whole scheme and everything look like when they the top dogs.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, Tank, though. Gosh. He's blessed with those snooze buttons, man. And yeah, I think he clips all of them. I think he clips all of them. He's really lucky to have those snooze buttons. But that's not what I want to say. What I want to say is that Tank is overall pretty good at everything, man. He's kind of like a B minus. The only flaw I really see with him, of course, aside his dimensions being so diminutive, being so small, is that he seems to, because he's had to walk to the fire so much, and he's not afraid to, that he'll use that little big head of his for defense. Is the only thing I really worry about with him. But don't get it twisted, man. That guy can box, man. He can come forward. He can go backward. He can box. He can get on his bicycle. He must have he must have really like a head of stone, like I say, which can get him in trouble and knock the F out. But he, it's got to be mentally exhausting to be someone, to be in there with him and being towering over him and beating him in some spots, but he won't go away. And then all of a sudden, you just get this tidal wave of explosion, and before you know it, you're on the canvas, man. No one can handle that. No one sees it coming. So that's why I think he clips them all. No one has been able to be able to deal with that explosion, man. He may get knocked out one of these days. He may, get outboxed one of these days, but to this day, no one can deal with that explosion, man. It comes out of nowhere. It just comes out of nowhere. It's a blessing. And I always say dudes who have snooze buttons in their hands can fight in any era because they can put you to sleep at any given moment.
Yeah, I'm a Wilder fan, but the one thing that I like about Wilder too is that he's mentally tough. That's one reason why he can do what he does. The only flaw I see with Tank is just the mental. That's it. And I know people try to say, well, what is it? What does he do? What is this and this and that? I know what it looks like to be angry and frustrated. The frustration. That's why I use that with him each time. But he has a good corner. You know what I'm saying? He's always had like a good crowd too, this and that. But whenever he gets in there and the other team is getting rooted for it too, just as much as he is, I just want to see what it looks like. Because I've seen him fight and I've seen him knock people out. But like they say, the level of talent, even with Bud, there's no way of getting around that. So when you get in there with a real pressure fighter, you're going to still have those snooze buttons, but your brain is what you need to get those snooze buttons to where they need to be. And if this guy is frustrating you, that's the only thing, because I know he can box. The guy is slick, man. Even when he hurt Rolling and all that, I knew that wasn't even a hard shot. And like you said just now, Brother Coach, you're right. He has a great IQ. That's why I said, but emotions. Devin is just like a cucumber. You know what I'm saying? That's the only two difference that I can say between those two is that I think that Devin would just stay more calm under fire. It's not about their talent. You know what I'm saying? It's not about what they bring to the table, as they say. It's just that mental state. I think that as the first couple of rounds go on, I know Tank would know, especially standing in front of Devin, like, hey, this is going to be a long night. So I'm going to have to take some risk. But one thing you see happen with Devin too, he makes people miss. like falling, stumbling, looking stupidness. He did it with Cambosis. He did it with Mr. Sipping Tea. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, but I'm not anti-Tank. I was just telling you why out of most of the guys that were coming up now, because Devin is a show and prove. He's undisputed. He had to go the hard way. He did this, he did. And Tank was still, some people say, had his hand being held. He hadn't really had high quality fights. He had some belts, but not belts. You know, same thing with Ryan. That's what I'm on. Devin has just shown me. I'm still waiting with Tank. I am. I'm still waiting for Tank to do something else beside it. And I'm not like an anti-Tank guy saying, oh, man, he ain't fought no. That's not what I'm saying. I just know that the level that Tank fights at, you want to see him fight somebody at the level of these other guys, is what I'm saying.
Right.
These Shakurs and these Devins. Because he's good, bro. Like, he's really that damn good. But you're starting to see a distance in between his fights because he's beating the hell out of guys that's not on his level. And then he got power too. It's like, come on, dog. That's super master.
Well, I tell you, man, I think Pedraza had some good boxing skills when he faced him. Of course, he put him to sleep. But Pedraza has good. He may not be in this. He probably wasn't in the same weight division. I'm going by boxing skills because we know Shakur just now about to go up to 135, and he possesses those skills. But Pedraza has some great boxing skills, and he's known for that. And he's been a good test for a few guys. He might be in that weight class now, I think, 135. But when it comes down to making guys miss, I think Shakur is the best out of the three that we're talking about right now. I think he gets hit the least of these three guys. Devin is great. I take nothing from him. He's a well-rounded fighter. I love the kid. But I think he gets hit a little bit more than Shakur. Shakur, you don't see many people landing on him. I mean, he stands in front of him making this. Distance is art for him. I mean, he comes forward, like you said, but he still makes them miss. If you go back and watch his fights, I mean, the kid don't get hit much at all. Don't get hit much at all. He's been hit. He can take a punch. He don't get hit much at all.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I think he can fix some boxing. At least I know Pedraza was a boxer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I agree, Cinto. Yes, sir. And Street Fight, I like what you said, man. All about Tank, man. There are points of there. And then I'm gonna kind of piggyback off what Cinto was saying. You know, I think I like Tank's resume, man. I think he's fought a lot of different talents, and of course versatility comes to mind because he fluctuated in those weights. But it reminds me, you know, if you can think about it in a way, kind of like how Loma was pushed. You know, how Loma went up by 3 weight classes. So, you know, he's got an array of wins over those three classes, similar to Tank, man. And he fought different styles, man. He fought the boxer in Pedraza, beat him. He fought volume in Leo Santa Cruz. He fought the bigger, stronger, faster type fighter in who was that? Mario Barrios. And then he fought an unorthodox, you know, Heresy and Rowley, of course. But you know, one thing I'm always really impressed with him is this may be kind of low. Some people might not agree with it, but like I said, he's diminutive. He's small, man. He's like 5. I don't even know if he's 5'4". He might be 5'3". He's not 5'5". Mayweather is barely 5'8", and Mayweather, I'm not gonna say tower, but he's like almost a full head taller than Tank. So Tank has got to be 5'3", man. He's 130 pounds.
I say nobody on none of their levels, man. All three of them have to fight each other. But I'm looking at the sea of the 130s, 135s, 140s, and possibly.
I don't think Tank gets enough credit for being A great boxer. I think everyone just sees the power. I think he has better footwork than Devin. I think he has better defense than Devin. I think he has better traps than Devin, better inside than Devin.
Tank gets hit more than any of the three of those guys.
No, I think he gets hit more because he's not worried about getting knocked out.
Yeah, that's part of his style. But he does.
It's part of the trap. He's got to get you to throw so he can counter. He can't lead. He can't like jab like the way Devin does and lead at range. He has to get you.
That's the reason why he get hits, because he's so small. He got to wade in. I kind of expect that. That's another reason why I know Tank is tough, because at some time he's going to have to get hit.
But he don't get hit clean though with power shots. He gets touched, but he don't get hit with power shots clean.
He's been hit with some power shots.
The thing that y'all see and y'all like about Tank is that his style has to be that. He has to set traps.
Hit him with some good shots.
Yeah, Easthock's the only example we got when he broke his hand.
The last fight he fought, he got hit with a couple of good shots. He even said it himself.
Yeah, because it's awkward.
He said that's the hardest he's been hit by rolling.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Devin don't got that though.
But he was. The thing I'm saying is that the reason why.
That ain't what you said. You said he don't get hit, but he ain't been hit by no hard.
Yeah, Easthock. Rolly got it. Yeah, Rolly got that. Yeah, Rolly got that one. I forgot. He got that one.
They both touched him.
Yeah, but Easthock didn't do that. Rolly caught him for real. Easthock was kind of was gritty.
But Max, and Street Fighter, like I said a little earlier, I said that's just kind of his issue. He uses his head for defense sometimes. But I also quickly backed it up and said that's because I think that young man, he's just one of those gritty ones who has walked through the fire, man, and is willing to walk through the fire. That can be a double-edged sword. But Tank, luckily, is very blessed. He's very skillful, like you said, Max. I was about to call you Simp. He's got good boxing. He's like a B-, man, all over. And of course, his snooze buttons are A+++. So that guy, he's truthfully an anomaly, man, because he's walking around 5'3", doing what he's doing, and arguably top 4 biggest boxing stars in the world, man. It's insane. I mean, I would look to Sinto and Street Fighter to let me know the last time we had anyone this big. I don't even, was Sugar Ray Leonard this big? I'm not Sugar Ray Leonard. Was Duran this big at 35? Was Shane Mosley this big at 35?
These are the guys right now.
Was Oscar De La Hoya, were they that big at 35? I mean, gosh, man, Tank is...
I do think Tank footwork is a little bit better than Shakur's. The two with the best feet works, like we say. Well, you were saying earlier, distance is one part of it, but the biggest thing is if I can make you miss.
Yeah, that
you know what I'm saying? Like if I can make you miss.
Footwork, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If I can make you miss, that means I'm understanding not only how I'm moving, I'm understanding how you're moving. And what Tank does is that's the way he knocked Rolly out. And he did it so perfectly that's what hurt him more than anything, was just the fact that I was able to premeditate this. Okay, you're going to come this way, and I'm going to use this shot to escape from you. So when I hit you, I know it might not be enough mustard on it to make you get off of me, because as soon as he hit Rolly, he closed his eyes, tucked his shoulder, and rolled out of the pocket. But the reason why he closed his eyes is because he assumed that I'm going to probably still take something once I hit him with this shot. Because if I put everything on this, I'm not going to be able to come out of the pocket right. That's what it is. So I'm going to sit on it 55% instead of my normal 75 to 85. You know what I'm saying? That's what's so beautiful. That's why I said, and Devin does the same thing. Like if you try to clinch Devin has a way of shooting his front arm up, like in the air, taking his backhand and like placing it like he's shooting a jab in the orthodox, and he has his right hand against his armpit and he slides backwards. Man, he does that so beautifully to where he can clinch you, but you can't clinch him. Now, Shakur has great distance recognition. He can turn on a dime, but since he is a southpaw, he's already at a certain angle to where he doesn't have to worry about the same thing that these guys do that fight at orthodox. And I fight southpaw. That's why I'm
saying he's southpaw.
And I was going to switch.
Stuff,
but the thing is, he tries to keep you in front of him. That's why it's so beautiful when he doesn't get hit. And he will move laterally, but the thing is, you're not going to get behind Shakur a lot of times just because of the way his style is. But with Devin and with Tank, they are like spinning tops. Wherever you at, I'm at. And I can reset so quick. And that's what I like about those two guys is that they are 360. That's what I meant by that. Not like Shakur's not capable of it, but Shakur doesn't care for it. So when you see him fight, he always has that shuffle forward, pop, pop, pop. You do something, he's a slight leap back. You come too hard, either clinch, step over to the left, step over to the right. And with Shakur, he, like you said, that check hook. He'll slap the hell out of you with that check hook to make you get that respect. And then he'll shuffle in close to you and hit you with that backhand. But he doesn't do a lot of turns. Devin turns you and Tank turns you. Constantly turning. That's how he knocked out Rolling. And he wasn't even really trying. He was just trying to roll out of the pocket.
He was trying to get away from him. He was trying to, like you said, he was trying to like it real fast. Like I love what you said because as you gave that
he said they worked on that particular punch. He said it happened just like they trained for it. So what we got to understand, Tank, he takes a lot of punches, but at the same time while he's taking those punches, he's downloading data. He's checking your timing, your style. And once he gets a beat on that, that's why he started turning up on Rolling. He gave way to work Rolling early, but he started turning up on him right before he knocked him out. Because he had gathered his timing and his awkwardness. And he figured out what he needed to do.
Yes, so because he missed him by mistake and everybody thought he hurt himself, but he didn't hurt himself. He went woo, but he went woo because he had just missed Rolly's head. He was like, damn, I almost caught him with that shot. He didn't say woo because his hand was hurt. Because everybody say, did he hurt himself? I say, no. He was mad because in that second, he's like, damn, I should have extended a little bit more because he would have knocked him out then.
Yeah, but like you said,
him and his coach both said at different times that they worked on that particular shot that he caught him with. Calvin Ford gave an interview to someone, I can't remember who, outside of the arena later on that night. And he talks in depth about how they train for that particular punch to catch Rolling that way.
And Emeritus Boxing
said something in the ring about it.
Real fast and true.
Hold on, let me read this right quick. Emeritus Boxing says Tank has very good defense, but his natural inclination is to hurt you, so he gets touched more than what might want him to. That's what I'm saying. Emeritus, like since he's smaller, that's a gimme. Like I got a cousin. He's like 5'9". He can slam dunk and everything, boing yoings, hops, but he plays better against us because we're taller than him. But if he normally plays a guy his size or a little shorter, the game gets a little more interesting. We started noticing that. So, because he expects for the tall guys, when he was like drive to the hole, the pump fake or get you, he does certain things because he's used to being a smaller person. And he, we talked about this because he fights too. But the same thing happened with Tank when he fought, Pitbull. It was strange for him to be the one who has to worry about the guy being in his chest. See, Tank doesn't have a problem wading into the fire because it just has to be because he's small. But that's part of his style. So his timing, how he feels, how the fight's getting hot or cold. That's what I like about him too. That's why I say about his boxing and turning. So you saw what happened though when somebody was smaller than him though. It became interesting, like I said. So you seen a little hole in this game, like I'm saying. I still hadn't quite seen that really with Shakur or with Devin. That's the only reason why I said on certain stuff I would kind of move Tank a little lower because of the mental side. Because it fucked with him. You started seeing him do, but he figured it out, which shows that he's still a champion and he's smart. But I was like, oh, okay. I ain't never seen this. And since I know my cousin and what he told me, I say, oh, Tank just like, we call him ETA, easy to aggravate. I say, he just like ETA. He told the truth. He said, I can play better against taller people than somebody my height or a little shorter than me. I was like, oh, okay. So this is what I'm seeing right now with Tank, because I had never seen that with him till Pitbull. My bad, go ahead, Santos. Till Pitbull.
No, you good. I was just saying it's sort of like a mirror situation. But let's not forget the fact that Tank hurt his hand in that fight. Who knows how that fight would have went if he hadn't hurt his hand. So he hurt his hand pretty early in the fight. I remember when he hurt it, and I was talking to some buddies of mine while I was watching. I said, his hand is hurt. I said, I hope he can make it through this. I said, but his hand is hurt. and he's still outpointed Pitbull. So that shows boxing prowess and IQ and abilities and styles.
Yeah, his footwork. Him and Devin have better footwork.
Yeah, Pitbull is a come forward fighter. He's a tyrant. He's gonna be in your chest the whole night if he's able to. he don't back up. He comes forward.
Yeah, but he don't have any. Pitbull don't got no footwork, but more on him in just a second.
We don't expect footwork from the likes of him anyway. So
yeah,
it's not. We're talking about what he's bringing with them hands and in your face and in your chest the whole time. His ferociousness. He's gonna push. So he's definitely a bona fide aggressive opponent. And if you blink, you can get caught back.
Yeah. I don't see him beating the top guys because I feel like they're too smart enough to be trying to fuck around with him. They're just going to get out of the way. But I like what Street Fighter was given that first example about the Tank and Rolly situation. Right. Hang on.
Does it sound muffled to y'all? It sounds like muffled to me. Maybe it's my headset. I don't know. Testing.
Tinto.
Yeah.
Is that better?
It's still a little muffled to me. It may be me, man. I don't know.
I want to see Pitbull and Ryan, and I don't ever want to see Ryan in nothing. But I'm like, we always trying to throw these names around with guys who getting, some. What I say, the clout? Yeah, they're getting clout off some of these other fighters. I was like, why didn't they never put them two guys together? I would like to see that. I mean, that's a height difference, a style difference.
That's because and like that's a part of ducking, but these guys look for advantages because they know what their strengths are and they know what could be a weakness versus a viable opponent. But real quickly, I want to go back to that example that Street Fighter was given. Yeah, man, you painted a good picture for me because it was like Rolly was like a pitcher, right? And he was throwing downward on the mound. And when Tank figured out his timing and his style, really, since he's so small, he was trying to get away. He was trying to get out of there when he knocked him out. And like you said, like when, in actuality, when it happened so fast, he was like, whoa, he's like, man, I got to get out of there. But like, I could have put more on there because he wasn't expecting it. He was also trying to get out of there. And then something else I noticed about Shakur, because he does like to keep you in front of him at all times. Because, he doesn't really turn all that well, but he does turn. But he usually likes to keep you in front of him. You see, he's always got his hands up. Like a puncher, like a boxer puncher. That's what he really is. He's really a boxer. He's not a puncher. But he's always got his hands up like a puncher, right? That puncher stance. Like put your dukes up. So, that's why he's able to kind of do these little nuances that I was thinking. But Tank, he's pretty good, man. He's pretty good. And as far as
that, got antennas. He uses his arms like antennas. Like he feels you. That's what I like about it, man. And people say that he doesn't. Shakur got some pop. I counted him out on the Jamel fight because I was still seeing him as a younger boxer that maybe doesn't like to get hit, but nobody likes to get hit. But I had to be careful how I said that too because I know how people try to paint narratives. I was saying it from somebody who loved you like a brother in the gym and say, well, hey, man, like they told us, hey, man, the worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to get hit. You understand? Because to get the kids used to at least knowing the shot is coming. Because that's what we're doing in here. We want you to practice defense and everything. And that's the first thing you're going to learn, blah, blah, blah. But you're going to get hit. So I thought that maybe he was still kind of dealing with that. But I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? I was so wrong. And I admitted to that. I said, but if he does what he normally does, it's going to always be a slippery slope for people. Because once he does get that distance, like Cynthia was saying, and he locks in, the moment he gets comfortable, he's going to start knocking out more people. He just needs to go up in weight. I really feel like he said, he put that weight on because that boy is stronger than a lot of people give him credit for. Like he really is.
Talking
about Shakur.
Oh yeah, he's a strong puncher.
Yeah, that's why. But the fact he can't keep you in front of him is also because of his strength. But he uses his arms like antennas, like they'll come out and he'll paw a little bit, block your shot. But his hand is so quick and his jab, it'll hit you and come straight back. And he uses it for defense and offense at the same time. That's what's different about that. That's why people say his upper body is so good. But the reason why his upper body is so good is because his hands are so good. And not just for punching, but for parrying, teasing you, blinding you with the distance. And then all of a sudden he'll step over and hit you with that straight left, because now he's kind of lulling you to sleep too. And he's so relaxed all the time. See, Devin can be a little intense, leaning in and just biting down on his mouthpiece and shooting that long jab. So sometimes I was worrying about him getting tired. But Shakur seems like he's kind of like just treading water in the swimming pool. Like, so you going to the party later on, girl? He just relaxed while he's in there. So that's the other reason why I say that's why he can keep you in front of him too. So he's not even gonna get as tired. That's another reason why I say he has power. He's gonna keep his power too. And y'all go ahead. My bad. I'm gonna jump off right there.
No, Street Fighter. Two things to that though, Street Fighter. And I'm really kind of just gauging this off his last fight when he fought the Brazilian dude. What's that? What am I trying to say? He really could have got that guy up out there. I keep saying this. He could have got that guy up out there if he would just stayed with the game plan rather than like hunting him down, head hunting a little bit too much, and just all those swings and stuff.
Hey,
but
Clever, your voice sounds like it's going up and down. One minute it's muffled, and the next minute it's a little bit more clear. It's going up and down. Are you moving or laying a certain way?
No, but is this better?
Oh yeah, you crystal clear now. Yeah, that's clear. Yeah.
Okay, my bad. No, I put some headphones in now. What was I saying? Yeah, when he fought that Brazilian dude, I felt like he could have got that guy up out of there had he just stayed with the game plan and just jabbed his way in there, stayed behind a good jab, kind of head hunted that way rather than just kind of head hunting and just swinging for the fences. But what's up?
Who are you talking about?
Talking about Shakur. But I'm about to give an example about Shakur and Tank. There's a couple instances where Shakur, like I say, like I think I like everything except his footwork, man, because it's just not active enough for me. And then when I compare him to Tank or Devin, those guys are smart and they're going to be picking up off that and they're going to be moving and pivoting him and giving him different angles, meanwhile taking his power too. But the way I see that is that cause like you were saying, he's got that offensive defense type of hand speed where he kind of can do whatever because he's so athletic like that, gifted that way, Street Fighter. But when he decides to stick and sit down on something, you know how he does that Floyd Mayweather-esque check left hook or right hook or whatever, you see Tank will get out of the way and have already hit him once or twice before that, especially if they're going to trade. And he doesn't trade enough in the situation for me. But he kind of just will lift his chin up, kind of like do the Ryan Garcia, just lift his body back, like his entire upper body will just move back. Imagine if Tank will hit him, man. Put that in. Tank's got good punch placement. Imagine if Tank hits him, man, like that.
You got to remember it's going to be a regular fight with them, too, because they both Southies. So, just remember that in case I'm pretty sure you're already thinking that. But, yeah, they both Southpaws. So that's going to kind of be just like an Orthodox. So you're going to see something different with them, too, because they normally fight Orthodox fighters. You know what I'm saying? So I hadn't really said too much about those two because I kind of was still thinking about it. But overall, yeah, because I can't hate on Tank's footwork, man. I really can't because he does. When I see him go backwards and then pivot and do certain things, and he'll shoot a jab going backwards. You don't see a lot of the young guys jab going backwards. And a lot of people jab, like if you're a southpaw, you're going to jab and go to your right. If you're Orthodox, jab, go to your left. But you can also jab going to the inside. So even though I'm right hand, like I might have my right in the front, I can still jab and kind of step to my left instead of jabbing and always making a circle on the other way. And I've seen him do that. I've seen Devin do it too. I keep going back to Shakur, and it's not like to just give him a bad grade, but I know he's just more comfortable, and that's why he does that. But everybody wants to keep it.
But when he does get comfortable, all I see him do is lift his upper body up. Like, just go back, do the Ryan Garcia. Eventually, Tank or Dev or anyone else who's smart enough to pick that, all they got to do is knock him in the chin once or twice.
It'd be harder for Tank. Tank can have to go to the body. Devin maybe because he's taller, but like you said, Tank is smaller. Tank can have to lunge.
That stuff scares me, man.
That's part of the trick, though, because he normally will make a person lunge so he can catch you with an uppercut or something. That's why Shakur does that too. I like when he throws that, and he was going to the body a lot with this guy. Yeah, he was a little nervous, and he probably could have got him out of that if he calmed down. But Conceição people keep acting like he wasn't he's not a good boxer.
Yeah, but that guy was out of it though. Street Fighter, you got to admit it. Like, he was out 4 rounds in. I'm surprised. I guess because he's a veteran. He knows how to weather a storm, but he was hurt and tired. And I thought if Shakur just would have stayed behind a jab and just, would have been a little more cleaner. He probably
he got people
would have got that guy out. Yeah. He would have knocked him out.
He's the main event. He missed weight. He had a lot of stuff going on. I know. The guys still ain't machines, but overall it was decent. People seen him get hit a lot. He got to hit a lot more, but he was trying to hit somebody. So I don't always count stuff out like when a guy looks just a little different from another fight. The only thing that I said, and I was happy about it, I say, man, when the fight started, Shakur came out. Like, he'll normally do a little something and Shakur was on the gas most of that fight. And I enjoyed seeing that side of Shakur. People talked about him being hit, people saying something about him not getting the guy out of there. I was like, I just like to see that he was able to change the tempo, because one of the ways that he doesn't get hit is that he lets things, boil a little slowly. So the clock's ticking. So as the clock is ticking and you're not swinging, and if I do catch you, I'm not going to get hit because you weren't about getting hit. But the more I engage you, the more likely I am to get hit. So when he did that, I just wanted to see if that was in his tool bag. So you're right. America said that he got more in his tool bag. He think that he'll beat Haney. I feel that too, but I'm just telling you, like, oh, okay, I like that. Nothing else about the fight. You can critique it. The only thing I can say about Shakur in this last fight was that I got to see him be more of an aggressor. Me and my wife were sitting here. I was like, well, he going, and man, the bell rang. I said, man, look. I said, man, look Shakur. And he just pop, 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 pop. So it's like, well, and boom, he started getting hit. A few bruises here and there. And she was even like, he don't normally get hit like that. I said, yeah, but you give some, take some. He still made the guy miss and pay and all that stuff. But that's the thing that I liked about that fight, not to be long-winded again.
Yeah, no, he did, and he was sitting on those punches, no doubt.
No doubt. Remember, the guy that he was facing is a good boxer. He's a veteran. He's a gold medalist.
But Shakur's better than him, though. Shakur way better than him, dog.
That's way better than that guy.
Well, that's what I'm saying about Tank. Tank is better than everybody they put him in front of.
This is the same guy that they robbed and gave a win to Valdez before before Shakur got to Valdez. It should have been those two fighting in the first place. And Shakur probably would never had an opportunity at Valdez. But they robbed this kid when he fought and beat Valdez. And that guy, it was expected that Shakur would have a viable opponent in front of him. It's just that he makes it look easy when he's fighting these guys.
But you know what, Sento? That they really robbed O'Shaquie Foster. That's who they really robbed. That dude should have been fighting for the belt. No, I mean, Valdez or not, he should have been in the fight.
I know you're talking about. I was just referring to the fact that these both the common opponent that those two have had, which is Valdez. And Valdez is definitely a good fighter, but he's lost to both of those guys. No matter what paper says about Conceição, he beat Valdez. No saying what's about it. It's highway robbery.
So Emeritus, I kind of got it the opposite way, not just to be opposite of you, because he said that Tank can beat Haney, but Shakur would be a harder fight. I think it's kind of the other way around. I was thinking that it would be a harder fight for Shakur against Tank, just because of what Tank will be doing. That's why I was talking about the circling and being the smaller fighter and stuff like that. Him and Haney, Devin's gonna dominate that. I know a lot of people don't want to understand, you know, what I'm saying, because you know, power is power. I never want to take that away, you know. But you're gonna be more
Tank is
careful. You know, when
quick
you
though,
mess with
fighter.
fire,
Tank is quick,
but yeah,
man.
people deal with fire and
Quick, brother.
electricity all the time and they live, and some people don't. But on average, they live. And the reason why is because they're careful. And that's danger, it's high temperatures, and it's high voltage. You know what I'm saying? But if you can keep your mind together, then you can make it. Because if it was that dangerous, then we wouldn't be able to fool with it. That's how I think about with fights too, because sometimes I've been too afraid because a guy was so powerful. And then you get out there and be like, man, now you can get caught, but you understand that you can change his way of thinking by putting this jab in his face. You know what I'm saying? Like, because
Yeah,
normally
but
people, yeah, that's
but
all
what
I was going to say.
happens?
I didn't really mean
What
to go down that
happens?
road. I just kind of wanted to tell him what I meant by that with Shakur, you know,
Right.
because that's the big thing about people being in front of him. The Devin and Tank thing, they're going to be all over the ring. But Tank is going to be circling Shakur. Like, I just kind of see it in my mind like that, because Shakur he's gonna try to keep him in front of him. You know, that's what he's gonna try to do with Tank.
But you know what scares me about that is, like I keep saying, with that Ryan Garcia thing where he just lifts his chin. I've not seen anyone be able to handle Tank's explosion. He's gonna be circling him, kind of like Ricky Tikki Tavi, where the cobra is you know, the mongoose is dancing around the cobra and picking at him and doing his thing, and finally the cobra just says boom, he just fucking bites his ass like out of nowhere. Like, you don't catch him, man. That's the only thing I worry about. I mean, I'm entertained, I'm having a good time, and out of nowhere Tank's gonna go bop. Like you're just not gonna see it. Just not gonna see that. Ow! Just burned myself, my bad.
Who do we lose?
Ow. We lost one of Kyle's thingies. Man, I just burned myself. Fuck. Ow. That hurt. Damn. Skin sucks.
Yeah, one thing we all can agree on: all these guys make the weight division exciting. And
that's why I got a little crunk talking about them, because they don't talk about them enough. We talking about the other guys, but as far as like some future boxing centos, yeah, I'll be thinking about that with these three, because it's still gonna be good fights, even if they lose to each other. I still pay to watch it again, you know, because you just don't see a lot of boxing like that. What's up, Reggie? And what's up, Rob G Film? Rob G came in, say LOL, and there's Reggie just popped in. But yeah, that's the thing, is that that's those guys really can box. So the fact that I can have even a decent discussion, because some guys, you know, they get pushed by people. I'm just not gonna take part in it. I don't need to dog them.
You know what, Street Fighter though? I think. Sorry to cut you off, sir.
No, go ahead.
I think Tank and Dev will meet up first. Right now, Dev and Shakur are aligned, so you can't make an excuse on why they can't get it on at any given moment. You can't not make an excuse. I keep telling people that there's no excuse to why they can't fight right now. But I think Tank and Dev will meet first. I think that will happen.
Shakur said about a year ago that, or less, that you think when him and Devin do fight, you think it's going to be more or less in the 147 weight division when they both fight each other.
Yeah, I'd say that too, because Devin not gonna stay much longer. He's very disciplined, but I know Devin is doing a lot to keep himself at this weight, not because of what they say in the news and all this other stuff, just because I've been watching him for a while. And like they say, pause, no homo, but you can see somebody growing up and developing. And what I see now with Devin, especially when he cut, he don't look bad. But you know, when you watch your kids grow up, you start seeing when their elbows and their knees start to get a little, you know, you just can't stop certain things. So I know he's going to go up. You know, he's doing what he needs to do now. And of course, he's still hunting and wants to get those names, because, you know, Devin is just on the proving. That's all he's doing. Everybody who said, I done went through the wild way of getting it. Now you cannot avoid me. So we're going to get these fights. And if you never fight me, then it's going to be pretty easy to see what it was. You knew what I was too. That's why we never fought. So yeah, besides that, I don't think he can just stay at that weight much longer. So they're going to have to fight at the higher weights. Yeah, salute to you again, Reggie. I see you.
What I miss?
Oh, my bad. I ducked off for a second. What happened?
Oh. No, I walked away and then I came back and it was quiet. And I thought it was me.
No. I think I had said something about
Yeah. Those three, man. Those three, though. And what do you know? Like the best, if not some of the best in boxing, man. Or they will be the future. That's the future right there. That's the future, man. Man. I have to put my hand in the cold water. Fucking burn, man.
Yeah, because we was
How's the what?
That's coming up, yeah. No, they saying something in the chat. I'm just answering them. It's like, yeah, I don't know if it went. The sound went out. They said they think the sound ain't went out. Then he said, "What's up to Reggie?" Yeah. I just be forgetting to read the chat, man. I've been talking to Baz and getting caught up and didn't realize somebody saying something or they have something to add to it. I have to turn the comments on because I just had a screen blank on that side. I'd be like, hold on, it might help out if I put the comment.
Hey, Max, are you there?
Y'all looking for me?
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, we're good. We're good with it.
Doesn't Street Fighter sound like Michael Fuller's older, cooler brother?
Nah, dog. Street Fighter is my older, cooler brother.
What y'all talking about? Who's Michael Fuller? Who is that?
Sound like James Earl Jones Jr.
Who's Michael?
He's that guy.
Honestly,
DJ was throwing shade on. No, just
honestly,
he's the guy DJ was throwing shade on.
I think you and Mike probably do agree on a lot of points. It's just how you guys make your points. That's all.
Who?
I think like ideally they probably agree on a lot of the same points.
Yeah, they've been on here together before. You know, Mike Fuller's a retired military brother with a lot of accolades and nuclear physics, all that stuff.
You know, in mine, most of my stuff is like I just wanted to know if it was real myself. So until I was a certain age, I did listen to another group of people telling me what my people were. So not to bring it back to race right quick, but yeah. So when I say it's experience, some people think that, just having a position any kind of way is going to be against them. So it's no big. It's not about being against you. Not at all. It's not that important. It's always an arrogance and after me have to explain to myself to certain people because you really don't never have my best interest in mind anyway. The fact that we having a conversation like this a lot of times is something jaded anyway, man. Because most time if you get along with people, you don't have to discuss those things. I've been in a room full of people who are not of my, like I keep saying, ethnic group, and we never talked about ethnicity. And then some groups you be in there and some kind of way it comes up, and it was you tell me. Because I've been black all my life, I tell folks. It is funny that you keep trying to take time out to tell me how I experience things and how things are much better for me, and whatever the conversation is, because a lot of times it's not that important to me. It's just something that you seem like you want to get off your mind. And once again, I'm a black person that you seem comfortable around, so you start letting people know how you really feel. But some people, they worry about their jobs or money. They go their whole life wanting to say certain things, but they just know that it's going to be repercussions. So, but the first time they get an opportunity, it is what it is. That's the conversations I'm always talking about. That is really just ulterior motives or an agenda. But somebody got to be the bad guy. Not to start that, because I know y'all said something about that, because folks thought that, I've said it before on here, I don't play the safe niggas. I'm gonna go ahead and I don't do the safe nigga shit, like where you may be someone who's assimilated, or you seem like you can be compromised in some kind of way, or you feel like to be accepted by this group validate you in some kind of way. I don't have none of that shit going on with me. And I know sometimes I may come across because I've been trained, but I told you some of my training was a result of because of my background. I was lucky that I had taken an ASVAB because I was doing other stuff. So it ain't like I was some silver spoon or college educated or had a certain kind of people in my family to where you might come across as some kind of security brother. I told you my family really is more that spooked by the door. People like to say that, but you don't understand that's a real thing with us. Because in the end, I'm gonna never ever do that, because can you blame what? What you mean? He said, can you blame people in Shape Street Fighter? Oh, what you mean, boss man?
I'm just like, what Street Fighter though? Like, man, I'm just like, just black people, bro. We're just, or they, or them, or he, or she, are just black people, bro. They're just people.
When I was young, I needed to get it off my chest. I cried.
I don't know why. No, but I'm just saying, like, like to your point, people have alternative what do you call it, motives,
arterial,
and just you have a different motive, man, on that, when really we're just people. He or she, they, them, are just people.
Because what you even telling me for? People will be like, well, I think black people this. I'll be like, okay. And I'm on it, you be in a job or some facility or some other place. But like I say, to initiate any kind of contact with somebody, especially a stranger, just because they're outside of your group, just to let them know how you feel about them, what's that about?
Yeah, that's just wicked shit, man.
That's why I said that's so all the other stuff about, you have to talk and be uncomfortable with people in order for things to change. I'm old enough now to know that. I keep trying my best not to sound like I'm always preaching to people, but it's just, I know what it is. Folks want to just, in some way, even if they admire you in some way, want to try to sway you, because then they feel like if you agree with their position, once again, it validates them in some kind of way. And it's just not that. I'm going to always try to be objective, because like I said, the regret and the being embarrassed and the losing my cool, I just don't want those things, because normally if I can just sit and be calm, no matter what the hell's going on, I should be able to figure out what I need to do next. He said, I'm saying the way people act and react in the environment we're in, and so, and what we end up in, because it's going to always be some of us that fall by the wayside, because it's just, you don't have the tools. So the ones who
real fast too, I said real fast too, the mind, man, your mindset, your ethos, what kind of decisions you're making on the daily, responsible accountability, thing like that. And if you're not capable of that, that's pretty obvious. So I always put this on us, the people. That's just basic integrity. You're just helping people. You're helping people to do righteous, to keep going, to go forward. And the only way to go forward is to do something right the first time. That takes a long time. That takes practice, of course. But what I'm trying to say is that the mind is fragile, man, and ultimately it's a choice.
And Jay
but go ahead, brother.
No, I was reading this. I was trying to make sure I understood what he was saying, because Jay, he said, I'm saying the way people act and react in the environment we're in and certain situations we end up in.
Yeah, I know what he meant. Yeah, I know what he meant. I know what he meant.
Oh, I was trying to understand it because I had asked him what did he mean earlier. He said, "Can you blame people?" Yeah, no, in certain ways. That's when you always get into that. I don't condone it, but I understand it. You know, that's one of the best ways to say certain things because, you know, you may think America is the best place until you step outside of it and go to another country and look back across the way and be like, man, we kind of hyper violent over there. But you never knew that because it's just your normal. I say that when I talk to kids, when they ask me, well, how did you make it through? And now you at this age. And I say, some of it is chance, you know, just to be honest with you. I say, but overall, after a while, I just had to realize what was important to me because I've seen people die over things now that I know are insignificant. I was telling that earlier to my kids, like a starter jacket or a pair of shoes. And each time you get older, you get to thinking about that. Like he'll never get an opportunity to say he made a mistake or she'll never get an opportunity to do it all again. That was it. So when is that going to ever happen to me? So let me try to be as objective and rational as I can most of the time, because it's the times that I'm irrational that, you know, you might not come back from it. A lot of times I try not to let that stuff overwhelm me because it has. That's why you hear me talk the way I talk now, you know, just to be totally honest with you. It always seems like it might be some kind of weird, but, you know, Gandhi, Buddha, and they never meant like that. It's just from trying to study religion because ain't nobody told me nothing. You know, you raised this way where you're from, you know, people tell you what their limitations are because they're the ones who care for you. So you pick up their fears too. So the first thing is just recognition. Okay, boom, I'm starting to recognize stuff because I'm meeting other people. I'm going other places. I have something to compare something to. Because all in all, most of the folks where I'm at doing the same thing. We either shooting, robbing, killing, stealing, lying, crying, whatever the hell we doing, we all doing it pretty much. There might be different levels of it. Some of us might have a car doing it and some of us might be on the bus, but we all still kind of doing the same thing. That's when I started understanding about the red line and it being blocked off and this and that. And I started feeling like my people weren't horrible, that we just were as a result of a situation, which was the first thing that helped me get to where I'm at now, to understand that, okay, there is somewhat of an agenda, but things are better. And with knowledge, I can learn to deal with certain stuff, but I got to apply this knowledge. I can't just learn and then show other people I know something and there's no application because that's vanity. I'm just being vain because the whole thing is that I got a certain amount of time. I'm going to be moving forward anyway in my daily, just getting old. What do I have to show for it? Because I told y'all when I came on here, it was like, it was a lot going on in the life. It was a lot of loss. Then it was family members and it was financial. Like I'm competent. I've been able to make money, but I had to learn that a lot of times couldn't keep the money. And then you need to know about residual money. Then you need to know about all these things now that you learn later. But for a while, you was just trying to be hard. You was always trying to get respect. You wanted to be seen with your piece and chain. So that means you was always constantly seeking some kind of affirmation. But then you feel stupid because you realize that you needed something outside of yourself, but at the same time, you was calling yourself gangster. You know what I mean? This is the sickness with our people. And then we attack each other. Like, I admire you. I want to work with you. And then I'm going to secretly stab your ass in the back because now I'm embarrassed thinking that, damn, we the same age. I should be doing what you do. Mm-hmm. This the nigga syndrome, like what we say where we from. And that's not to talk shit on my people or be condescending. And I say the same thing. I love my people, but I understand my people. Now, the whole plight is not just ours. And it's not like it was something like all of a sudden it's just, okay, and nobody is having a fucking pity party. I don't need you to acknowledge me. When I heard old folks keep saying, stay your ass over there, I understood what they meant. That each time we do what we're supposed to be doing for ourselves, some kind of way, shape, and form, we have these catastrophes happening. And these coincidental, as you hear the jokes now, we're on a coincidental list. It's just a coincidence that it always happens so that way you can perpetuate it too. Because if you never ever let them really stand up that much, then if they keep falling, nobody's going to really pay attention. That sometimes it might be sabotage. That's the part that drives me crazy, is that you try to act like it never happens. But then you finally say, okay, well, we probably did have something to do with Malcolm X. Okay, COINTELPRO was a real thing. We all know this. We talk about it all the time. So when the race stuff comes in, that's what I be talking about. And then when you bring that up, it's always minimized. Well, yeah, but no, it ain't no yeah, but. You want to talk about your hard fact and what you feel about a group of people that you need to live amongst us. That's one thing I always say about certain white folks, because if you really love God or whatever you love or a higher self, just by being around these people, you're going to naturally love us because you're going to see us as human. That's the first thing you got to do with anybody, any place, anywhere. But if you feel like you can't even live amongst them, and I'm not talking about the poor people or whatever you want to say, pick a group of black people and sit your ass down. But if you don't do that, then that in itself makes me see I don't want to fucking talk to you because you don't want to take no time out your life. If you're going to have an opinion about me and you're going to sit here and tell me about me, then that means that you must have some interest in me. And what is that interest going to be? A good or bad fucking thing? Either you're trying to get to know me because you don't like the state or condition, or it's something about me that you find intriguing, but it's something. And when we first come in here, that's why when I was talking about with Mex and all, and I'm like, yeah, I didn't mean it in a mean way, but I'm not seeking out certain platforms to where I look like that ethnic group if I was Latino or Filipino or whatever it is, because that would be a random thing. A 6-foot black guy in a room full of Filipinos talking about Pacquiao. But if it can happen over here with us and it's just cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm telling you, it's nothing wrong with that. But that in itself says, okay, well, the black guys need to, you know, kind of calm down. But if I showed up at your room, the music gonna stop. I was in the wrong place, boy. You know, and that's my life for real. But if I say that, you're like, well, that's just those guys. Now we getting into that. See, every time your argument comes up, you have some way of trying to softening what I've been through, because the harshness sometimes is a little bitter for you, because you don't want to think that my experience is that much different than yours, because even that is something to be jealous of, because you see my toughness. Well, damn, if I live that kind of life, would I be able to do what he's doing and be where he's at or where she's at? Would I get up in the morning? Because sometimes, goddamn it, man, I don't want to do this shit just because I don't want to do it. You know, a lot of us don't jump off the fucking cliff when we lose every fucking thing. And I'm not saying the stereotype white folks and suicide, because I'm not playing like that. But these are the things that I'm talking about. We both need to sit the fuck down and even see why the fuck we talking in the first place. Because if you just over here to scold me or to tell me what I'm not, I've been hearing that shit all my motherfucking life, man. I don't need you to tell me that. That's the reason why I say in the first place, I understand what's going on. And every time we do certain things, you need to stay your ass over there. And the place I'm at now constantly reminds me that at times, because we have been successful. We have been able to build. We have had infrastructure. But you're not going to sit here and act like I'm just inherently inferior to you and I'm inherently violent. Fuck out of here. And I teach myself not to take care of my kids. And I don't marry my women. And statistically, man, sit and just look at the history of everything and then ask yourself, what would you do in the midst of that? And that's when you a fucking human. Instead of just saying what you woulda, coulda, shoulda, but you'll never, ever, ever have to do it because you'll never be fucking black. That you just negate your own fucking argument. You know what I'm saying? And that's the stuff that I get frustrated. And even now, here I go on the fucking tangent. Y'all know how I get.
Well, let me say this about what you're speaking on right now, my brother. First of all, I want to say to everyone, if you didn't know, now you know. And the second thing I want to say, and I've been chomping at the bit to say it for the last few minutes, this brother's been missed on this platform. I don't know what his life has been about since he's been away, but he's always been a shining star when he's here. And I just want to give you a flower now. You've been missed, my man.
Hey, so thank you,
appreciate you tonight.
I just, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I hear certain stuff, and look, Reggie in here too.
Yeah,
oh my bad, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you good. But you know for yourself, we've been a part of a lot of deep life-driven conversations on this platform, and you've been a big part of that multiple times. And you know, we can get some real seriousness in life and understanding. And like the brothers were saying, you know, see, a person like yourself can be heard by those that don't want to hear this. And what I mean by that, the younger brothers and sisters, they may not want to hear it coming from another person because it may not be coming to them the way that they can feel it and understand it. But when a brother like yourself speak, and the way you speak it, and like they were referring to you as the cooler version of Michael Fuller. Now, Michael Fuller's my man. I don't have no problem with Michael Fuller, period. But I understand there's a influx between him and some of the other brothers, you know. But you are able to articulate and further this information in a way that these other brothers can feel and understand it and be okay with listening to it. And I appreciate you. And I just wanted to say that.
Hey, thank you, Centos. It's from self. I use the same thing that I was using in the wrong way. You know, they say you can't fix the problem with the same tools that you created the problem. But the biggest thing was just that self thing. I suffered because I wanted something, in these different little religions you're looking at and everybody thinking that they doing the right thing. Even now with my kids in certain relationships with the women I'm with, because I know you talk about the women a lot of times, and I've had that incident too, to where I understood that the women that I care about, and even, people, like I said, the beautiful men you have the children with, that you can be enemies with a person you're married to, and you're not trying to be, because once again, it's pride. And pride is a big thing in our community because you just kind of secretly know when you get to a certain age that you just different than everybody in the room, regardless of what your shade of your skin is too. You just black, and that's that. And people always think you crying when you say that. I'm like, no, it's not that. You know it, because you can be watching a movie and everything going along swimmingly, as they say, and then all of a sudden a dark character comes in and you like, whoa, okay, what's going to happen now? And what does your mind associate with that? Because it could just be a guy delivering milk. But what are you really thinking in that moment? The first thing you think, oh, a black guy, But they act like they don't say that. And I was like, it's nothing bad. You didn't say anything bad. That's what we consider him. He's a black guy. But why that? Why was that the first thing? Why you didn't just say, okay, he got the milk thing on and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Because it's you don't realize you program. One of the things I said to my boys, the love of his life, because she was talking about being an instructor and all that. One of these, what do they call them? Social surveys or whatever they did with these teachers. And I think I said it on here once before. They said they put 4 children at the table. It was an Asian child, a Caucasian child, a Negro, black child, whatever you say. Of course, Indian child or Native American, but you know what I'm saying? They had all of us there. And they said that they told them to just watch the children and see who may misbehave. That's it. That's all they want them to do. So, the children are there. They playing with toys. They're all sitting at the table. And the teachers are sitting there. And they're watching the children. None of the kids misbehave. Okay, the next teacher comes in. They do it with like 3 or 4 teachers and the same children. Now, once this survey, experiment is finished, they bring them in the other room. And they ask them, well, what do you think about everything? Blah, blah, blah. And they're like, well, nobody really misbehaved. The children were great. They said, well, okay, we're going to tell you the real reason why we were doing this. They said we wanted to see people's perception as according to race. And the teachers, of course, was a little taken back. They're like, well, what you mean? They said we placed lasers on your eyes and we paid attention to where you mostly gazed and where your sight went to. And they said that all of them looked at the little black child, which was a little boy, damn near 60 to 70% time more. They just expected. And they just saw it. They repeated this, some stuff you don't want to bring up and, but it was an actual scientific sit down to where it was double blind objective. So, because I don't want to lead you. That's one reason why I say when we on here, people get to talk and they say, so what do you think, Centos? Do you think, just ask Centos what he think and then stop and sit back. That's why I say when people say stuff. But from them doing that, it showed that these people, just from our culture, even the black person, because they had a black teacher, Asian teacher, Spanish teacher, white teacher, they all just looked at the little black boy. It was a little Asian, little black. You guys and gals know what I'm talking about, but just kind of on it instinctively, their eyes, and the laser showed it. The laser showed them looking at different kids, and then their eyes would stay on the little black boy for a little long time. Then they'd go back around, but sometimes it'll go across the table to the little black kid. It's like, how you explain that? You know what I'm saying? So that's one of them things that, when I saw that, I'm like, yeah, because you feel that way. You've seen it, but it's hard to explain to people. And then they're going to be like, oh, you overreacting and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, oh, okay. Jay says in 2022, there's still people that are not used to seeing black people in real life, let alone how to communicate with us. Yeah, it's one of the first time I had a real incident like that was coming out the military. A guy, like I told you, we shared a name. And by the time I had been there for a while, he finally, I guess, just worked the courage up to come tell me like he never saw a black person in real life. So a lot of times I tell y'all I have a lot of these incidents.
Interesting.
these people don't have people skills. They don't, like I told you, it's almost like you're just an oddity. You're almost a subspecies, not to sound so dramatic and negative all the time, but yeah. So they don't know how to approach you. But I do like the ones who have courage and just come up to you and just talk to you, because they still got to take the plunge, you know. But yeah, stuff like that would trip me out when they would say that. You know, my bad, guys.
No, you're fine, brother. You're fine. You're fine. You know, like, go ahead, Picasso. You haven't said much.
It's real quick. It's real quick. When I was in the military, everybody was on the edge here and there. Like I said, there was a lot of fighting going on during that Desert Storm time, and we didn't have to go at the end. We ended up just training for it, and some of the people went. But while we was in there, it was kind of a little hostile in there. But this Irish guy, I guess he was from Rhode Island, um, and you, you know how they act, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Real fast, Picasso. Dude,
mhm.
I hate Irish bars. You know, when you go out as like a young kid, like with your friends, and like there's all types of bars when you go downtown and shit. But like when I see an
Oh
Irish
yeah,
bar, like
Irish pubs.
I will never, you couldn't even pay me, dog. Like I fucking hate those places, man.
Yeah, they come out of there drunk, ready to fight, all that stuff. um, some of them don't fight, but they religiously go in there and get drunk. But this guy, uh, he he approached me. Other people that approached me. One guy called me a coon or whatever before, right? And
Wow.
I didn't know him. He don't know me, and I didn't even know what the word coon meant at the
Right.
time. I was like 19, and
Right.
I grew up in the hood. We didn't go outside the hood or nothing like that. So when I got
Right.
there, um, um, this when it was people doing stuff like that. So some things I would catch that was racial, and some things I wouldn't, because I wasn't raised like that. My mom, my dad was there till I was 11 when they got divorced, and he was always before that he was always out working or hunting little animals or whatever to eat, and
Yeah.
messing around with women, having babies somewhere. But uh, the thing is, my mom basically raised me and my other four siblings. So the thing was that later on, while I was in the army, this was around basic training in Fort Knox, Kentucky, and I've heard like the dude called me coon or whatever, and I looked at him, and then I said, "What that mean?" And he didn't say nothing. He was an older guy too, so I was trying to check him, but I was like, "I don't even know what that means. What you got me a coon for?" And
Right.
then so later on, um, that when that guy asked me, this is the Irish guy from Rhode Island. He asked me, he said, "Say man, why your teeth so white like that?" And
What
hmm,
the fuck? Oh my
mind,
goodness. Oh my
mind you, I
goodness.
got white teeth.
Right.
So,
Right.
so I said because and he said, why are my teeth not so white, and yours like bright white like that?
Damn.
And
Damn.
the only logical thing that I can give him, because I am a logical person too, and I told him that if you take a black person and they have white teeth, the teeth are gonna look brighter. But if you take a white person and give them white teeth, the teeth are gonna look a little dingier, because you'll be able to see. You can compare the white on white. Okay, with me, it's black and white. He just you can see him Like he just went back in his head and looked at me like, you know what? That sounds too right to be wrong. So yeah, that's my point right there.
See,
But
man, that's why I
mhm.
say, and people want to say we don't have strange experiences. I would have just asked, like, what made you even? Why you focusing on my teeth, bro? Like, like a teeth Picasso, you such a kind person. I've been like, man, I just had to tell him, like, sir, you just have a good day, man. Like,
You know, like, right, for sure. Yeah, I've had moments like that too. But like, I want to tell y'all a little experience. Like, um, yeah, like where Picasso's at right now. Uh, Street Fighter is like where I was born, raised, and like where I'm from. In fact, exact where my dad is from. Like my dad's from Oak Cliff, born Oak Cliff. Has always been Texas. Has never left Texas his whole life, pretty much. And right around like second grade, my neighbor like went crazy and like murdered his wife. And like my dad was like, that was like the last straw. My dad was like, all right, we gotta go, we gotta move. So, and my dad's a master plumber, and so he built our house out in Plano, Texas, like 1996, like 1995, 1995, 96. So when I moved there at that time, it went literally 100% black to like 97.9% white. So probably from the time I was like, I don't know, 11 years old, 10 or 11 years old, like I got like a kind of like the best of both worlds. It was really interesting, man. My childhood was really interesting, man. Really interesting, man. So I guess what I'm trying to say is like that experience, man, kind of like helped me see life, man, and see like both worlds, you know. Hmm.
no, I think what's the new way they call it now? The kids, it was something. It was before I left, used to code switching. I think that's what they
No,
call it.
nothing like that. No, hell no,
No, I mean
no.
that's an extreme case, but I'm telling you, I understand what you're saying because we had to when they started integration. Just my age and what was going
Yeah,
on, to where you
yeah.
don't, you're gonna
But my
have
dad,
to. Like I said, I don't want you to think I'm always being like some negative
no,
person.
no,
That's
no,
not
no,
what
no,
I'm
no, no,
saying.
no, 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 no. Hang on, straight, brother. Hang on, buddy.
Uh-huh.
Hang on, sir. No, I'm just telling you about my childhood, man, and telling you what it was like. And like my dad, my mom, you know, my parents, they really mainly moved us out there for education purposes, which damn fine did its job. Um, and just it was it was hard to get, you know, used to at first, because like I said, you know, you go from an environment where it's all black people to like all white people, so it's kind of uncomfortable at first. But you know, when you're, that's what I was gonna say. Now I remember what I was about to say.
It's
Like when
gentrification.
you're, yeah, but when you're a kid, man, like you don't know no better. So like you don't. My mom taught me this because my mom is a retired owner and operator of her own daycare, and you know, she worked hand in hand with Texas State, and that's what she's done most of like my life, man, up until she retired. So
When
she
were you
always told
born?
me, I was born in '89. I'm
Gotcha.
33. Yeah,
Okay. I
and
probably know your parents.
you probably do, man. Jeanette
Yeah.
Marie Brown, like I'm
I've
saying,
had
Ronnie Brown.
you say Brown?
Yeah, Brown. Jeanette
You know a
Marie
guy
Brown,
named
man.
Ronald Brown?
Yeah, that's my uncle,
Really?
Ronald Brown.
He
You
went
wear
he went
glasses?
he went to Maceo Smith?
Uh, uh,
South Story?
Possibly, but Ronald's my dad's brother. But anywho,
That's
like,
my homie. We man talk to him, man. We used to fight a lot. Not me and him, but a lot of people.
you funny, man. But like, what was I saying? So, yeah, my mom used to tell me this. She used to tell me, like, you know, like kids don't see color, man. So when Street Fighter, you were given that example of the that scientific project that was being done, when all those kids were completely comfortable, man. They were having fun. They were getting along. They don't know any better, man. And that's what it was kind of like for me, because when I heard Picasso give his armed forces story there, his army story, you know, and going through that whole thing, because he didn't really know what it was. You know, I remember being in some like racial instances where like I didn't even know what those words meant or how that was really directed towards me. And I'm pretty sure I had some moments where I was like, yeah, what? And I would ask him like, what does that mean? You know, but I had older brothers, so my brothers always put me up on game and stuff, and taught me this and taught me that. And just listening to you too, Street Fighter, you know, talk about some stuff, and we've all been there. All been there, sir.
Oh, and I got great white people I was raised around. They got white folks.
Oh yeah.
They got white folks that's going through it
but
just
like
you. You know, they
but
know
like
that
I was saying,
they call them white
like
trash and everything. I got friends. One of them passed away now. They killed him, but he was cool as hell. So I don't want people to think I have some kind of bitterness by people who Anglo-Saxon, Caucasian descent. Ain't none of that, because that's in the family, you know. But the thing I'm saying is that it's a condition with me. That's all. And
no, like we come
and this and that, because I just know that everybody can get along as long as somebody's not trying to just keep a group against another group. But it's just still that way in the world, because it's not a lot of people. They're doing it now with these kids now, with more like the real integration, like people really having kids together, people really being married, you know, not just to make the commercials and everybody look happy. No, it's a real thing. Yeah, you can see that. That's why I tell them all the time when I do get a chance to come on, you see a lot of violence towards certain racial things because they see the change. It's not just because people are being just evil because of race. It's because some folks are like, they just having a temper tantrum. They don't want things to change. You know, that's the side of stuff that I see. So that it's sad to see the violence, but it's good to see the change is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I love my people. All my skin folk ain't my kin folk, pimping. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, but you know, and this kind of comes from like my childhood, my personal childhood, man. Like I've always looked at people to be people, man. And you know, when I see people who look like me, oh my gosh, I get excited, I get happy. It's honorary brothers and sisters, and I really look at it that way and believe in it that way, man. I've never, you know, don't get me wrong, I make snap judgments, but you know, or I'll put it this way, you know, I'm a grown ass man. You know, when I look at people, I'm not automatically thinking they are lower than me, you know, especially my own. But again, people, brother, you know, and I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. I try to practice that, to give people the benefit, because I want them to give me the benefit of the doubt. And then if you just so dare throw in race, oh my goodness, yes, like, you know, black people are getting that short end of the stick, no doubt. But I still have the choice to treat people the way I want to be treated, man. And that I had to, I think I learned that pretty quick as a kid, man. And I think it's because of that change, where I went from one environment to a totally new environment. It's like xenophobia, but like reverse, like a good way.
Yeah, I know.
And
some people are going to try to force you to do stuff too. That's the thing that
that's another thing.
You'll be compassionate and you'll be, because if you really don't want it, you might have to take a couple of shots. So when they say,
no, I'll beat you to it. Like, don't get it wrong, man. I've had to turn the cheek. I've learned to keep turning the cheek, and that's righteous, man, and that's truth, and that's what's up. Because again, like, you know, if I want to speak for that person, I want them to give me the benefit of the doubt too, man. And it's funny how, like, you know, take Picasso's situation, like how you said that guy said something to him earlier, and then I'm pretty sure, see, that guy's human. In the way our father designed this, I'm pretty sure at some point of time of that day, that guy was thinking, like, what the fuck was I doing? What was I doing? Thinking, let me go ask this guy. Let me go try to talk to this guy. Let me go try to show compassion. And he came back and asked him that question about his teeth and whatnot. And Picasso gave him that riddle right there, being a little Riddler. and it fucked him up, man. But what it did is it made him think that, you know what, man, maybe this guy's just like me. Maybe this guy is literally just like me. He just is just a human. He's just got brown skin, black skin. You know, that there's a fear, you know, of black folks. And then there's a fear of maybe they're just like me. Maybe they're just like us. And that's why I said way earlier, like, man, the mind is fragile, man. The mind is very, very fragile. It's very magically complicated, but it's also very fragile, man. And you know, I'll take it back to that kid situation. Kids don't see color, man. They're just having fun. They're just burning energy. They're just learning. They're just getting their shit together. But if you teach someone, you know, to hate someone for whatever reason, then yeah, you know, that mind's gonna have to break from that. That's how I always like. That's one way I've always looked at it. Because again, I'll take you back to my genesis, man. When you know, if I were to see you guys, man, like I said, like my first thought is not stupid ass shit. I'm just like, these are just fucking dudes. And then we get to talking, and we get to chopping it up, and we get to joking, and we get to really asking who we are, get some background and stuff. And you're just like, well, damn, well, shit, just a normal guy, just a dude, just like me.
Only pride makes you. Pride, that's what I'm saying. Pride makes you be like that, though. That's what I keep saying with age, because my thoughts are mine. So if I walk up and I see two people standing across the room, whatever I think about them, I'm thinking that. You know, somebody can quote unquote be suspicious, or I have these preconceived notions, but my mental health,
yeah, I said that.
You know, how I feel in that moment is what's going a lot of times. So that's why I say when I'm coming into stuff, I just don't give it that much thought. It's not important. Because whatever's going to happen is going to happen, and then I'll just react to that. And it's not just to react like not have any thought to it, but if you already coming into a situation shaping stuff, then you're going to be disappointed. And when you're disappointed, you might come outside of your normal, you know, behavior. That's why I said I started understanding even on here how some people want to be able to, they call it cooking. I didn't know what that meant at first. Yeah, cook. You know, I was coming on. And that's why you see me still apologize when I talk, because I know I get a little long-winded because, you know, I don't talk to a lot of folks. I found a group besides, you know, people that I actually care about, you know, that I speak with. But yeah, you can tell. I'm aware of myself, though, and it does feel better. I'm willing to be embarrassed and kind of be long-winded to be able to help with my own personal therapy, too. Because, you know, you're going to get embarrassed sometimes. You might wind up talking about
But you know what, though? Like, you know, that's a part of human, man. We're social creatures.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You got to talk. You got to get that out. You got to express. You got to explain yourself. And we as people, you know, questioning is good. Sometimes it's bad, but sometimes it lies between how and why, and you really got to gauge the temperature on those things. But go ahead. I mean, you just said something that made me want to say that.
No, I'm
keep cooking, man. Keep
at
cooking,
any time.
man.
Yeah, that I started understanding that the whole cooking thing. I didn't know what that meant. On the other show, Catching Bodies and all that. You know, I realized it was
Catching Bodies. What's Catching Bodies?
When they argue with each other, and I guess you best your opponent.
Oh man! Skills. Of course they would have that. Jeez.
Yeah, you know, I understand. That's a human thing, though. That's why I said I ain't gonna
That's pride. That's pride.
Yeah, because I'll just shut the hell up. Just period. Yeah. If I'm doing something or not, some people want to be heard, and you know, you want the pretty girls to look at them too. You know, I still feel a lot of that when I'm on the different platforms. You may be doing something and then somebody will just cut you off. At first I was like, whoa, is my mic on? You know, or am I going too long? But no, you know.
That's one of the black
one that normally speaks over there, and they're the person that normally is say again?
That's one of the black qualities right there.
Yeah, and I have a problem with that. I cut off
No. Let me clarify. All the women's are always interested in that black guy. All the women's. They have some interest. That sexual marketplace value is always up.
I tell my wife, you know, most people are about food, fucking, and fun. You know, that's really the basis of life. That's the basis of life. I just tried to be a little bit more than that at times. It ain't like I wasn't on it, but that's equipped. That's why I'm just using a little profanity now tonight to drive that point home, all the stuff that I'm saying, because then you don't want to be no goody-goody. Cats think that you're just a goody-goody. And Jay says kids learn from what's around them and who raised them. Yeah.
Yeah, I said that in my little long ass soliloquy.
He was saying that, and Jay said the same thing. It was like, yeah, you know, do you need for me to go through anything for you to be happy? You know, because I guess I was raised around everybody. You know, it may have been predominantly this, but as I got older, that changed too. And then people worked with us, you know, lived around us. My mom had friends and stuff like that. So I knew one thing, that everybody was an individual. And you hear country folks say it all the time. We take them one at a time. That's it. You know, it just is what it is. That's how it go. So even if you with a group of people that might be threatening, you might be the one that don't want to do what they do and come give us some information so we can run off. Because you ain't got to say nothing and they can creep up on us and get us. So I appreciate you being somebody that's going against your group. You know what I'm saying? You know, instead of just saying, oh, y'all racist. If that's the truth, then we wouldn't be able to run away. Somebody came and told us something. Because when they kicked the door down, we wasn't there. You know, he said they call that a verbal sparring, oldest sport in history. Yeah, now Jay, I've done a few debates and stuff like that, but on here, it is none of that. It's just some straight up. It's not even rational at times, to where
that good
you
gas.
can respect yourself. You can know that you've made an argument, you've said something, because like they said, you can win and still be wrong. But sometimes it's so ridiculous now, to where embarrassment helps you be able to do things better too. And people are just not embarrassed anymore. Like, you don't need to be embarrassed. Like for me to see you to be embarrassed, and I'm pleased about that. I'm not going to take pleasure in your misery. It makes you
prevalent.
your dignity. You don't become too undignified, you know, because you want to be able to still make your point, but not just be so damn, like you had to get that dirty and low, homeboy, just to get what you quote unquote thinking. So you know, you put yourself out there. We know that you're not emotionally mature.
Yeah, I know what you mean, sir. I know what you mean.
Be violated. So yeah, you can be easily swayed. We are, like they say, make you run at me, and then I'm gonna set you up like Tank did and knock you out.
Yeah.
I understand now, and there's some smart cats that be up here. You know, it's some people that I see when I go to different places, and you know, some of these people are, like you said, college educated, business owners. You know,
wait a minute. Wait a minute. By the way, I never asked you, who do you got in that fight?
Who's that?
The mega fight.
You talking about between
Crawford and Spence?
Dallas.
I think, to be honest with you, when I first started watching boxing, I've said this before, and I think that a lot of people were disappointed. I've already known of Terrence. I already knew about Bud. And Bud has a lot of similarities, you know, what he does, how he works out, the stuff that he was doing, his wrestling, you know, his attitude and all that. So I had followed him for a while, you know, one of the people that I followed. I noticed that, of course, he wasn't going to be popular. He's the darkest skinned brother, whether he's talented or not. I know how boxing goes. I still wasn't really even into boxing like that. I kind of went over to MMA once the 90s really started. You know, I'd always been into boxing. You grew up watching wrestling. You grew up watching boxing. But I really started getting into just fighting, period, for like survival. Like, what's going to be effective? So you go through the Bruce Lee thing, you go through the grappling, kicking, whose style is the best. And then you overall realize that everything that everybody's doing is some kind of way been sectioned off. Real fighting is everything, because it's a life or death thing. Can I walk off and live another day? You know what I'm saying? Or can I be able to control another group of people that I want to do something? That's what combat is for. It's a sport. We do certain things, but all in all, when you have a disagreement, that means that we no longer can talk. So I'm going to either have to incapacitate you or kill you, or hopefully after you see my dominance, you respect it, and then we can go from there. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling people how I think. But the reason why I'm saying all that is because once I started really following boxing again, and then I started seeing Earl Spence, because he's out in Texas. I'm always see what's going on in Texas. And I saw how he fought. As soon as I saw Earl, I was already like, oh, he's going to be a problem for Bud. And I'm already knowing Bud. I'm following Bud. I'm a fan of Bud. But during 2019, when I was working, I had time on my hand, I was doing stuff. I started really cracking down on my boxing, like getting, using it for workouts and looking across the landscape of prospects and everybody. 2020 hit, bam, everybody at home. I really immersed myself in boxing. I got a friend of mine, he does it. I got guys who fight this, they do that. Is that at that time I start realizing that Bud's record is suspect to my own standards. And then I start realizing that I've seen him clipped a couple of times, and I saw him when I saw it. But when I looked how everything was going and saw what he had done, I was like, man, he might be ducking a little bit too, So Earl's over here doing his thing. I'm going to respect the brother once I saw he wasn't all chatty online. I saw he partied early. He finally had that incident. Alhamdulillah, he was able to make it. You know what I'm saying? But the fact of the matter that he was able to straighten himself up and doing what he's doing now, that was always his character. So you saw a little bit of it early. He was just so talented. He was taking guys out, the truth man down. So I really recognize that, regardless if I'm a Bud fan or not, because it's ridiculous not to, because I'd have fought, I'd have been in fights. It is stupid to be so emotional to where you just want them to win because you like them. You got to just always deal with what's real. And Earl is danger. And the fact that he proved it after everything he's gone through, he's a classy individual. I don't like the backbiting. I don't like the name calling. I don't like all that diversionary stuff going on. Y'all can talk about splits. You can talk about who's what philosophies and all that other stuff. But when you start getting kind of into the messy, catty stuff, because it's cool, it's funny to be petty, but all in all, it's going to always say a lot about your character. Now, if you really standing on what you standing on being petty, that's different. But I'm just talking about just overall being petty as a form of like deflection or diversion. Because if I ask you a question and you say something fly, you still ain't answer my question. Right. That's just how my mind works. So I'm going to keep coming back to the question. And some people think that you're being disrespectful because they want whatever they said in that moment to be enough. Oh, man, what I'm answering that for? He a drunk anyway. Okay, my brother, you're right. You can say that. You can argue that because he had this go on. But I was asking you, when do you think you're going to make the fight? See, brother, the thing is, all of that right there is letting me know that for some reason, whatever I got going on, you don't want to have that going on too. So that right there is just suspect to me. So now that all of these things have come to fruition, they actually have to see each other. I'm just like, I'm not even really like rooting for Bud like that no more. I kind of was like neutral in the fight and everything and all that. But from my own way of seeing stuff and looking at it, and I'm like I said, I started off as a Bud fan. I'm not saying I'm no longer a fan. I'm just saying, man, this show looking kind of suspect. Just at the end of the day, as people like to say these days, it just looked real suspect to me. Because if I had to do an investigation as an investigator, and at times I've done investigations, I would come to the conclusion, just percentage-wise, that maybe, just maybe, he doesn't want to fight. That you feel like you may have to fight, but you don't necessarily want to fight. That's not saying that the fight not going to happen. But that name calling and all that, yeah, that's always a sign of weakness with me. I know that's the thing these days. You make the fight, you holler at each other, you sell it and everything. You know what I'm saying, Bass? But nah, some of that stuff is just deflection to me. Hey, and that's when I started really going, oh, you see what I see. That's danger over there. Yeah.
Hey, Street Fighter, I'm going to play like I'm Errol Spence, right? And then I want you to play like you Bud. All right? I'm talking to you as Errol Spence. I'm talking to Bud.
Man,
right?
What are you talking about, Picasso?
Check this out. You Bud. I'm Errol. And we're talking behind the scenes, and this is stuff that people just don't hear because we're behind the scenes talking to each other on the phone. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna say, hey Bud, check this out. I like the way you fight and everything. You get the job done and everything. But all that talking you're doing, we're gonna have to meet. Let's do it 60-40. I think you probably deserve. I mean, you probably worked your way up to 25 or 35%, but I'm gonna give you 40. All right. And if you really want this fight, you'll take that. And then
I'm not gonna do all that with you. You know I ain't with that. Y'all still arguing over all that. I'm not even concerned with that. The only thing I'm concerned with is fist on face. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm a pure on the fight side of it, regardless of whose ego is going to be bruised, of anything else that's going on besides them standing in the ring across from each other to see who tools and who computer system is going to outdo the other computer system. Whose brain, because maybe my boy is chinny, you know what I'm saying? And then maybe his legs are gone. Maybe Earl does get hit too much. Because, you know, I've heard all the arguments on both sides saying that Earl's not going to be able to deal. That's like, man, what I know right now is that if I had to bet, I would just bet on Earl, period. And it's not just because of Texas. I don't want people to just reduce Earl down. I want people to understand that I'm picking Earl because he is the superior. That's what I'm picking him for. Not because he's from Texas, not because he's black, not because they argued about whatever split or what even. He made sure to keep doing what he said he was going to do. That is everything in the human, period. Nobody cares what you're talking about. Everything is what you do. Every day. I don't care about nothing else, how well you speak, how many people you can get to listen to you. What do you do every day is what you are. And Earl has shown, even after his slip was showing in public, he damn near killed himself. We always want to talk about the same thing. But he's here now. He's saying what he had done wrong, and he's been on business ever since. Because to fall and get back up and keep doing it, that's different. Because I always want to see what a champion look like when they get wobbled. Now, I'm not because I want to see a person suffer, but just to see. What are you made of? Because I had to see what I was made of because I was afraid as a boy. And I had certain situations in my life that made me be confident like I am now. But when I went into them situations, I didn't want them. And I was deathly fucking afraid of them. But when I saw that I could make it through them, then I was different on the other side. And that's another reason why I say I don't always like that. It seems like when Bud has some of those things go on, he tends to become emotional and say stuff. Because I really want to see what it's going to do. Because it just is what it is with that now, man. I don't want to bring that fight up for that reason. But I'm telling the truth. Yeah, I'm put that out because the last time we talked, I couldn't really get to it. It's been months too. Because I think people were taken back that I said what I said about Bud. But y'all got to realize I'm not part of this Bud and Earl craziness that I saw online. Like I'm a real fight fan. I'm going to switch over and watch this kind of fight, that kind of fight. So when I say I want to see their craft, that's what I want to see. It's cool to make up funny names for them and all that old type of stuff like that. But nah, I know what it is. It's two humans that's not going to be the same once they meet each other. And that's the part I want to see. My bad.
No, that was nicely put. Nicely put. And I agree. For a little more reasons, but I don't. The one thing that really stuck out is that, of course, the main thing was just that, you want to see the craft. I'm with that too, man. 100. But secondly, more importantly, Bud don't want it, man. He don't want to fight this man. And I said that before all the stuff I know today. Like, just off what you said, there was just some actions that he did that told me he was unsure. So until I see otherwise, and I have not seen otherwise, that he don't want to fight Earl, man. He don't want to fight that guy.
I hope that they do. That's all I say now. I don't, because it's too much,
and
man.
And one more thing, and I'm not going to say and act like it's like we're any closer, because until Terrence Crawford says he's fighting Earl Spence Jr., I'll believe it's happening. He has not said that. He has not said that once this year. He has not said that one time. We are in October. I also
think they building it up too, though, man. So I think they really because since it's so much, it's just so much venom. They want you to feel like you feel right now, too, to where you don't believe it. You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you why I don't believe it. Udenis Ugas beat Manny Pacquiao in August of 2021. No more than 3 months later, the fight was made between him and Errol Spence, and all that wasn't even for sure because the WBA was fucking around. They had mandated him to fight someone else. He had to get out of that. And Errol and
like I told you, I've been really following here lately. But I still don't really see that as having anything to do with these two guys. Because
no. Let me finish.
The sheer amount of money. I don't believe that. And the thing about Bud is that since I'm a Bud fan, this is what I'm saying. The same thing, like people always say, what makes him good is what's going to get him hurt. That's not.
Hang on.
But you haven't Bass. You've spoken with a lot of people, and you haven't really spoken.
No. That's true.
You're passionate about it. But I just
no. Hang on. That's not.
So
what
you're
I'm
telling me,
about.
hang on, brother.
No, that's not what I'm talking about, though. You're talking about something else. I wasn't talking about all that. Before we even get there, before we can even get there, like this is how I am now. Before we can even get there, this guy doesn't want to fight him. And I'm not going to act like
you're talking about something that you'll never know. I understand. I can speculate because of what he's done, but I also think that can be used to build the fight. Now, in this essence, I'm not a mind reader. That's why I say some of those arguments, I just, it's not because I'm a spiritual person too, and I understand the rational side, and also sometimes you got to have faith in some stuff that you don't see.
That's fine. That's okay.
The thing that I'm saying is that
that's more
I can't
important.
really say that. I can speculate, and I can probably have a high percentage, and people will agree with me. But until, you know what I'm saying, either it does not happen most definitely, or it does happen. I won't know that. I was just saying from my point of view, out of everything that went on, when he started saying certain stuff, because I'm not delusional, and I'm not trying to like take his side. That's what's so weird is that this.
No. I'm not even saying that. I'm not saying that. I know you said that. I said that. But like,
is all I'm saying.
Like,
and I'm thinking that even if it's like anything else, he wants to cash out. I know that he knows it's a risky thing, and I think that he wants to cash out. But that's not important to me either. I don't give a fuck about the money. I don't care about the split. I don't care about who they with. If he's with PBC, if he's with Top Rank, because that's all becomes. I mean, all of that is what does that really mean about me getting to see them two fight?
Okay.
Now
we're going there. We're going there. No, hang on, Picasso. Hang on. We're going there. We're going there. Gosh, dog it. Okay. All right. You said it, and now I'm sighing all over the place. You said that word of cashing out, brother.
But that's not even
you. No, not you. Not you. Not you. No. That's not.
Don't
I'm not
think
arguing.
that's what I'm thinking, bro. You finna tell
me. I know. What am I going to say?
The thing that I don't get into is mine.
What am I going to say?
That's all I'm going to say.
But what am I going to say?
What you thought I was going to say, brother? You keep telling me no.
No, because
all throughout the time I've been trying to make sure, Bass, I'll listen to you, man, and they'll tell you I'll just go on mute because I know people are passionate. But like I say all the time,
that's not okay. Because I keep showing to what I want to say
is that people get upset behind this so much to where they won't even let you complete a thought. Because it's something about this fight that they are so attached to that it's causing rational people to act irrational, is what I'm saying. I really do enjoy both of these gentlemen. It was only because Bud was a little older and I saw him first, but I'm not some diehard Bud fan. You know, I'm really a Earl, the Truth
Street Fighter. I'm not going there.
No. Listen to my name. I want you to listen to my name. It's In Shape Street Fighter. It's an homage. It's an homage to him. It's an homage to Porter and what I believe in on the street type stuff. So you know what I'm saying? It's not just like I'm a street fighter, I fight on the street. It's about going against the street thing too, like trying to fight the streets, what how people think we gotta. So I don't want you to, you don't understand what it means to me, but this stuff that y'all are talking about, it has nothing really to do with the fight to me. Everybody wants to tell me what both of these fighters are thinking. And I do understand that aspect.
So how come? So we don't have the fight because Bud wants to cash out?
No. I said that's one of the things people say, and I said I would want to cash out.
Okay.
And went, okay. You said cash out. There you go. And I was like, okay. So he heard something. He misinterpreted because somebody else has used it.
Well, I'm
but
glad
not
I'm
the
asking.
context that I
I'm
use.
glad I'm asking. I'm glad I'm
That's
asking.
why I
I'm
said
trying to,
if you just let me finish, but you didn't let me finish, and now you have to ask me because you kept saying no. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you, and I was like, he's misunderstanding me because he thinks that I'm one of those people that care about what these fighters are thinking. I'm just waiting for the fight day. That's why I say I really enjoy fighting, and I want to see out of these two guys who are going to be a Hall of Fame if they're going to fight. Now, I believe you when you said that you think he doesn't want to fight. I could be thinking the same thing, but that doesn't do anything for me seeing when they're going to fight. And I think that that's also part of building the fight up too. You know, somebody needs to be a villain because I will never truly know. That's when I know I have emotion. I can get the best inside scoops. People can tell me what they want to tell me, but I have not sat down with Earl and I haven't sat down with Bud. That's how I think. That's just what I'm saying. Now, speculation, yes. Look like he running, he's scared, he bulking up. All the arguments I've heard, y'all are all right until we find out something else. Because it's all just still speculation. It's not a side that I'm taking. I'm not trying to outsmart anybody. You know what I'm saying? From what Bud's doing, he looked like he's scared. Well, from what Earl doing, which is the same thing he's been doing, he looked like he's solid. Now, with Earl, I can kind of bet on it more because that's why I was saying that from what I see now, that's one of the reasons why, if I was a betting man. But getting all into all that other stuff, I'm letting my personal feelings get in it because I'm kind of vicariously living through these fighters and saying what I value. You know what I'm saying? What's important to me. And that's cool. But it ain't just the fighter that you're talking about. You are kind of talking about yourself because what you're saying and how you're going about saying it, you know what I'm saying? That's still you. You're just using the subject of Earl or Bud. I said earlier, the adjectives that you use lets me know your character a lot of times. And I tell people that because I was finna go on mute, tell you peace out and just back out because I saw you was getting excited. And from what you said, this is something that always works you up. Well, that's still for you to work out. It excites me too, but just not the same way it excites you, kinfolk. And I'm gonna go on mute.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I like that again, man. That was good. That's good. It's good stuff. I'm gonna be real frank with you, man. I don't care. I don't even care. I care because I want to see the fight. I care I care in that sense that I want to see the fight, but like I don't care about all the hoopla and all of the stuff that we do talk about and argue about and things like that. And you're definitely right when you say like there's my personal biased view, whether I'm putting it on Bud or whether I'm putting it on Errol. No doubt. But the truth of the matter is, like, the fight's not here. So the next logical question, or you know, I mentioned that how or why kind of thing, is why. And when you find out why it's because one person doesn't want it, well, you know, now that I know that, I'm okay with that. Ready to move on. And then, but this also comes back, you know, to my personal biased view that I think Errol and his handlers, the way they've been pushing him, the way they've been moving him, the business of boxing. I know you heard that term before. It's not going to wait. Yeah, I just think that they're not going to wait on this forever.
You're right. All things point to Earl is going to hurt him. That's what I started thinking about. Like when I see the
I'll
fight
believe
in my head,
that. Hang on, in Street Fighter. I'll believe that. Like I said, when Terrence says he's fighting the man, the guy won't even say he's gonna fight the man. And I get like whether that's suspense driven or whether that's to whatever that means to any of us.
Or to be able to back out, like you said, to make sure that I never actually said it. You know, people play that game. So, like I said, I'm not some naive buffoon. I know what's kind of going. I know what's going on with it. You know, but it whipped my people into such a frenzy, to where I was hoping that it's not something that we do like some of our soccer fans. Like they just recently lost a lot of people.
But
You
let
get
me
so
say this
emotional
though.
that you
But
just
let me
crowd
say
and
this.
stump everybody, and people
But
get, you
but
know what
like
I
I
mean?
said,
Because
but
this
bro,
guy
I do.
crazy.
But like I said, In Shape, I don't care about that, man. I can't even muscle up the courage to care about that anymore because there's no fight. So like at this point, like I agree with you. Like people are just arguing and just saying whatever comes to mind. And like I'm and I guess I'm worn out, man. I guess I'm really, really worn out because I guess like the stoop that I'm screaming from, I'm just like, we're not getting the fight. I don't know what the fuck we're arguing about. Saying this guy's gonna win, this guy's gonna win, this guy's gonna win, this guy's gonna win, this guy's gonna win. Like we don't even have a fight.
Because I do like BFTB standing up for Earl. That's the stuff that I don't like. I don't like that's why I was saying the backbiting and this and that. And I don't
Well,
know if
that
it's justified. I don't know if it's true. But I'm just saying, like, some of the stuff is like Earl doesn't sling mud. So it's always uncomfortable for anybody that I see is that's like if you doing dirt and somebody sling mud on you, that's different. But if you kind of just do your thing and they might not agree with you, but you're not necessarily doing nothing, and they always doing that, that's just always a weird sign to me, like you got something going on with you. Like we say, it's just hating. And if Earl doesn't really say nothing back, and when he does, he tries his best to be respectful and cryptic, but it's a straightforward Texas thing. I know what he means, and it's just that. And I'm going to still say something because I should, but at the same time, I'm not going to give you that much control over how I feel. I'm just letting you know. So I do respect that from what I see now, because at first it wasn't really all of this, because I didn't have my full attention on it like that. That's another reason why I said
let me sneak something else in there. Let me sneak something else in there. Though, sir. And the way I look at that, all that you're saying, sir, is you see, I've been watching like you and paying attention. All Errol Spence has ever said is, I want the fight. We're going to get the fight this year. I want the fight. If you listen to his handlers who are offering the fight, they say we're closer than ever than we ever was today than yesterday. We want the fight. And then when you look at because it takes two to tango, when you look at the other side, it is nothing but misdirection and just blackness, just darkness. And like I said before how we even get to the next step, I'm already over it. I'm already over it, man. Here we are in dang near October. I tried to give you that example of Udanis and them, but you didn't want to gloss over that, because you're right. It doesn't have to do anything with this fight, but I'm just letting you know that's how it works right there. No complications.
And but you know what, you're right about that, but you got to think about like you saying now, it seems like he doesn't want it. Well, that guy wanted it because he was finna get done bad. And then he got a blessing, which was with
he
Earl.
Can't force the man to fight him though.
Yeah, and then but I'm talking about with Ugas. Ugas is going to run with it because they were trying to give him the shaft. When Pacquiao had the belt, it was the thing about boxing. Like I said, at times I do forget is that it really is the business, like you said earlier. It's not going to be as straight, streamlined like other fighting platforms that I kind of got used to watching. The mixed martial art, the kickboxing, the combat jujitsus, and to where I know these guys are going to go at it, and whoever's the best on average are going to win. Boxing doesn't have that. It's dirty. It is. It's dirty. You know what I mean? So that's the other side of it, to where sometimes it is kind of hard to know. Because as I got older, I realized a lot of boxers I used to be mad at when I was a kid, it was because of the narrative. Like, I didn't like Lennox Lewis. I started getting older and started really doing my thing and realized, man, Lennox nice with his. But, I didn't, it was just the way stuff was. But now that I'm older, I do understand that. So now I just, I go a little bit slower. And you don't want to where people are almost spitting at each other's face in the street. Errol, no, Bud, Errol. They got and I'm like, bro, this is getting crazy. But you said the fight don't come. Bass Reeves, just think about it though, because you got to think about both sides. If it's not going to come, what are you going to really do? What do you think it's going to really be like though? I'm just asking what do you really think it's going to be like when it does?
Errol's going to win. Like
I'm
you said,
about what do you think about the atmosphere and the sales and all that? Because everybody talking about money. What do you think people are going to say? Do you think it's going to be one of them exciting nights to where people who don't even really watch boxing are going to watch it because so many people are going to be talking about
it? Just a tad bit more than normal. No. Hang on. Let me get this out. Like, this is what I was trying to tell you earlier, but like, we were both getting, in my view, passionate about what we want to say. What I want to say a little bit earlier is that, look, man, like, we the purists, the hardcores, the followers, the fans, the fanatics, we keep saying things. We keep saying this is a big fight. Yes, I agree. This is a big fight. And this could also possibly be even a bigger fight than what we keep saying. However, the data, the facts, the actual book benchmark, they're in. They are in. And frankly, the people who have put those together and put those facts together, they say it's just a mid-tier fight, because the way this business stuff works, that's just how I'm going to coin it and term it right there. One guy is really, really big, man. One guy's really, really big, really big. Or let me just skip to the end. You know, skip that funky stuff. I think it does. I think it's right there at like 450. I think that's I may even be being nice right there. But we got a long way to go before we can even get there, man. We gotta get in there and get this done. And that's another thing, and I'll really shut up after this, and I'll let you comment some more on this. The Errol's handlers, man, those guys are a gold standard, and they don't play games. They don't play games, man. They don't. Like you said, like they'll listen, they'll understand, and that's how they know you'll work, and then they'll move on. They will move forward. And I think we're more closer to that than closer to the fight. And that's just I thought that before. Again, I thought that way before, because I was like you, I look at these guys and pay attention to their moves and pay attention to their word and what's going on. I try my best, at least. And whether I'm right or wrong, like that there's actual historical, there's evidence, there's facts out there that put both of that make up both of these guys, both of these characters. And then just speaking on Errol, man, I like Errol outside of the ring. That's why I like Errol Spence Jr. And here I go with that Texas thing, man. Like dog, like take the Dallas Cowboys for my like instance. That's my favorite team. That's my home team. That's even though like I think they suck. That's my home team. When I see that blue star, I think of my parents. I think of my father. I think of my mother. I think of my brothers. I think of my cousins. I think of my aunts. I think of family. I think of where I'm from, how I grew up, what it is to be a Texan. Every time I see that blue star, every time. So kind of back to Errol, he's like an honorary brother in that sense. I like that guy outside the ring. He's a straight shooter, man. Like you said something earlier that made me think of him. His character's always been the same, and how he's moving now is frankly how he's always moved. He's just older and more experienced now, and really is putting his foot down on what's righteous. That's why he's been rewarded with those type of blessings. It's no secret that the angel of the Lord was with him when he walked away with just bruises and broken teeth from that horrific crash, man, and got out of a hospital bed to be having the mental fortitude. But anyhow, I'm just kind of bragging on that stuff.
No, he is. I think like, I really do like him, man.
Yeah,
like,
I think he's a cool dude. I think he's a cool dude.
Yeah.
I think Bud's a really even more righteous dude. He's a great guy. He's literally everyone's buddy, man. He's a monster too in the ring. I can't take that away from young men. Can't take that from the young sir. But just, I trust my instincts on this, and then I watch how the PBC and I watch how Viacom and when I use that ducking word, that's not like fearful ducking or anything like that. It's just like those are deflections, man, and those type of actions just are what it is. And like I said, man, I'm okay with that, brother. A lot of other cats aren't okay, because like I said, the stoop that I've been screaming is that we're not going there. We're not even getting there. One guy literally doesn't want to do it. It takes two to tango.
Well, it's my bad for bringing it up, man. I'm gonna go
Nah,
ahead and
man, you're cool.
No, I didn't.
Cool. I love it. No,
like
I love
said
it.
earlier,
I love it.
But I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to make a move anyway, man. So, but I enjoyed talking to y'all, man. They're gonna be on tomorrow or later on or something.
Always, man. Kyle's gonna be on in the morning.
Oh, okay.
I usually work late hours. I didn't even go to work tonight, but I'll probably go get something done. We'll see.
Yeah, so what is he still doing the same thing? Because I get my notifications, but you know how YouTube be, man. I really noticed they write about a lot of stuff, but YouTube be hating on people, man.
Yeah.
But I guess I'll just check back, man. But I enjoyed talking to you, Bass, man. But let me get up out of here, man. And peace out,
man.
Kyle.
Yeah. Kyle, I'm gonna dip too, brother. Get some rest, Kyle.